Is officially upon us.
Pull up a seat by the fire and join us as the action unfolds.
Warma is your Masters Tour Yangtze online champion.
Lada has been playing out of his mind. He is the champion.
And boy, does he do it with style.
Elijah, with the final 3 mana, he will burst his way to victory and claim the Arlington Masters Tour Championship.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day of Masters Tour Montreal Online. I'm Raven and joining me to kick off today is Sottle, and we'll be bringing you the top 8 from the previous 2 days of Swiss, all playing it out to decide who is going to be the ultimate victor. Not only bagging a good chunk of prize money, but also just maybe taking those extra strides, and very big strides they will be, to potentially become a Grandmaster. Sottle, are you excited for the final day of this Masters Tour?
Of course I am, Raven. This is what it's all about. How can you not be excited when you get down to the top 8? This is finals day. This is where all the money is on the line. This is where all the GM spots are on the line, as you were saying. And then, of course, there's one little spoiler thrown into that mix, and that's our current global champion, Lion, just trying to take down another huge tournament victory for herself, which would be an incredible story because she has backed up now that global championship with as well as some strong performances in the Chinese scene. She's come over and wrecked shop in a couple of Masters tours here as well.
It really is, and it almost feels harsh sometimes, but it really is what we as a community do when someone wins a world championship. Effectively, right? It's like, okay, good job, you've won the big tournament, but now what are you gonna do? Yeah, and it's so it seems so harsh, but we just do it year after year after year. And honestly, I do put a lot of value, or at least a lot of respect, into these players that do perform well and win and then continue to do so. But we can see here just a quick roundup of basically what's gone on so far. A ton of Hearthstone players, Grandmasters and non-Grandmasters, of course, from all around the world have played it out over the past couple of days, over 9 rounds of Swiss, and we are at that top 8 single elimination section. And going into this tournament, that's what some of these leaderboards look like when we're looking at these Grandmaster spots, Sottle, because yes, winning the Masters Tour is great, but the extra bonus of maybe also booking a spot into Grandmasters is even greater than that.
Yeah, and you'll see as you look here at APAC, currently led by Give Please, and then later on at the Americas, things are wide open. Potentially an APAC or Americas winner here in Montreal could mean that they are catapulted all the way to the top of those standings. But this is the tough one. You see here Letta storming away after his victory with 37,000, and then some very consistent performers behind that with Piñas Dead Draw. Habu Gabu as well, I don't think he's quite getting enough credit for how consistent he's been. He hasn't quite had the consistent top 8 performances of, say, a Dead Draw, but he's been consistently putting in the work with 7-2s and other very similar results. So fantastic job by him. But this is the tough one, Raven. This is the region you don't want to be in.
Well, just at a glance, what was it? The top player in APAC and now, the top player in America. Just the top player would get what? Top 7th, 8th? Yeah. In Europe, nowhere even close. But this is the Americas as well. Impact having another decent run and not really, doing what he would want to do to really secure that. But at the moment, if you look at all the other names, well, guess what? I don't really see many of those players in this top cut either. So it looks like, at least for now, Impact is securing that number 1 spot. And I think most importantly as well, there is one more Masters Tour left in a little bit later in the year to be able to work out who is going to have those final Grandmaster spots. But this is what we're here for today, the final day, the playoffs. Lightning versus Frenetic, Lamby Series versus Lion, Zhao Dai versus Dreadeye, and I always want to say Deadeye, and then Drivo versus Cagnetta. So 4 matches to kick off the quarterfinals, and then of course we're going to play it through all day for this finals one. And Sol, what matches are you really looking forward to here?
I think straight up Lambie and Lion are the 2 biggest names that we have in this top 8. So them going head to head in the opener is pretty interesting to see. I've also got my eye on that one as well, because as we'll get into a little bit later, there is still a prediction contest on the line here. As
the only thing that's really
the only thing that really matters, because Frodan is a little bit behind my score right now, but he does still have a live player as he picked Lion for this, so she can pick up an extra couple of points. So maybe he can usurp me from my my throne that seems absolutely unusurpable at this point.
Yeah, and just one reminder, that bracket is going to be single elimination as well, so we're not going to see no rounds of Swiss anymore or double elimination. If you lose, you're gone, and if you win, you move on, and that's just the way it's going to work today. But we were, just before we were going live, even Salt and myself were talking about decks that have been doing well, cards within those decks that have been doing well, so we can check out how the win rates and everything has been going. But first, we got Bring Rates of that Warrior doing extremely well, but I believe definitely not having the best performance in this tournament, even though it is one of the most represented classes.
Certainly not. It is being hit a little bit by just facing up against lineups that are brought to hard target it. There was a lot of warrior hate lineups in the field. There was a lot of controversy around those lineups as well, going through day 2 yesterday. You can see now that it doesn't even get on there, as it's Warlock on the bottom of the class is being shown with 47% there, but Priest back on the throne as number 1 in overall win rate. And Demon Hunter having actually a surprisingly strong performance overall as well in terms of the class.
Yeah, and I think it's important here, depending on how used to you are looking at these stats, to say, well, 51% isn't that good. And it's like, right, but if you look at the other classes that go down to 49 and then below, if you are above a 50% win rate, that is pretty solid, considering we've had thousands of games of Hearthstone played out. Like, the sample size is pretty huge, and the level of competition is high as well. So again, I've fairly consistently supported this Demon Hunter list. There were weeks and moments where it didn't look so great, but I am happy to see the deck, because I do think it is an interesting one that still has a place in the meta, and we do see that, right? It is getting some victories and keeping that win rate at least positive there. So it's looking okay overall, but what is not looking okay is my casting predictions. Because I want to just divert your eyes away from the right side of the screen. Just don't look. But we can focus much more on the left here, Subtle.
We can, and yeah, shout out to Dead Drawer and Gabby. I actually got kind of scammed on this, by the way, because 2 of my picks, Gabby was sick, which I didn't know when I made the pick. Alan had a commitment that he was going to have like a hard cutoff time at the end of day 1 that he had to go to, so he eventually dropped at 2 and 2. So even with all of those handicaps, I'm still crushing you all, because Dead Draw and Gabby, the consummate professionals, they're not 2-2 drop gamers. They kept on playing the whole way through and were able to get through to very respectable scores of 7-2 and 6-3, respectively. And Dead Draw himself obviously has a ton to play for, just trying to keep that prize money up. So him going all the way from 1-2 to 7-2 is insane for his chances of making GM, just because he gets to stack up a few extra $1,000 on top of that prize pool and keep him very much in contention. But Derek is out. All of his players are cooked, but Frodan can still catch me with VK Lion still here in our top 8. If she goes all the way through and wins the tournament, he will have the clean 16 to take over my 15.
Yeah, and I think we share that, honestly, with these predictions. I do think we both got scammed a little bit, because not only did you have your issues with your players, but my players just didn't play well. And
I mean, terrible, right?
Yeah, it's just kind of bad, right? I'm so unlucky. But yeah, that is how the predictions are going. Dan still has a chance to not only catch up, maybe even overtake if there's any. Also, bonus points if Lion is the ultimate winner, I think is fair. But yeah, looking good over there, at least for Sol and Dan.
Never say that I'm not fair. If we tie, Dan can have it on the merit of having a player in top 8, because I think that should be a reasonable tiebreaker in this position. Never say that I am not fair in these situations.
Okay, well, we found the one day a year Sottle decides to be nice, and it is not aimed at me. Typical. But yeah, that is going to be it for a bit of an intro there, give you guys some updates on what's been going on over the past 2 days of Hearthstone. But it is all about today, and it is all about these matches that we have coming up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to kick off our first match.
Masters Tour Montreal Online is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
We are ready to kick off our first quarterfinal of the day, and it is going to be Nightning versus Frenetic. And Nightning coming as a bit of a surprise, honestly, and not seen too much of him in recent past, but also just going 9-0 in the Swiss, just absolutely demolishing it. We did see him play on stream yesterday for all the 5 minutes it took, because I think we can add him to the Casey pool of players, I suppose, of leaning more towards fast play than slow. I am excited to see how he does today with that.
And only in his second Masters Tour as well, but instantly my respect for this man has gone through the roof. If you have goals in a top 8, I think setting your goals as beat the global champion and win the entire tournament, this is my kind of guy right here. I think his head is absolutely in the right place. Looking forward to see if he can get it done.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely prefer the attitude of, instead of dodge the good players, just beat the good players, and that's going to do a lot of world of good, isn't it? Frenetic 7-2 in not only this tournament but also Jönköping as well. So a pretty consistent run, 5th Masters Tour appearance. So definitely not his. He's not a noob to the Masters Tour scene in any way. So it looks like he does have a fairly standard lineup, though. I guess to a certain extent, Highlander Priest started to just tip off a little bit as more and more players have been bringing 2 of. But in general, it's just a pretty well-rounded lineup here, I think, from Fnatic.
Yeah, Highlander Priest significantly below Galakron Priest in this tournament. Highlander Priest, I think, ran at about a 50.5 win rate, below 51 for sure. Whereas the Galakron Priest and even the Control Priest without Galakron was as 2 of lists had superior win rates to that. And you see that here on the side of Nightning, who is playing a 2 of Gala Priest instead, alongside the Tempo Mage and Stealth Rogue, which is looking like a pretty solid lineup overall for this tournament, just based on the win rates that have come out.
Yeah, and one thing I do just like a lot of this Rogue from Nightning. I do think it's a bit of an awkward deck to play against, honestly, and has both awkward boards to deal with the help of Stealth Minions and Quest Adventurers, but also high burst damage as well. So pretty interested to see how it does in this top 8, but it does look like he's going to be queuing his Priest first. And we're going to see pretty quickly, Sol, because I do not know the answer to this, as to whether Fnatic is also going to queue his Priest. No. Okay, saved. At least for now. Fnatic going to go for that Soul Demon Hunter, and a quick glance at the list looks fairly standard as far as I can see, or at least where we're at with standard. I guess the one card there is the Consume Magic that we've seen a fair few players experiment with, and honestly, in testing that I've done, a card I don't love, but definitely don't even, remotely dislike, right? It's just, it seems like a good tech. It's a good tool in the deck, and there is some space for some more adventurous choices. I guess, though, Sol, there is the Altruist in this list that is actually sticking out a little bit.
There is indeed, yeah, and we were actually just talking about how we were digging through, trying to use a Wicked Good's new statistics toy that he has to play with, which if you don't follow him and you're interested in stats and high-level analysis, absolutely do so at Wicked Good. He is fantastic for putting together stats for things like this. And he has a new toy that can kind of report on which cards are performing the best within individual archetypes within tournaments like this. And he reports by some distance that Lawkeeper Polkel is the card that should be coming back in to Soul Demon Hunter, which is improving the win rate by almost 10% over an average build of the deck, based on what his statistics have shown from this tournament, which is very, very surprising to me, because, Raven, you can certainly have your moment here if you want to, but we've had this argument in the past, and I said, Polkel will get cut. It's 100% going to get cut, and then it got cut, and I was like, see, I told you so, it got cut, whereas Raven has been on the other side of that argument, so go ahead, sir, you may gloat now, it's fine.
I am awesome and know everything ever about Hearthstone, and always will, and will beat Sottle time and time again, even though he chooses to ignore it. There we go, that'll do. But as I am a professional as well, let's get back to the important thing here. And we see the 2 players just getting ready to go now. And we were talking before we even started the show about what we thought the ban was be, and it was, it is going to be Druid from Nightning that's going to be banned away, which does make sense. We were wondering whether it was going to be the Druid or maybe the Rogue, depending on how Fnatic felt his lineup went against this sort of a less common stealth version. But I do think the Druid just gave the most speed bumps to him, right? Just felt like the hardest deck overall to get a win against, which means that is normally the deck you're going to ban.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. I suspected it was going to be the Druid after glancing over the lineups, and that's certainly what it has come out with here. But certainly looking forward to getting into this one because, as you said yesterday, based on Nightning's performance on stream, he is one of those difficult players to keep up with. Does seem to perform at a very rapid pace indeed. So it's going to be a very, very fun one to watch.
Yeah, and also with the two different approaches to Priest as well. Again, we're going to get more and more information on has Highlander dropped out just because people have seen the 2 of Priest do well in certain matchups, and then because the meta that's developed a bit more, or is there still a spot for Highlander? Because it's always tough when you see 2 very similar archetypes, the same class, in top 8. They've both made it here, right? So they must be doing something, right? It's not like one is trash and one's good if both players are here. So I am, again, just interested to see how these players go on.
Yeah, again, the results from day 1 and day 2 seem to suggest that Nightning is on the right side of history here because Galakron Priest overall is the highest win rate individual archetype in the tournament, slightly different from the class stats that we were looking at before. So that's obviously going to be slightly influenced by, he's the highest win rate player in the tournament right now, and he has Galakron Priest, for example. So, you can kind of argue circularly on that to a certain extent, but it does certainly seem that 2 of Priests in general are overperforming right now Galakron Priest, highest win rate deck in the tournament. So it seems like Lightning doing very, very well on the lineup construction, which I personally feel is extremely important. Can't really be overstated. I think, we talked a lot about Bly's dominance going through back-to-back Masters Tours victories and now the success that he's having in GM as well. There's kind of this ongoing debate about people saying, well, is he playing optimally? Is he making every mechanical decision correct or not? Firstly, who knows? You have to work that out in the 0.7 seconds in which he plays every turn. Secondly, I don't think it necessarily matters so much because he consistently had the best lineup for Masters Tours on a lot of occasions, and I think he's doing very well with that in GM as well. So I really do think lineup construction is a very, very important part of success in these tournaments, and this is what success can lead you to, Raven.
It really can, right? And if you just draw your mind back to the start of the show when we showed you the 3 graphics of each region and how much prize money they have, competing for the GM spots that are available, 32.5, even in Europe, is quite the sum of money on that leaderboard, right? So the winner here is going to have a huge leap, even if they don't really have any prize money already banked. So winning in this top 8 would be absolutely massive for any of these players. But honestly, even just top 8 full stop, it's a good chunk. What did we see? Some players, like in America's Impact, was on 10,000, I think.
Yep.
So if the I believe one American players, which is Dreadeye, if he does well and actually moves up even further, then he's going to pretty much secure himself a spot with only one Masters Tour left. So
it's going to look very promising.
There's so much to play for all of these players, and it's I don't know, because of the top 8 we have, you've got to think there's just that extra little bit of spice involved because we don't have any Grandmasters in this top 8, right?
Absolutely. And looks like we are now ready to get into it. Wand makers are plenty in these opening hands for the Priest and the Demon Hunter. This is a matchup that I am particularly interested in the current metagame, and actually watching Lightning play it yesterday, he did seem to play it largely in line philosophically with how I approached the matchup. I disagreed as a spectator with a couple of his turns, but he did at least seem to be in the same headspace as I am when it comes to approaching the matchup, which is focusing on outlasting and survival a lot of the time, which I think you can do slightly more consistently with the 2-of version than the Highlander version. So we'll see if that is something that he goes to again. So I do think you also have to keep an eye on the game state and look for positions where you have to adapt to a more aggressive line in this matchup as well.
Right, and you might be, you've not seen this matchup too often yet, you might think that, oh, well, if the Priest lands a minion and plays Apotheosis on it and the Demon Hunter can't kill it straight away, the game's just over. And that's just not necessarily true. It's definitely harder for the Demon Hunter, but with Frenetic here, especially with that Skull of Gul'dan now just sat on the far left, he's going to have all the resources in the world going forward in this game, which means he can pack tons of damage into a very small amount of turns.
And already, just based on these opening 2 or 3 turns, we've never had 2 players with more fitting names than one letter off Lightning and Frenetic, because the pace is already accurately described by both of those words.
But so far, Frenetic does have a hold of this board, a second one maker. That Consume Magic was generated from the first one maker, I believe. Which means there's just tons of pressure, and also if a minion does stick, there's just a kind of throwaway Consume Magic, even if it's not Outcast, just to be able to reduce down either a taunt or a pre-buffed minion. So Frenetic, at least for now, looking to be in a fantastic spot. Just taking a quick glance at his list as well. Sorry, the double jump, I think, will guarantee the second Skull of Gul'dan as well, just at a quick glance, so that's even still looking pretty good. Oh, I guess the actual Consume Magic he can get in his deck.
Yeah, there is a natural copy of Consume Magic in there, which I guess could mess with it if that one was generated, but yeah, this is where you can sometimes start to get into trouble as the Priest. Normally, the curve isn't quite this perfect for the Demon Hunter. They don't just draw every early game minion in their deck and just start to beat you up with them. Because the Demon Hunter does normally need to bank a few minion hits if they're going to be successful in this matchup. You know, if they're playing the Magtheridon version, if they can land a hit with that 12-12 boom, that's fantastic a lot of the time. But this early curve of minions that you have, which is normally there but not quite this good, you really want those to be dealing in a little bit of chip damage. When I say a little bit, actually you need a lot of chip damage, because that's the problem, is if you just have like 1-3 into 2-2 and your curve stops there, they can attack 2 or 3 times, And that damage is almost always going to be healed all the way back up from the first apotheosis that lands. So the enormous amount of damage that's been thrown out here with the early minions, that's making Nightning have to have something pretty special to heal it all back. But I think this qualifies, Raven, as pretty special.
Yeah, and it's one of the very weird downsides of Frenetic going so wide against this Priest build, is that it leads into exactly this one particular problem of Pyromancer getting as much value as he did there. Great play from Nightning, very clean, just not only clearing up the board, healing back up to full, but look at the hand now from Frenetic. Look at the hand now from Nightning. Has the Skull of Gold has the skull being played, which means those glaive bounds are so cheap.
It's not actually that great a hand, though. I think Nightning would have been looking for damage cards to consume, ideally the lifesteal weapon that he could just throw on himself here and potentially just get away with it and have that option moving forward, but it's not fantastic, has to be said.
It's not fantastic. It's not fantastic, but -1 glaive bound is a pretty big deal. You can just go here, he's going to have the 6/4, and the tough part now for Frenetic is how he chooses to respond to this, because he can slow this down a little bit, but now having that damage gone, it does just cause a bit of a problem, because even this like the Hench Clan, not really playable, even though stat-wise it's actually a pretty good minion on the board this turn.
Yeah, there's still just like Wave of Apathy Cabal available, though. You can go Hero Power, Cabal. Well, yeah, so I was going to say big Cabal, and now he can just Hero Power and Wave with the smaller Cabal as well, I guess, which makes some sense.
Well, here he gets to use both waves up, right? Which means Lightning doesn't have access to them at all, which is, I think, is pretty powerful.
Alright, yeah, good point. Just take the smaller minion here as well. Worth noting, we kind of blew past it, but I'm pretty sure Nightning had the ability to Inner Fire offensively 2 turns ago. I wanted to bring this up at the time. He used the Inner Fire on his own Pyro when it had 5 attack and dropped it down to 3 when there was 3 other minions on the other side of the board that he could have just dropped an Inner Fire on. So the fact that he's now pushing so aggressively, he's actually missed a lot of damage over the course of the game, with the Pyro having smaller attack. And also, it had Apotheosis on it, so the amount of attack it actually had at the end of the turn was actually pretty relevant. So I think it was a strict sequencing or targeting mistake from Nightning at the time that didn't just have time to cover it, since we got into a Lucia world very rapidly afterwards, so I thought I'd just go back and revisit.
Yeah, and as is the case with these two players, it seems, you got 1 point across and about 8 turns have happened in that time. It is insane how fast the players are going here. We did see the Shadow Priest just steal the Cabal back, but then Frenetic just having that answer with the Shard Chatter into the Adept is going to be pretty powerful. Frenetic's on low health, but that doesn't really matter versus Priest. And he has stuck board here, at least for now. So, again, he just has to go back to the drawing board. He does have this second skull to keep on going with the resources. It's just right now, he doesn't really have too much like active cards in his hand.
Your mind is not your own.
That's cute, I guess. This time, Nightning does spot the offensive Inner Fire usage to be able to steal away the 2/2. Just make sure he's in command of the board, because again, this minion damage is the #1 thing that you do really want to shut down, if at all possible. Another talking point from the Lucia turn as well is Nightning cast the double jump, which then drew the Skull of Gul'dan, which might seem a little bit weird. You know, you might look at that and go, well, why would he do that in that position? But if he does it, he then puts the skull into the middle of the hand, right? By the time
one card deep,
by the time it goes back over to Frenetic. So I actually think that was a pretty smart piece of recognition on the side of Nightning.
100% agree. Here, though, the Cobalt Spellkin has come down for Nightning, which has given him another Inner Fire for this game. Along with a Wave of Apathy, which is going to be pretty nice to buy him some time, but not really great ways to follow up here.
No. It's another pretty decent offensive Inner Fire here, though, right? Make the 6/1 a 1/1, Penance the 3/2. Seems okay.
Yeah. And one thing to bear in mind as well is Consume Magic is target an enemy minion. So
Correct.
Frenetic won't be able to silence his own Adept and then just push for 6, which makes this Inner Fire play, even better, honestly.
I must consider.
Sure isn't an IMB Cowl. Which we've already seen, at least in GM, work wonders in certain games.
I still love how that game, our instinct was to dream everything else except the IMB cowl before the IMB cowl actually happened. It was great.
Now Fnatic's starting to get to these weapons, though, which means there's still a ton of damage left. And even these minions having Wave of Apathy, that's still 3. That's a good chunk of damage getting pushed this turn.
It is. And I did wonder about the Wave of Apathy usage because Lightning knows this is in his opponent's hand, right? So the opportunity for him to generate a big board at some point is almost guaranteed. So I think because Lightning had the ability to preserve a Wave of Apathy there with the Inner Fire Penance play I was talking about,
right,
that Wave of Apathy seemed pretty valuable for this situation. As it stands, Fnatic is trading off the 3/3s to create the board clear, which, you know, might be where Lightning's head at, is if he just generates the big minion here, it's probably going to have to happen. He won't have to worry about it too much. But in my mind, I was certainly looking at lining up that Wave of Apathy potentially against this Sociologist line.
Yep, and Fnatic getting as much damage as possible to that face. There is still the twin slice, second slice Kayn in hand. And Lightning has a lot of work to do, and I think just about now, Sottle, we've hit the point where he's just run out of good tools to do it with.
He has. He hasn't really hit the Draconic studies into like big Haunt Dragons, which is normally a pretty good win condition in this matchup. Yeah, he hasn't been able to create like a big Murazond swing, which is something that's hugely important to the matchup in a lot of ways. I was going to mention when you said, you know, Fnatic is low on health, but that tends not to matter. It can do if they like throw out a huge burst turn and then suddenly there's just a Murazond on the other side that steals a Marrow Slicer and some Twin Slices, you know, like suddenly that can just come through and end the game, but that's not an option here for Lightning either. He is certainly running very, very low on resources.
And this just hurts, doesn't it? Because let's be honest, he has to just cast in a fire this turn. Just has to. He can't just let the Sociologist live, but that just means he's just off mana of getting the Dragon Maw down. Ugh. And even choosing to heal himself over healing the Pyromancer.
There it is. Is that natural copy?
Yep. To score and just look at all the damage. Insane.
Is this even 9, 11, 13,
15?
15? Yep.
But with only one card off the top going to help Lightning, or to help Lightning, I think Fnatic probably feeling reasonably confident that he has enough damage, especially with Kayn and Marrow Slicer to get through. He can pretty much play close to his whole hand next turn.
Yeah, Raised Dead was definitively not the boy here. That was not what Lightning was looking for in the scenario whatsoever. Definitively dead in about 7 different ways here.
Yeah.
Kayn gonna come through nice and simple and a quick as you like game 1 win for Fnatic here in what I would regard as an unfavored matchup for him as the Demon Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the matchup feels just very, very, very close, but I do think that the key point there is, which maybe, you know, is just a true effect or reflection of that Polkelt discussion we had earlier, is the importance of getting a skull early enough in the game. Because even if Fnatic drew a skull much later, well, at that point, Lightning might have actually just recovered enough where it didn't make as much of an impact. But having a skull just ready to go, you know, whether it's turn 6 or 7-ish around that area, is the world of difference. And we saw that because no matter what Lightning did, even with that insane Pyro turn where he cleared everything off, healed all the way back up to full, it was just fine because Fnatic just said, well, I've got tons more cards I'm going to be able to draw, and I can play them all very cheap and continue to push on the pressure. So I think really, just once again, it is just the skull is the difference for me, especially in that matchup.
Yeah, card draw is massively, massively important. It's one of the reasons why I think Priest is often able to outlast the deck, is because the damage doesn't all come in one giant burst. It's very difficult for the Demon Hunter to go like draw cards, draw cards, draw cards, 15 you one turn, 20 you the next, right? So you're just dead in 2 turns. Like, the damage kind of has to trickle through turn by turn, piece by piece, and then the priest can then re-heal, build back up turn by turn, piece by piece. So Skull of Gul'dan is kind of the one card that can change that. not only does it keep resources high, so you can keep on pushing, but it does create those enormous burst turns where you can just do huge amounts of damage over the course of 2, which is what we saw Frenetic had available at the end of the game. He didn't need all the damage that he had access to, but it was possible, even if Lightning had more stability in the mid-game.
And already we're just moving very swiftly on into our game number 2. Frenetic going to be on the bottom on that mage, going up against Lightning's Stealth Rogue, and already choices are there. The Ashtung Slayer for the trade onto the lab partner looks like a little bit of overkill.
Chat, everyone, look away. It's okay. Okay, you can look back now. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. The 1-3's dead. Nothing bad happened.
Did look like a little bit of overkill, but I do understand it, right? You can't really just let lab partners sit on the board when you're against mage if you've got a decent way of killing it.
Lightning just going in. Questing to 4-4 this turn. Bloodfem Raptor, I assume, is coming back down this turn. It absolutely is. Oh, the Kobo Arcane Breath combo finds the Ray of Frost! Off the top, activated Arcane Breath with the Dragon top deck. Absolutely insane pickup of the Ray of Frost there for Frenetic. That completely flipped this entire game on its head, Raven.
It really did, and there's still ways, right? Because Lightning got hold of the stealth minion, it means that this Greyheart Sage will keep Lightning in the game for now. But that was a huge turn, especially with Raz waiting in the wings as well, which works very well versus a lot of the rogue minions. It just looks very solid indeed, and another Arcane Breath coming down.
Oh yeah, I was actually curious about this turn. Like, my instinct here was to look at Coin Raz. Obviously, again, I don't have any time to analyze any plays because just look at what's happening. But my instinct was to look at Coin Raz because otherwise there's potentially a lot of damage being left up. And you saw the point where Frenetic's One Makers were starting to whiff. He didn't find the answer, but the second one did hand him the Arcane Breath. But there's a lot of spells, in fairness, in that position. Yeah. Arcane Missiles, Brain Freeze, Ray of Frost again, Arcane Breath, of course. And now his curve has just worked out absolutely perfectly here. So shout-outs to Frenetic, who has played 2 turns of Hearthstone very well in the time it took me to explain 1.
Yeah, honestly, as the flick comes down there to just get rid of that Raz in a very clean way, I don't know whether I'd love both these plays to be in a UGM or not, Sol, because, yeah, it would speed things up a little bit, and the game is fast-paced and pretty hype, but I don't know if I've actually just lost my ability to cast fast now after the European Grandmasters, because I am honestly needing to do breathing exercises between these matches, if this is the pace we're going to set.
I'm loving it, Raven. As a man that's on a constant journey for self-improvement, I consider this a new challenge that I now have to adapt to. Bring it on.
You know, one of the more slower turns, maybe not in play speed, but in board development, at least from Frenetic. He's just going to get just the board cleaned up there, so that flick's gone away, but already Lightning going to pile on the pressure once again. And most importantly, even though it looked rough for Lightning in general, he does have a lot of resources, and especially that passage still in his hand, which means whenever he needs to, he can fish for a slightly better answer.
Oh, rip it! Right. Ha! Nice! Absolutely nailed it. How does he know?
It sounds like a really bad boxing combo, doesn't it? It's right.
Yeah.
Am I not doing anything? No, right. It's like, what am I...
Fairly sure there's more to boxing than just right jabs. Nope. Keep it going.
Yep, gotta get the jab right. To be fair, though, to Lightning, we are just sat staring at 2 Eviscerates in hand right now, which can get a lot of work done.
Not anymore,
okay,
we're not
there goes
Raven.
1.
Yeah, 22 seems like a big old number to be trying to set up some kind of double Eviscerate burst plan here, and I think because it's a Cult Neophyte turn as well, he feels comfortable throwing Burn at board, right? Because it helps him to stick this board, which is accentuated even more by the Cult Neophyte effect here.
I was wondering if we were going to see the lefts finally come out there from Frenetic, but nope, more kind of middle and right. 4 mana. The 2 Ray of Frost. It does kill off the Neophyte though, and strangely enough, it is starting to stack up this quest pretty well.
It's a 6/6. Oh, that's nutty.
All along.
Actively buffed his hand. Yeah. Unlucky. I have wondered about this this far left guard, the secret passage, for quite some number of turns up until this point. I think Lightning has been doing fine with filling out his mana, so it's not necessarily an instant jump to. And of course, secret passage not quite as immediately powerful as it used to be. Well, I take it back. Secret passage is still completely insane.
I don't know what you're talking about, so that's like it all fits perfectly for me.
Yeah.
Who needs an extra card, right? Oh, well.
I think it's just
We are.
Pyroblast. Is it just Pyroblast?
I think so. I naturally just go, well, it's evocation, so you
Right,
pick evocation.
exactly.
That's what this meta has taught me.
Yes.
No matter what class you are, you pick evocation. But yeah, I think with this setup, a Pyroblast, and he still has, Kobold Lackey and an Eviscerate in hand. Like,
Right.
over 2 turns, that just looks like lethal.
Right. He also has a 10-10 on board, which, you know, simple mathematics, I know, but opponent 19, 10-10 that's very hard to kill, Pyroblast in hand, solve this
Just
equation
like 2
for X.
Pyroblasts.
Makes sense to me. So now is this Ice Barrier going to end up just being the super clutch for Frenetic?
And will Lightning play around it by just going like Kobold Lackey face Eviscerate and then try and draw something else?
So right now, 1, 2, 4 left on board. So the damage is there. So Ash
the
Tongue
Ash Tongue
Slayer
getting
can push
value.
more, the Abyss can push more, the Kobold Lackey can all push.
Neophyte as the backup as well. That is not a bad card to draw at this stage in the game for Lightning. This could just be the final nail in the coffin here.
And now Ice Barrier no good. Spell would need to be counterspell in this position for Frenetic to have any way out of this whatsoever. See, Frenetic does not have full news of his impending doom. I think he might have a solid read that that 1 Thief card remaining in hand is Burn. It could be Fireball, Frostbolt, Apexis Blast. He doesn't necessarily know that it's just straight up Pyro here. Yeah, Lightning knows the secret, now knows what's up. He has to decide whether to bet the game or not on this being counterspell, but there are still 0 mana spells that he can draw to play around it, and Backstab is chief amongst them. Doesn't matter from our perspective, but from Lightning's perspective, that solved a serious dilemma he would have had that turn as to whether or not to play around counterspell.
Yeah, and again, another game that just flew by in a matter of minutes, but both these players must be feeling pretty tense now, and maybe a little bit more comfortable on both sides of the board now, with both having a win. It might have just been like, when you take your first loss at the start of top 8, single elimination, you're like, oh no, am I just going to get destroyed out of this and I'm done for the day? But now that both players have a win, they know, okay, right, I've won a game, I'm not being 3-0'd, let's move on. We might see the games go a little bit slower, but honestly, I doubt it. That was just like lightning. I don't see anything slowing down anytime soon.
It does just seem to be the way these two players have played, and it does, again, seem like the names are indeed very fitting here, but now things are resolving down to a relatively mirrored series. We have differing archetypes in the priests, but it is Highlander Priest Mage versus 2-Ops Priest and Mage remaining in the series. Which means the idea of a Priest Mirror may once again be looming here as we see the Highlander Priest being queued up from Frenetic in the next game. Pretty standard looking build, goes all the way up to the Plague of Death and Dragon Queen Alex Straza. Is not going heavy with the weapon destruction, as we've seen some people doing, but that makes sense with his ban strategy from the series that we've seen from him. So it looks like a pretty solid old school Highlander Priest list at this point.
Yeah, even just the Alusha's the big one for me, just to see yet again if it's going to get any work done or not. And we do have it subtle. It is going to be the Priest Mirror. Highlander versus, I guess, 2-Ops/Galakron Priest. And both players playing Alusha as well, so true shenanigans can happen. I am excited to see a relatively or generally slow matchup be played by these two players, just to see if we actually have to speed cast a Priest Mirror as well, because I think that is the real challenge we're after.
That is like definitely level 7 challenge of Hearthstone casting. Yeah, so can not only can you match that pace, can you match that pace for 30 minutes straight? Might be a little bit tricky.
Probably
but
not.
We'll see what we can do. But the differences do come, of course, in the builds because the Highlander Priest generally takes over in terms of value if it does go super late, whereas the Galakron Priest, just through added consistency in their curve, has the ability to take over the game early a lot of the time. Like, they can more consistently curve Sethic into Apotheosis, for example, and just stick that to the board early and use that as an aggro leverage in the early game. So most iterations I see of this matchup have the Galakron Priest playing as the aggro and the Highlander Priest playing as the control, with more value in the late game. As we'll see if this matchup plays out in the same way.
Yeah, already. Fnatic not taking too long there, just on the mulligan, just keeping hold of that one maker. And Lightning keeping the Morazong along with the Draconic Studies. What do you like about this?
I wasn't listening to what you said. What I like about this, Raven, is the Zephyrus Raised Dead in the hand of the Highlander Priest. Am I close?
Close enough. I'll give it to you, yeah. It's not the question I asked you in any respect, but it's fine. I'll take that as an answer regardless.
Okay, all right.
So generally, we're expecting to see the wild growth from here, from Fnatic here, just to get that extra little ramp, and then, as you mentioned, just having a Raised Dead if the Zephyrus is answered, to be able to just guarantee another one. So, yeah, pretty huge deal.
Yeah, this is kind of the idea here, right? Is that you can play your first Zephyrus for a freebie card, and like, what's probably the best card in the game if it's just free, and you don't have to use your Zephyrus for it? It's probably just the Wild Growth, right? There's no point taking any other card there. Just take the universally good one. And now here we go. Fnatic has the option to set up basically whatever Raised Dead he would like here, and I think with no other minions in hand just yet, I think cashing out on the Wand Maker seems very reasonable indeed. Holy Smite, pretty perfect option just for mana usage this turn, I suppose. But now, Lightning himself does have Kaj and a Zephyrus in his Raised Dead pool. Although he would not be able to use the latter for quite some time if he was able to get one back.
That is one heck of a long-term plan, isn't it? If that's to go for it, it's like, right, perfect. The long plan's going to pay off eventually. Most importantly, though, he's going to grab the board nice and early with the 5-6 there. And even with a Zephyrus down, it does mean that, the Zephyrus has to be used to now answer this, even though it can't, if that makes sense. Like, yes, there can be Shadow Word Death or whatever to answer this.
You just hex it.
Okay, sure. If it's going to go for hex, that's better.
Yeah, I was wondering whether... So the idea here is you can either kill 0-1 Taunt, or you can have an extra Wand Maker in your hand by potentially suiciding it first. I'm not sure if pushing the 5-6 down to 4 health would mess with your Zephyrus options, where it then might give you sources of 4 damage, for example, to throw out there instead of the Hex, but I think you still would have got the Hex. So it's a pretty interesting decision about whether you want immediate board or just a little bit more extra value in your hand with the Wand Maker by letting that die first for the Raised Dead.
Bit of a lull in the action right now as there's just a heal trade coming from Fnatic. Lightning also doesn't really have too much to do, and I do wonder if, because of the matchup, is this ever just start with a renew and just see what happens? Oh, Lightning decides not.
Hard pass. He's seen shaking his head. I think he really does want to be playing a bit more tempo heavy than this in the matchup. But yeah, this has devolved all the way down to basically both players' hands being filled with extremely reactive options. Murazon's on both sides, kind of by definition a reactive card. Soul Mirror, Elucia, Shadow of Death in Lightning's hand, Plague of Death, Shadow Madness, Breath of the Infinite in Fnatic's hand. Neither player just really has anything to do, so I think, yeah, Fnatic here saying, yeah, sure, I will dump my first Murazons just to match you on the Galakron value here. And the Priest Mirrors, this used to be it, you know, like it was just play Galakron, grind out value until fatigue. It's not quite so much that anymore, but it is still important to be able to generate value, because if you run out of value, you run out of tempo. You can't push tempo unless you have cards to play, so if you're running out, you will eventually lose on the tempo battle, which mostly Priest Mirror is now. Don't think there's a read here, not one that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I mean, would the Cabal Shadow Priest have been played by now?
Don't think so. I don't think Apotheosis would have been played by now. Maybe the read is actually against Renew, because Fnatic feels like maybe he would have just used a Renew on one of the turns to find something to do, potentially. And interesting.
I'll be honest, I was surprised he didn't Renew last turn, because it's just he has two, could just pop one and just see, okay, is there anything worthwhile? But they choose to hold on to it.
Nice.
And how much do you think Lightning, or either of the players actually, are considering fatigue? Is that something they're thinking about this early in the game?
Well, so it's really hard to get a read on in the Priest Mirror these days because some of them go to fatigue, some of them don't. And obviously, if you draw cards with things like Cleric of Scales, less games will go to fatigue because you're being more aggressive with your resources and trying to end the game, right? So you kind of have to assess whether you're in a position to end the game as the aggressor. I think from Lightning's perspective, paying a little bit of attention to fatigue here and not drawing cards with Cleric of Scales just yet is probably wise, because he's kind of failed to get the early push going that he would have wanted as the 2-ops version of the deck. If you do start getting that push going, by all means, draw some cards, get Apotheosis, get whatever you need to keep up the pressure if you feel like you can end the game from that point. And like on that note, you see both players right now with High Abyss on the board, right? Which, much like Cleric of Scales, does consume the card from your deck when it casts a spell. So it actually functions as a weird form of card draw in that regard. And just both players just refusing to play spells and actually take advantage of the spell burst mechanic. Pretty funny.
Yeah, and I think as well, unlike, for example, when it's played in Paladin lists, there are a lot of spells that are actually negative to be cast, right? Like, there are tons of spells you actually just don't want to be used up. So it's not even purely about the fatigue implications, but also about just kind of blowing out your own turn.
Yeah, obviously any spell that comes from High Abyss's spell burst, it does target Abyss first, if possible. So therefore, like, if you rip a Penance, it's just going to shoot your own Abyss with the Penance. So it's a pretty interesting card to be navigating in a Priest Mirror for sure. And Lightning is going to have to go through that dilemma all over again, as he now has another one in his hand alongside the Cursed Frog.
Yeah, it's one of those like weird side bonuses of hexing something in this matchup, especially because of Raised Dead. Not only, generated like Mass Resurrect and stuff like that, but because Raised Dead is so common, like, yeah, that's a pretty big deal that just one of those minions is just a frog. Love it.
I mean, upside is hand size can actually seriously become an issue in this matchup, especially when things like Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, Skeletal Dragon, Galakron Hero Power, Raised Dead, all of these tools that like fill up your hand size even more. Just having a 0-mana minion that you can just dump out on board was actually pretty valuable this turn.
The only disappointing here for me from Frenetic is that you can't Soul Mirror this turn, because it would be great. Just frogs for everyone. You play the long game, Soul Mirror, and then Krunks buff the frog, and then you lethal them with it later on. Oh,
we somehow managed to devolve the game state down to it's just 7 frogs on each side of the board. just the weirdest game of Turtle Mage you've ever seen.
Staring at each other, like.
Yeah. This draws a card, remember?
You are too late. This return is not.
The both Galakron.
Yep. Nice way to clear all this off, though. Leave himself with the Krunks. The Aeon Reaver in Lightning's hand could make short work of this, though.
Could indeed.
Maybe.
He also has a Lazul's Scheme Cabal Shadow Priest combo that will be coming together over the next couple of turns that can create some kind of giant tempo swing. I think just see moused over it there, it was at 2 at that point. So I suspect this might just be the Aeon Reaver turn. Currently no way to manipulate that, I believe, that I see in hand.
Nope.
Even a Kobold Lackey wouldn't have worked there. Couldn't shoot himself in the face because it's actually health damage that you have to, health that you have to change for the Brittlebone Destroyer, so removing 2 armor wouldn't have done it.
I always ask the question though, Sol. Is that armor really
Is
there?
the armor real? Yeah, I knew it was going.
Ghost armor.
It's a good point. I haven't actually checked since the Galakron's happened, so I am going to keep an eye on that now.
It's like potential visual plot armor, isn't it? It's wait a minute, are they actually dead? not the most powerful turn here from Fnatic. Gonna just
No.
leave Lightning with a pretty solid response, actually. If he gets to just attack or at least take control of the board even further, then even though he's not exactly setting up lethal in the near future, it does mean that just yet again Fnatic is on the defensive and doesn't really have a good way to go about it.
It does feel like a pretty good turn for Lightning just to push and just force Fnatic to do something on the following turns.
Yeah, and it's just throwing... Wait, how many cards does he have? Is that 10?
He's at 10 right now.
I was thinking of throwing the Ysera down, just because he's so comfortable this turn.
I'm looking at like Apotheosis, Skeletal Dragon, smash face with everything. Just try and force Fnatic to react. Maybe try and get one of those big AoEs out of hand if possible.
Is he going to scheme?
Just going to burn a card. This is legal. This is a thing you are allowed to do.
Oh yeah, I'm just interested whether... Okay, so he values Scheme higher than the a card from his deck, which I think is fair with the Cabal Shadow Priest in
with
hand.
Cabal Shadow Priest in hand, I think that's absolutely correct, yeah.
I definitely agree with it. I'm on board. I was just interested to see if that's what Lightning thought of the card, right? Because it was the throwaway card he could have used up.
Yeah, sure. Well, and so it begins, Raven.
Yeah.
RPS Soul Mirror Murazond has begun.
I have too many cards.
But Lightning's response is actually so powerful here. Doesn't even need to go for it.
It's a huge deal, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, and already you can see why that was not the card to actually just throw away that turn, and why it was worth so much for Lightning to burn, whatever card from his deck. It turned out that he didn't even get, it wasn't a bad burn anyway from his deck, so it was even better. But you look at the power now, like, what does Fnatic actually have to do? Probably just going to have to be a Plague this turn, isn't it? Unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Nope. It's just too big, too much of a threat.
Yes. And this is what Lightning will be expecting. Obviously, ideally, he just got to ride the Ysera value train until the end of the game. But it is kind of a mentality in this Priest Mirror when you're playing against Highlander Priest. It's okay, let's just get the Plague of Death out of my opponent's hand at some point, right? Like, you have to make those huge boards to eventually challenge the Plague of Death.
What if...
Good lord, this hand is clunky. Renew just to find a card to dump? Like, is that where we're at? Looks like it. Dark Prophecy. It's one of the best options he could have found, I think. Yep. Pace of play just a little bit slower here from Lightning, worth noticing.
I would have been a little bit shocked, honestly, if this was going to be more play of the previous game speed that we've seen in this matchup specifically, especially because it wasn't solved with a 1-2 punch early in the game, right? It has gone down to that sort of grindy value-based matchup.
You were there, right? You did watch Bly's play a Priest Mirror.
Yeah, but I still think Blythe is a pretty unique player in himself for stuff like that. I also saw Blythe pull off a KT turn and win a game before I even realized he played KT. Like,
That's also fair. Lightning here continuing to generate Cleric of Scales off his hero power. Now has 2 Clerics stuck in his hand, which he is showing zero willingness to play here. His hand is getting incredibly congested with just unplayable garbage right now.
Interesting play there, actually, because there was an option for Fnatic to actually just go for a slightly more power on board with the Alex Straza. He would have burnt one of them, but it was just more actual power down, so... Wouldn't have been as strong, of course, but now I think either way the response of this Murazon was going to be a huge problem. Now the Dream coming into play. Oh,
yeah. I imagine Lightning just was hard locked on dreaming almost the first minion that Frenetic was going to play at that point. Like, he cannot get stuck into this idea of trying to get max value out of every card in his hand at this point, right? Like, it's just too congested. He just needs to get some cards out of his hand.
Yeah, we could have gone for it the other way and dreamed his own Murazand. Said, haha.
Raven, that's the opposite of what I'm saying. Very nice. Cute little apotheosis usage here. That's not a combination of words I've ever tried to say before. We saw the Inner Fire get used very similarly a couple of times and not get used very similarly on one occasion in the previous games from Lightning. But yeah, using those buff spells offensively as Priest is something that you do have to keep your eyes open for. Very nicely spotted from Frenetic.
Yeah, did just see Shadowed Ruin as well, so... That Giant going to look a little bit more, or at least have expectations higher than usual, I guess, for Lightning.
Yeah, he did end up paying 7 for it, which is never exactly the dream. But again, just cards out of hand, I think, is vital for Lightning here, and I think he's doing about the best job he could be doing with just trying to dump out his hand as efficiently as possible, try and make some room.
I do wonder if this is just a good enough Soul Mirror turn. It's definitely not great, but he could get the trade. He gets his own 3/3 with lifesteal, then he could heal it up, so it trades... oh, so he can't heal up because of the Galakron, so... okay, maybe not.
Did you just look at Galakron in his hand and assume he wasn't Galakron?
Yeah, I did. I was looking at the hand and was like, oh yeah, I can do this. Instead, I guess this is an interesting approach of if you don't know what to do, see if your opponent's got anything better.
I mean, if anything, he's doing Lightning a favor here.
Oh,
like,
this is sick.
Just using some of these cards that he's just not interested in using. The problem is these Cleric of Scales, though, because boom, draw a spell, card draw, boom, draw a card, card draw. That potentially offsets the fatigue deficit that you get with the Mindrender Elucia, because now Frenetic just swaps straight back again and says, there you go, buddy, have your deck back, draw another card, and suddenly look at how the fatigue situation has flipped.
Not only fatigue, but yes, we had times throughout this game where Lightning needed to dump some cards, but I don't think that many. Like, look at the hand quality now. Not only is Frenetic ahead on fatigue, but Frenetic can play bomb after bomb after bomb for the foreseeable future, whereas Lightning just frankly cannot. He has a couple of good turns in him, and that's probably it.
Yeah, he can kind of still get some stuff done, though, right? Like, Skeletal Dragon will generate him more threats, Draconic Studies will generate him more threats.
Dance, puppet.
Money needs 5 more minutes.
Soul Mirror is a decent answer to at least one board state that his opponent generates, and he's still, like, pretty comfortable in terms of the current board. Don't get baited by the initial Elucia switch. It's just going right back again. Don't you worry.
The animation does just have to happen, though, so that's why we see it do that.
Yeah. But yeah, even with his Giant dying to the Nightmare effect, he's still currently ahead on board, still pushing. And he does now absolutely have to, because that was an enormous hit to the fatigue counter on that Elucia turn.
And honestly, Saul, I will say, one of the few good and solid Elucia turns I've seen.
Yeah, really clean. Really clean.
Throughout the whole of GM as well. I'm including everyone here. Literally one of the better turns, almost maybe even the best one I've seen with a player here in Elucia. So that was solid.
And he knew, like, this is an experienced Elucia player. You can just tell, because he saw the hand and then he went, brilliant. Draw my opponent a card, which is something that you do have to process for a second if you're not, like, actually familiar with the matchup to that level. Draw my opponent a card, draw my opponent a card, dump my opponent's hand, and then just instantly knew to end with the second Elucia as well. To switch back for just maximum disruption. Very, very nicely done.
I think after that, it's still recovering, though. He does have, again, as you mentioned, Skeletal Dragon, pretty powerful turn. The problem is, does he have enough powerful things to outdo not only the Frenetic's pretty value-based hand here, but also just that 2-card difference in the fatigue matchup. It's huge.
That's the problem, right? He actually needs to set up a win condition now, because the context of the matchup has flipped. It's looked for some time like this was going to be an iteration of the Priest matchup that was going to go very, very long. And that's the inherent risk with playing Alucia in the matchup, whereas normally it forces fatigue further against the player that plays the Alucia, because it causes multiple draw steps to happen from the deck of the player that played the Alucia, so they generally move further towards fatigue. But because Frenetic could then offset that with the extra card draws and the double flip, he was able to put himself in a very, very commanding position on all aspects of the matchup, really. Resources, board state, and fatigue.
And just a casual Kaligos here for Frenetic for 1 mana, which doesn't seem too shabby at all. Didn't really have a spell to follow up with, but can discover one, of course, from this.
Any artists out there, if we could
Silence.
get a redesign of Kaligos, the casual Kaligos, just Kaligos art, just wearing a t-shirt and jeans, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Casual ghost. Seems good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, what was that? What am I talking about? Silence. Ha! Yeah, like silencing the skeletal dragon was even remotely casual enough for casual ghost. Instead, just steal it instead, and this looks insanely more powerful.
It certainly does.
I've got a funny feeling, Saul, that Frenetic's played a good chunk of Priest.
Yeah, this is a dangerous turn, though. This is something that he's potentially walked into a little bit. Mind Control hits the absolute smallest target, but he's going to get his own Kaligos, which means the amount of spells available to him as well. But now he doesn't have the board space for a Soul Mirror. And look at Frenetic's positioning potentially here as well in terms of which minions are going to spawn first from the Soul Mirror. Small stuff on the left, big stuff on the right.
What if?
Yeah, even though Lightning can trade 2 minions away, it's just not going to be enough, is it?
Okay. I'm interested. That's a Reliquary of Souls. That makes Priest Mirrors very stupid.
It does, but I think nowhere near to the extent that it did like last expansion.
Nope, not at all. You are absolutely correct. But yeah, he manages to get down the chain far enough to reach to the 8/8. But yeah, I'm not sure how much of this positioning from Frenetic was deliberate, but having the smaller minions over to the left-hand side is usually correct when you are considering the threat of Soul Mirror from the opponent. Right back at you, buddy.
Yeah, there you go. And in the opposite fashion, even if there wasn't space, it would still work out pretty well for Frenetic here.
Yes, that was very much not in Lightning's control on the previous turn, though, because obviously Murazon spawned a bunch of minions randomly, and then Soul Mirror is automatic as to where the positioning goes.
Yeah, of course, of course. It was just funny how opposite the turns looked,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It was just literally opposite. Now, once again, Frenetic just securing this board, and once more, Lightning has to go back and try and work out a way to, again, not only survive, but actually win. He's 2 cards down in fatigue.
Yeah, just not seeing it from this point. Doesn't look like fatigue is going to end up being overly relevant. Looks like Frenetic's just going to have the big push here at the end.
You don't pick the one.
And this is something that can happen with the Highlander build, is that if it doesn't end early, they do tend to be in an advantageous position, as I was saying way back at the start of this matchup. Because they do have access to the Plague of Death in their deck to be able to have a mass board clear. Generally, 2 Ops Priest, Galakron Priest, Control Priest doesn't play that card. If they very rarely does it happen. So they get into situations like this with the Soul Mirror already gone. The Highlander Priest essentially just has complete freedom just to load up these giant board states and end the game. And that's like exactly what is going to happen here. 20 showing?
Yep, I was just doing a quick count myself, and I checked 22. Is it ever worth just playing the spell kit in case there's an inner fire and it's just lethal?
Seems good.
Go for steal
Let me
instead,
change
huh?
your mind.
I mean,
sure.
It's still a very powerful turn, don't get me wrong, but I think I would have just played the spell kit and been like, you know what? There's a lot of good cards I could get. One might just win me the game.
That's because you, Raven, would be impatient and tired of playing a Priest Mirror and would just be looking to end it as quickly as possible. Frenetic is a seasoned Priest Mirror veteran. He knows what he is doing. He's happy to grind this out for as long as possible.
Pretty true, actually, yeah. I would have just gone, nah, let's just see if we get lethal.
Hey! Nice. Zephyrus? There was a Zephyrus in there, remember? I set it up ages ago.
The frog, though.
Pretty sure it would have been active.
The ultimate face of doom right there, highlighted.
Oh my goodness, that would have been so clutch. Like the Zephyrus Brawl if he'd have raised edited it there and it was active. Oh my goodness.
Would have been pretty insane, but Frenetic does take the victory. And honestly, I do just... It's exhausted himself after that. I will say, just wind back, that Alusha turn was clutch. And I think that was the turn that overall had the most impact of Frenetic winning that game. And it was very clean. There wasn't even questions. It was just, okay, Alusha, look at the hand. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Alusha again, done. And you can see the impact it instantly had. It wasn't even like a weird way to play or a long shot or see if this works out. It was like, no, this just will be good. And guess what? It was. Very impressive, honestly.
Yeah, it was interesting going into Specialist Week of Grandmasters because there was a certain pool of players, a particular practice group, who designed their Priest Mirror variation of Priest in their lineup. I think it was their tertiary deck, which they said was their anti-Priest build, had cut Elusha because it felt like a very awkward card to use in a lot of situations. It was hard to dump your hand and not give enormous value over. There is that fatigue factor that you're talking about. Generally, it was very, very awkward to find situations where you felt like the Elusha wasn't helping your opponent more than it was you. But right there, Frenetic, like he found the gap, he found the window. And also, I will say, Nightning's reaction the second the Elusha happened, he knew how in trouble he was as soon as Elusha hit as well, and that was clearly something that he was considering up until that point.
Well, we are now diving into a Mage Mirror, and both players just really going for this win. As I mentioned earlier, single elimination. This isn't, okay, I lost a round, I'll do better next round. It's just not the case anymore. Everything on the line for these players. Frenetic on the Mage on the bottom, and of course, Nightning on the Mage on the bottom.
And this is a very, very high tempo hand here from Nightning. Primordial Studies on 1 into the Lab Partner, already discounting the Mana Giant, and then the rest of his hand was double Ray of Frost and Wand Maker, so that is 3 more discounts already locked up and ready to go for the Mana Giant. Oh, Cram Session hit now. Off the top as well for that juicy, juicy card draw. Mana spent? Mana spent. Love it. Absolutely love it. You might ask, what does that do? Well, consolidates a 2-2 on board, it consolidates a 1-2 on board, and it spends 1 mana towards discounting the Mana Giant. Not immediately, but that 1 mana does need to be spent to get the generated copy of Ray of Frost in your hand to discount the Mana Giant. So, a lot of things being achieved.
The only times you'd ever really ask questions about a turn like that is if there was a Sorcerer's Apprentice in hand, and then you can talk, right? Because then that it means you can actually just have that for 0 whenever. But yeah, with no Sorcerer's Apprentice in sight, completely agree. Just get the mana spent, set up as much as possible, and see if he can land the Giant first. But I will say, it's important to note, landing a Giant initially, although good, does not just win the game, right? There's enough freeze on your opponent's side, but what it does is it forces your opponents onto a defensive stance, and not for them to be the aggressor instead. So still, very, very powerful thing for Nightning to set up here.
Yeah, what it does is you have an 8/8, and that's generally a good thing.
See the maybe the weird looking ping there for Frenetic to actually just lose his minion to a trade as well.
Yeah.
But again, just Frenetic valuing the spell damage effect of the Lab Partner much more over making his maybe his 2/2 live a little bit longer.
It says explode.
It's looking just a little bit dicey though for Nightning, at least from where I'm sat, Sol, because although he has the board and he's had a good early start and he has got this Mana Giant plus some spells to reduce it down, that's all he's got. He hasn't got card draw, so his resources to follow up with aren't guaranteed. Whereas Frenetic, although is fighting back on board, still just has access to a ton of stuff. Magic Trick, Mana Cyclone, Cram Session of its own,
right.
as well.
Yeah, you are correct. And yeah, no, we'll blow past the time it didn't work. We'll just focus on the time it did. You're absolutely right, and I think Lightning has responded perfectly to the situation as well. Like, he could have just sat back, preserved some resources here, waited until he drew Apprentice or Shambhala or whatever else, but like, instead he tried to stick a 2-2 and push some damage with a 2-2. He's spending his spells to get those discounts down as quickly as he possibly can. This is what his hand does. It plays Giants early and it tries to win the game. His hand has shown zero sign of being able to do anything else.
Whoo! You were saying?
Bingo!
Still, though, Frenetic does have access to a Mana Giant of his own and just simply card draw and more spells. Just to keep things even. Just Evocation, rip the Polymorph.
Yeah, Coin, Evocation, Polymorph, Rolling Fireball here works as well.
Freeze?
Or Piece by Piece. Brain Freeze, Arcane
Same.
Breath, Mana Cyclone, or Mana Giant? Take your pick. Are you kidding me?
Darek is loving that turn right now. I can feel it. Even though he's not here on cast, I can feel his excitement at this game of Hearthstone right now, as the response is, of course, the evocation from Lightning.
What was that evocation? That is the best non-Sorcerer's Apprentice evocation I have ever seen in my life. Deal with an 8/8 with 3 perfectly efficient, cheap spells so you can then land a Cyclone at the end of the turn? Insane. Point of debate about whether to play an 8/8 or a 2/2 here in this scenario as well, by the way, but we saw this situation come up previously, and I was very much advocating in our chat for playing the 8/8 and arguing with Darek, who said he thought playing the Cyclone was fine. That was a different scenario because Elemental Allies was in play in that previous game, so there was no worry of resources. For the player who, I think was it actually Lightning who was doing it?
It was Lightning. It was Lightning.
Yeah, okay. So in that scenario, he was going to draw cards no matter which order he played it round. Whereas this way, like, he has a solitary Cram Session in his hand, which is not quite as exciting in terms of refilling resources. So I think I'm okay with the Mana Cyclone in this spot. Ooh, hello. Should be fine. We have the technology these days that this should all resolve itself. Yeah, you can see from next reaction.
It wasn't me.
Wasn't me. I have done nothing. I am innocent.
Yeah, I do believe just before we got into the game, Lightning did have a small internet issue. He just had to do a quick reset on his router. So I think that might have been on his end. But as you can see, he's back, ready to play again. So again, nothing really lost apart from a few seconds, which honestly in this series, so I'm pretty okay with. If we just stall for a few seconds. Our breath.
Cram Session for 3 now. And this Giant is coming down. Cycle the Arcane Breath? Spend your mana? No? Okay. Alright. Can I interest you at all in shooting your own Kobold Sand Trooper with your Arcane?
No. Because if it doesn't get pinged, it does even more damage.
Okay.
Okay, not too shabby. Look at the spell damage. Ugh.
It's just so much damage. Arcane Breath, Fish for lethal. There has to be outs here, right? Like, what are they? He's already pushing 8, 9 with the ping. Polymorph can be used to push through.
I was looking whether there was, like, some kind of potion play at all, which I like.
Of course you were.
Yeah, but there's Raz and Azure exploring on the board. Like, that's insane.
Yeah. You're actually right. You're actually right. You're actually right.
It's insane.
What to do? What?
Frenetic, come on. You take the potions when you can, just
it's
because
too late
it's cool.
now, though, isn't it? Isn't it too late at this point?
Yeah, well, So he could potion, he could still double Ray of Frost, right? I don't think it was too late, right?
Well, he has to... No, because he has to replay both, right? So it costs him 6 total to go potion, play the one-mana minion, play the one-mana minion.
Yep,
and then he already has hand space issues, and he's already cast the magic trick. So yeah, I think it was too late.
You're right.
I think it was too late at that point. But yeah, that absolutely was the potion play. Yeah, absolutely was.
So much damage from double Raz, double Azure Explorer. Evolving Missile's now gonna... No! Okay. Reduce some of the threat level down, but that still is just 6 damage. Oh, Ray of Frost clutch, though, for Lightning there. Fending off some of this board-focused aggression, and so I don't think Frenetic just doesn't have that kind of power play that he could have had if he had the double Raz.
Yeah. Potion was the nuts. You were absolutely correct. That's twice in one day I've had to say those words, Raven. This is getting scary.
My favorite Masters tour so far.
I know.
Was even just maybe at a quick glance, just even looking at Mirror Entity there, just as a secret to just playing, and it makes the board potentially even bigger and more difficult for Lightning to deal with. Only because the other options didn't even look remotely good for the rest of his hand.
Okay, so you take the Malagos, you Wand Maker into Studies, and then you Studies into the Dragon to then play your Malagos. Eh? Pretty sure you're still dead in every world, even if you do that.
If you want, yes. It's a good amount of damage, though. Just get the Dragon, which is a big deal.
Yes. He does have to continue to keep clear. Ooh, he has to continue to keep clearing as a matter of urgency, because Frenetic still doesn't really have to worry too much about these minions on the other side of the board, because he does have plenty of Frost Novas to be going around at this point. It's much, much more important for Lightning to be continuing to answer Frenetic's board.
Yeah, I was also just mildly interested to see if this Feywing could come down. I do know Frenetic had some other choices as well. He had the Evasive Draconid he could have picked on that Discover. He did go for the Feywing, and it's just not hit the board yet, and I feel like it should have by now. Especially with these Novas to back it up. Like, that just feels strong to me.
Right. He could have even after this point, right, he could still do it now just with the Raise if he wanted to.
Yeah,
and use the Raise as straight up clearing power instead, though. Interesting. I mean, we're allowing the 6/6 to survive. He's just playing control. Opponent at 8. Okay.
You don't pick the ones.
My worry about playing... As to prove my point, my worry about playing that kind of style at this point in the game is you're against Mage. Don't give them time, because they can do silly, silly things if you give them time, whether that's a Prime, Evocation that we can see, just some kind of pressure or generation, Conjurer's Call discovered or in some way. I feel like this is the one class that you don't want to go, oh, I can take this slow, it'll be fine.
Right.
Because a lot of the time, it's not fine.
Sometimes I just think, like, sound designers... Hey, you, make the sound of a ghost Murloc. Okay, get right on it.
It's a great job, isn't it? Imagine. Wait, Fireball, there's Deep Freeze available to him?
Yeah, Deep
Freeze. It's a really good evocation, actually, wow.
It is, yeah. Deep Freeze, Multi-Ray of Frost available. Apexis. Far left card is what? Is that Icicle?
Icicle, isn't it? Icicle, yeah. I will admit, Frost Nova double Fireball does look appealing, and that's just good.
And then, what's your plan after that, Raven?
Then I'll rip the Prime. Look, I never said it was good. I said it looked appealing because it's Frost Nova double Fireball. That's just sick.
Okay. He doesn't have the Prime, right? Didn't his... I think his Astromancer got devolved, right? I don't think it's in there.
Oh, it did. You are completely right. Yeah. You can find a new one.
You certainly can find a new one, yeah, it's very possible. That is well within the realms of possibility for this deck.
It's a 1 Fireball at least? Okay, Lightning. I'm 50% okay with this turn.
Was this better than Deep Freeze?
Probably not.
I really don't feel like this was better than Deep Freeze. I'm not
No,
sure enough was
me
achieved
neither.
this turn.
There was a reason that my order of suggestions was, oh wow, deep freeze this turn, and then, oh, you could double fireball face.
Why is there still Evocation? Why does it just never leave? Evocation is just that guy that hangs around at the party too long. You know, it's like it's wound down, everyone else has got the hint, they've all left, and there's just that one guy still hanging out that won't leave your damn house. That's Evocation.
This is a weird 2-for-2 where Derek also made a similar story about the person who just always finds a way to stick around.
Oh, really?
So kind of weird that you both made a very similar anecdote there. But yes, that is just another evocation. Right, okay, let's just completely break down an entirely new set of 10 Hearthstone cards.
Sculptor? Scryer?
Yeah,
it's
I was
between the
looking
two
at
for me,
Sculptor,
and I
yeah.
think probably just actual card draw is probably superior for Lightning at this point.
Yeah, but I did assume he would get an evocation next turn as well, so does he really need the card draw?
That's a good point, yeah.
Like, look at the problem with this Fey-Wing, though. I mean, it's been dealt with now, but I feel like if it was just down a little bit earlier in the game from Frenetic, it would have been a real issue here. And Lightning has just been on 8 health forever at this point.
I actually give up. I quit. See you guys there. Bye.
Okay, welcome to her solo cast with Raven. Day 1, first match of the day, and I'm already on my own. Oh, well, there's another one.
Okay, I'm back to say, that's funny. Now I'm off again. Bye.
Oh, I am just awaiting the patch notes for the next balance patch, and it's just going to be evocation cannot be generated more than once in a game of Hearthstone. Oh, an apprentice for Frenetic next turn, but once again, he's playing a weird, like, freeze control style here, and I feel like there were opportunities that were missed to just end this game of Hearthstone.
Okay, I just had to wait for one awkward pause to establish the bit, and now I'm back. We're good.
Okay.
It's fine. Yeah.
I said he could get a prime.
Stars! Power for the taking! I will crush your delusions of grandeur!
I wonder what card Frenetic is going to play next turn. What do you think?
Honestly, based on the cards he didn't play on the previous turn, I have absolutely zero idea what cards he's going to play this turn, if I'm perfectly honest, Raven.
Pretty sure that Evocation is going to come down here. He does have access to a bit of his hand here. Oh, that'll do it. Okay, now you can play Freeze Mage.
Uh-huh. Dump the mysteries, make the space. Evocation, find yourself a solution. A Pexis Blast Frostbolt,
right.
okay. Did we find it this time? Are we there? Are we out of this nightmare-scape of a game? Have we done it?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if the game just stalled and another Evocation just got played out of nowhere there. But, congratulations to Frenetic, of course. He does win his first match and move on to the semis. And just a crazy series overall. I don't know how Sottle's asleep by the looks of things in that series, because that was anything but boring. A really weird series at certain points, but that last game, I do think that Frenetic maybe just lost his way a little bit and did get bailed out a bit by the Evocation after Evocation for him, which of course Lightning had access to as well. I think Frenetic put himself in a position where he needed one, whereas Lightning kind of got forced into that.
I feel like all 4 people involved in the broadcast of that series may have lost the plot at some point during the ending towards that Tempo Mage mirror, but Oh, Evocation is a heck of a card, Raven, and we saw an awful lot of them towards the end. But Frenetic, perhaps against himself for a second, did manage to find his way over the line at the end. Looked actually, honestly, really clean up until that point. Actually, really enjoyed the way that he played up until the closing stages of that Tempo Mage game, where I think it all went a little bit wrong, but it was a particularly ludicrous series of Hearthstone. But we'll see if he can maybe just put together another strong performance in the following round, because now single elimination, it was do or die there. So Frenetic is going to advance, and Lightning has been hit with the curse.
Yep.
The Swiss curse. The undefeated player is going to go out in the initial round. It's back, Raven.
It really is. And that is just one more point I just want to go for Frenetic is when you know you are so close to winning the match and getting that one step closer, pressure actually gets worse, not better, or at least in my experience, when you know that it's just don't mess up, just don't mess up. And then that might just throw you off a little bit in some circumstances. So, again, I'm excited to see Frenetic play in the next semi-final, but we do have more matches in the quarters coming up, of course. Next up, we do have Lambie Series versus Lion, our current global champion. So it's going to be another great match to follow up this one. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to kick that one off.
Masters Tour Montreal Online is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
Glory shines, may they stand forever. Excuse me, I misspoke.
Take your pick out in the yard. Test your brains or put their spells for a salt double major honor roll.
Just be sure to stay upstairs in the hall.
Else comes on to steal your soul.
They're kidding, of course.
Dear Magic School, we vow to stay right and true. Us always, we love you. Hey, hey, USA!
We are back with more Masters Tour Online Montreal. I'm Raven. Joining me is Derek as we go into our second quarterfinal of the day. But before we do, did you enjoy watching that last match, Derek, especially that last game? I feel like it's one you would have liked.
Yeah, as you could see in our Discord there, I was having a little bit of a tiz watching that series. It was great fun to watch, if nothing else, because I feel like for Frenetic in particular, the energy and the support he's getting from the rest of the Spanish community is palpable. That you can see online. So I'm so happy for him that he managed to get through to the semi-finals. But now we've got to find out who he's going to be up against. And as you and Stoffel were talking about at the start of the day, I completely agree. This is the match of the day for me so far between our current world champion in VK Lion and Lambie series, a player who I have come into contact with a lot over the years in Hearthstone, one of the greatest players that I think we have outside of GM in Asia Pacific. It's going to be a fantastic match here.
Yeah, and there's a lot on the line for Lambie here. Not only just to beat the current champion, of course, in the form of Lion there, but which is great. Don't get me wrong, but also maybe more importantly, get those big steps towards the Asia Pacific Grandmasters, right? Because we was looking at the start of the day, the barricade, I guess, to get through of earnings isn't that tough for the Asia Pacific region, nor is it for the Americas either. So if he can go far today and maybe even take the win or even top two, like he's looking at to be in a great spot to actually become an Asia Pacific Grandmaster. And I do join you in that, and I do think he would be a good Grandmaster for the Asia Pacific region. So a lot on the line for Lambie series, but also, as I was talking about as well, the Lion, I do think there is, we put a huge emphasis on champions cementing legacies after they've already won it all. And Lion is proving that she can do that. And also, Derek, these lineups are kind of weird as well for these two players to be clashing, with a lot of differences going on between these two players.
Yeah, I really, really like the idea that Lambie series is going for here, because when it comes to counteracting the most popular deck, which was, I think, predicted to be Bomb Warrior, and then turned out, indeed, to be Bomb Warrior as the most brought archetype, some players went all the way. We saw Monsanto, obviously, with his 17 weapon destruction lineup, ETC going in those shoes, Aojiro going in a similar route where you just try and hard target it. Whereas Lambie here is going for a little bit more of a soft target. The Weapon Rogue, I think, lines up very nicely against the Warrior. The Druid that he's got in there with Survival of the Fittest and King Phaoris for a bit of extra punch. I think what, for me, it all points towards is a lineup where you can get away with leaving up Warrior and very possibly sneak in a couple of wins against it, which is, I think, his best shot at trying to take the win against the odds against VK Lion.
Yeah, and here we can see Lambie series Druid that you were talking about, especially with this King Phaoris. Looking at the stats, sort of myself we talked about earlier from Wicked Good, saying that King Phaoris has actually been dramatically underperforming in the list that it's actually been in. So it's been pretty underwhelming, at least just looking at the stats, but it is the type of card that can actually just have a huge impact, even just in a singular game, right? Also important to note as well, that Living Dragon Breath in his hand, and a pretty honestly strange approach as well, with double wild growth, meaning that Lambie clearly does not like missing his ramp in his Druid decks.
I mean, this is something that I've kind of been wondering for a while, is I was told for weeks at a time, just don't include double wild growth. It's too clunky, you don't want all that in your deck, because wild growth is definitely the weakest of the ramp cards if you include overgrowth and lightning bloom in that. But it's still so impactful if you can hit it. I think I like the list on average from Lambie series, and I've been impressed so far with King Phaoris. However, it isn't finding its matchup here against Tempo Mage. You're not really so focused on those big bombs at the end of the game that you're trying to throw down. It's more about trying to get up to your strong mid-game plan to fight back against the Mage before they can go for their big swings with Shenvala, Giant, and Jandis.
Yeah, and we do see the mage from Lion is, I would say, extremely standard, and that's not a bad thing. Obviously, it's just there's no Antonidas, there's no like plethora of one drop or one cost spells knocking about. One of one, one of another. It does just seem like a very sort of a streamlined list here from Lion. So we'll see if that helps pay off some of this or not, or is the lack of potentially devolving missiles going to be a bit of a problem, especially in this matchup?
It could be. You're definitely looking to that to fight back against those beasts in the mid-game. But one thing I want to say there, surprisingly, something I haven't experienced in a long time. I've cast some of the biggest names in Hearthstone before, like the Tices, the Silver names, whoever along the way. And yet when I saw VK Lion on screen there, I was kind of like, I got a bit of celebrity shock there. We don't get to see her on screen all too much. And I was like, wait a second, she's famous. I've seen her before.
I get to cast this match. Whoa!
Words! Pretty exciting. Yeah.
It's very exciting. Saul and myself cast a match from Lion yesterday, and honestly, some of the plays for Bomb Warrior were interesting in the real sense of the word, not calling them bad, but actually just different lines and taking a very aggressive approach into points where she could have gone actually quite defensive and probably still been okay. So definitely going to be cool to see how she manages such a flexible deck like Tempo Mage.
Lamby taking a real slow approach here, not wanting to play too reactively there, because it was obviously the line of going for Crystal Power on the lab partner and taking it down with the Hero Power on subsequent turns. I can understand this line because Crystal Power it first and then finish it off, does allow for the draw to still happen with Cram Session. But the damage has been done at this point with the Cram Session coming down, and now the Lamby series, the name of the game is just getting up to that Guardian Animals as quick as possible to swing back the board.
Right. And this is, I really dislike boiling matchups down to one specific play and one specific answer, but this is probably the closest we've got right now, at least in my experience, Derek, where the game gets so much harder if the Druid does get the Guardian Animals down if you don't have a very powerful response straight away as the Mage. And this could be one of those uphill climbs for Lion here, because although there's a lot of options, dissecting this board is going to be very difficult.
It really is, and it's the kind of hand, again, not wanting to boil decks down to one card in particular, but that just screams for an apprentice. You really want to dump some of these cards out of your hand so that you can get the Giant down, get the Evocation played with plenty of room in hand. And so, digging here for, you'd have to imagine Ray of Frost was pretty high up on the list of cards you want to find with the Wand Maker and Wand Thief. It works out reasonably well here for VK Lion. She can buy herself a bit of time before she does start to make these combos pop off.
Yep, and at least the first Ray of Frost going on the Twilight Runner does reduce down some of the card draw that Lamby series has access to, but he's also got enough stuff to just keep on going. He would love to be able to just attack with that and keep the cycle going in his hand, but he does have some pretty solid options, right?
He's got some good plays. Yeah, we're looking at obviously the power draws being Ysera, Overflow, even Broom to a lesser extent, even though it's not a value play, just to, again, lock down this board super proactively would be a valuable play.
I wouldn't even, it's kind of weird, but I wouldn't even hate here, like, just getting the Ghidra down in some form or another, not even necessarily to buff it, but just get it on board, hopefully for the following turns, because it is a bit of an awkward minion to deal with when there are other minions still on the board as well. And we can see instead, Lamby series just going for the Thresher, piling on the Thresher.
I was heavily looking at here going Lightning Bloom, Ghidra, Crystal Power, and the Lake Thresher all on this turn. It's obviously a lot of resources used, but at the moment, you don't necessarily have any card draw coming outside of obviously the Twilight Runner. So I like just going as all in as you can to try and stick something on the board and close out the game now.
And that's fair, isn't it? Because you got to think, look at this board plus a Ghidra. Like, if that isn't dealt with in such a strong fashion, then you do probably just set up a win at that point, don't you? So it's definitely important to look at those situations. But Lamby probably feeling still confident enough to be able to take this a little bit slower. And it is getting to the point where almost any of his card draws here are going to make this Ghidra very powerful as a rush sort of removal minion on any given future turn.
That's very fair as well. There's the potential for these huge, powerful top decks to come up the top. Guardian Animals, Overflow. Obviously, even with the way he's left it, getting a Survival of the Fittest would be huge as well, to be bloomed out instantly. But on the other side, for Lion, her hand is, you know, while it's not getting there quite yet and will be swept up easily here by the Lake Thresher, there's the combo. There's Giant plus Conjurer's Calling available to come down soon, which could be huge, but it's going to have to be incredibly powerful if it's going to have any chance of taking down Bloom, Gidra, Overflow. That has to be the line here, right?
Yeah, and I'm even... Yeah, because he could just use the Gidra to trade, and although the Thresher is like the ultimate value trade here,
whatever,
it's just 4 damage to face. Like,
oh,
wait, a lot of heavy breathing there from both of us as we're a bit worried for Lambi series. We've all made
almost
that
gave me a heart
mistake,
attack.
but now is not the time, is it? Like...
Yeah. I mean, in a way, it would restore my faith in the universe, because I've always held that Lambi series is too cool to be good at Hearthstone. Like, I feel like no one should be that suave and fun to hang out with, but also a top-tier Hearthstone player. But
yeah,
he's holding true for the moment.
Yeah, it's like on Lambi series, like starting character creation, he just got like double the amount of points, like attribute points you're allowed than the rest of us. And it's like, hang on a minute, you can't
Not
max
fair.
out 2 of these stats.
Well, even if Giant Conjurer's Calling were playable on this turn, I still obviously very much doubt that it would be enough to carry VK Lion to a victory. She's got to find something else, which comes in the form of Evocation into Frost Nova is pretty much all I'm seeing now for there to be any chance to even survive the turn.
And I think that's the key point. Survive. And that is not winning, is it? That's the big issue here. I guess the thing here would be into that Nova, and that there is the backup of Giant into Conjurers into like the ultimate 8 drops, I guess.
She goes for the Wand Thief there over the Mana Giant, which I understand that she gives herself more outs there to find. But I've got to say, I think the highest chance there of taking the win, in my opinion, was to go for the Evocation, try and hit the Frost Nova, and then next turn you hit some kind of a huge Giant play with Conjurer's Calling on the board.
Middle. Roll on the right!
Oh,
huge.
Could have been Doomsayer. Could have been Doomsayer. Not quite.
It got rid of the Gidra. It means she's not strictly dead, right?
She's alive. Yeah, we'll take that.
And now, because she's got that 1 turn, there is a chance that she can go Mana Giant and then Conjurers, and then see what the outcome is, and then move on from there. There is a chance that with some very powerful minions summoned from the Conjurer's Calling, that could be a way to stave this off. Obviously, the big question is, what does Lambi series do this turn to pile on even more pressure? But the big problem for me, Derek, is there isn't actually like a mega powerful turn. Like, Ysera is a powerful card and a powerful play, but it's not like game winning immediately, right? It's just a good turn setup.
Yep, you just need to have some kind of a contingency plan in case, in the worst case scenario, the board is frozen and a huge amount of threat is generated. It's very unlikely that you need a contingency plan for that, because your board is probably big enough to win the game anyway. But in case that does happen, Lambi series does have Thresher, Broomstick, Crystal Power. That's enough to clear off a lot from this board.
And here we go.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So again on the dragon?
Oh, it says explode!
Yeah, I guess.
Or trade with the Turlion, and then again on him?
Like, you need to hit Walking Fountain or Tyrion or Hulking Overfiend. You need some of the big boys. Going for Frost Nova instead. I can respect it.
Oh, no, those look like Frost Nova to me.
Yeah. No matter how you go about it, it's a gamble there, and it doesn't pay off on this occasion for VK Lion. It was an admirable effort trying to find any outs whatsoever. But Lambi series praying that he's got there, we can see he's done it. And that's going to be the win for the Druid in game 1. Lambi series that one step closer to taking down VK Lion in an incredible turn of fortune where he would be able to take down the current world champion.
Yeah, and I think you can see there the pressure that these players are feeling, right? Because Lion with no immediate board, no taunts, no nothing like that. 1 mana left. You know, Lambi Series had a ton of minions, so much overkill, it was unbelievable, and he was still like, press end turn, press end turn. It's like, what could possibly be played for 1 mana? But that's how important it is, right? It's like, it's not over till it's over approach for these players just needing these wins. But Lambi Series, as you said, does take game number 1 over Lion, and then that first step towards taking this series and moving on throughout the tournament. And he still has his Rogue and Demon Hunter to do so. And it does look like he's going to move over to his Demon Hunter. And I don't know if you caught the conversation earlier, Derek, but Lawkeeper Polkelt sort of has conceded that I am a god card knowledge and knowing what cards are good in decks and what shouldn't be cut, unlike you and Sottle thing that Polkelt should have been, and it's now been factually proven it's the best card in the world in Demon Hunter. So yeah, yay me, but most importantly, yay Lambi Series, because if that is true, then his deck looks pretty solid as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I mean, kind of yay you, but you did also say you are the supreme card knowledger in that sentence, which kind of detracts from your point a little bit. But
I think it's more you just don't understand the word choice, right? Yeah, I don't think you can really process it that well, so...
Sorry. You're speaking English too, I see, while I'm still on the first edition of English here, yeah. But I do think here for Lambi Series, I've really liked what he's been doing with the Soul Demon Hunter here. I think it's a clever bring. You know, I've been up and down on this deck. I was saying I think it's a great bring in some weeks of GM, and then when it wasn't performing so well, I was a bit fickle. I was saying I don't think it's really found the spot. But I think with the way that players are playing it in particular, they found a slot for it in the metagame. It's not just to add another Bomb Warrior to your lineup, as I've been erroneously comparing it to a lot of the time. It definitely has a unique spot, and it's found a really good matchup here against the Tempo Mage.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the matchup, regardless of specific tech cards or not, generally, I'm pretty happy to play Demon Hunter into Tempo Mage. I think the tools are all there to be able to deal with it. And mainly because the Mage doesn't run ways to freeze face. There's a lot of ways to freeze the board, but not the face. It doesn't, like, the Ray of Frost are more of an annoyance than an actual, like, game-winning stall tactic. The Mage a lot of the time, so I think that's where Demon Hunter really steps up here, and Blade Dance just already being in hand must make Lambi Series feel pretty comfortable with this potential early game pressure that Mage can put on.
Indeed, but this is the kind of hand that can get some stuff done for Lion here. She's obviously got Giant and Conjurer's Calling in hand and an Apprentice, so if she is able to find Magic Trick, Evocation, any of the cards that give Evocation, like Wand Maker as well, there are big ways for her to pull ahead in this matchup in a major way.
Lambi just decided those were the trades and now has to work out how to deal with the rest of the board. Or most importantly, work out what this secret is. Just going through the motions right now, and now he's going to get the knowledge that his Netherwing portal. Pretty lackluster minion, quite honestly.
It was a really strange turn, wasn't it? Because going just coin Marrow Slicer was definitely my first instinct, and then just hit face with everything, allow your opponent to attack, and clear up with Blade Dance next turn. But it's very possible that Lambi wants to go for Coin Sociologist, a very powerful play in this matchup, because the Mage often doesn't have a good answer to all those 3/3s there. And of course the secret messes with the maths there further. So I definitely don't hate this line from Lambi Series, but one thing I absolutely love is from VK Lion finding the Evocation. That's the card! That's what I was talking about!
I'm actually shocked with this turn, honestly. I thought this was just going to be trade the 1/6 into the 3/1 and Conjures it, right? That not look good.
Right, yeah.
That looks really solid versus play Magic Trick and hope you get a card that's good this turn. I don't know. I think it was a bit of a missed trick there. Like, this 1/6 got a trade versus a 3-attack minion, kills it off, and then you just win board. I think that was a little bit adventurous there for Lion.
Yeah, I mean, we can get into the argument of wanting to have double Conjurer's Calling for Mana Giant, but I agree with you. I think you do want to take a slightly more aggressive approach where possible.
The only benefit this play or one of the benefits, should I say, not the only. But the benefit of this play here with leaving a 1/6 on board is it often does not really die to the Blade Dance this early in the game, right? It's not often you're going to see a 6 damage Blade Dance flick across the board. But here, most importantly, Sorcerer's Apprentice, Evocation, and it's time for Lion to do the thing.
And that is a premium evocation there. Plenty of cheap spells. Giant able to come down on this turn, potentially. Not with the Conjurer's Calling. And therefore she may just save it and go for the Mana Cyclone on this turn instead. It's close. Whoa! She's holding back. She's afraid of the Blade Dance. That's why she's keeping it here. Because if it does come down and the Giant is cleared, obviously only 4 attack buff needed to get into the range where Giant instantly dies. That would be close to just lights out for BK Lion. She doesn't have an offensive push if this Giant dies.
And that's, I think, one of the problems of, although I completely agree, you have to just at least acknowledge / play around Blade Dance a little bit. I think the way to play around it the best is to go super wide. And I'm not saying she could have done that this turn or not, but the problem is Blade Dance doesn't need to be cast right now, right? Like there's not really much damage available on board anyway. I think that this is a turn where Lamy Series could Blade Dance, but definitely a turn he could just skip on it as well and actually just go for maybe another option here.
Yeah, again, he's clearly gearing up for that Coin Sociologist, I think, is the main reason it's been saved for this long.
Oh, he is going to go for it, okay. I did wonder whether it was just like a Kane turn.
So interesting, these lines. This obviously, again, sets up for Skull off the top as the main benefit of going for this line. But it's going to have to be a mighty impressive Skull because he's going to be hit with a lot of damage on the following turn, especially with those pretty premium 8-drops to be found as well. And a 6/6 from the Learned Draconic. This is the turn from Lion to swing the unfavorable matchup back in her advantage.
Insane. And that is, you know... That's the punish, right? There was the respect, I think, mainly for the Sorcerer's Apprentice. I don't think the other minions were worthy of a Blade Dance, honestly. So really it was the respect for the Sorcerers, and that's why I thought Lambie was going to go for just like Kane, trade into the Sorcerers and pass, and just take it a little bit slower. Or maybe he could have even got away with just Polk out there, but you do get to see that if that Blade Dance is forced out, it opens up all the opportunities in the world here and has done for Lion. And look at this board, Derek. What does Lambie Series even do?
I mean, there's basically nothing. This was the punish to his line of play by leaving himself with very, very few reactive capabilities on the following turn, unless, of course, Skull delivers. He left himself open to this play by playing out the Blade Dance.
Yeah, I think it pretty much has to just Skull into the other Blade Dance, right? Is that like the only realistic option here?
Is he just dead on board? He is, right? Yeah. Can't just go face. It's the only line.
Yep. Kane trade?
Trade.
Ugh, trade away minions that just get regenerated next turn anyway. Oh.
I mean, he's still 100% dead
say,
with this line. He's literally just dead on board because of the 3/3s that get summoned at the end.
Exactly.
It was a weird game there from Lambie. I got to say, I really liked the way he was playing it in the early game, but those last couple of turns really do require some closer analysis because we can also start looking at reads, I think, as well. You know, Lion was waiting at the end of her turn there with 0 mana at the end of it. You can't make a hard read on Giant, but you can at least say the thing I am weak to here is Giant coming down. I need some kind of reactivity against that. And Skull very often does not afford you that.
And that's the problem, right? I like setting up the Skull as much as the next person. But for me, question number 1 is, does one Sorcerer's Apprentice require a Blade Dance? Like, to me, almost never. Right, because it's such a good card. Also, as well, there was even options of, say, like Marrow Slicer into the Sorcerer's Apprentice, because he did still have Twin Slice, Second Slice, Hero Power, Blade Dance, which is generally a powerful backup option. So he still had options there, but I do agree that the second that Blade Dance was played onto, quite frankly, a low power board, it is the second that game really ended there. So pretty rough overall, but that does mean the series is even 1-1, and Lion looks like she is moving over to her Ace Hunter list, which, just taking a quick glance at, does look fairly standard. The big thing for me here is just looking at the secret package, because I feel like we've seen every single different makeup of secret package in Face Hunter over the course of this weekend.
We have, yeah. I've seen a lot of players going 1-1-1-1 with Pack Tactics, Pressure Plate, Freezing Trap, Explosive. She has cut the Explosive here in favor of 2 Freezing Traps, which I can get on board with. But the more salient point to me here is I really wonder how this came about, because back in the day, a couple years ago, it felt like the Chinese region and the other 3 regions were very separate in the metagames and the decks that they would bring to tournaments. And yet, this deck has not been especially popular on ladder or in Grandmasters. It kind of crept out of nowhere as a pretty smart bring, in my opinion, to take to the tournament here in Masters Tour Montreal. And I really wonder if Lion came up with it separately from a lot of the European players who are coming to this conclusion as well, or if there is more collaboration between the regions at this point. Maybe the practice groups are becoming more intermingled.
Yeah, and whether it's practice or just taking notice of, I guess, because it's something that we can see in the Masters Tours, right? This year especially, because they are being done from home, we are seeing more and more Chinese players play, right? Because, years back in these just big open tournaments or whatever that were mainly within Europe and the Americas regions, we weren't seeing that many, if any, Chinese players actually travel out to them. But now we're just seeing more and more get involved and take part, 'cause it's much easier to do so. And I think that also naturally leads to more sort of crossover between, I guess, metas between the regions as well.
Yeah, I love to see it. Already a pretty cool start here for VK Lion, where, contrary to what you would think from a deck called Face Hunter, 2 of the best cards in the starting hand have put literally no damage on the board by the end of turn 2. And yet, obviously, come turn 3, it is all going to come together. The 5-4 attack space becomes undormanted. Volpatinger can come down. And also, just the tour guide in hand with Lawkeeper Polkelt guarantees the play of Dragonbane plus an activation on turn 5. This is looking great for Lion.
Yeah, it is very, very strong here. Even the initiate means that it's just even just a potentially 1-1 this turn, which looks very strong indeed. And this is the issue, and especially if we look at Voracious Reader as well, this is one of the problems you have when you play against Face Hunter. It's like, where's your kill target? What's your priority on this board? Because, okay, you kill the 5-4, it's the biggest threat. Well, there are 2 3-3s, and there's a 1-2 that's going to gain tons of attack soon anyway. So the threats, and then with Voracious Reader is, well, that's just a 1-3. It's not directly killing you, but it kind of is as well, because it's card draw. So actually picking apart all of these very cheap targets is very, very tough indeed. And the Lambi series does have options with these 2 Soul Shares, and I think, funnily enough, that might be his best go of it. Is he could Soul Share the one of the 3-3s and the 5-4, would you say? Is that reasonable?
Well, it's either you go for the Soul Share or you just go Marrow Slicer and attack into the 5-4, and then obviously set up for Shard Shatter, which I think I probably slightly prefer. Like, you have to tank a lot of damage, obviously, and it does not feel good, but it allows you to play against a, you can expect Polkel or Dragonbane to come down on this turn. Those 2 are like pretty similar size, and then next turn Shard Shatter plus Soul Share allows you to clear up almost everything that's played, no matter what.
Yeah, and this is what's important here, though, is if there was actually not a Polkelt, say there was Voracious Reader played that turn, right? I would have still liked to have seen a Soul Share played from Lambi series, because although these are activating the Shard Shatter, that's 1 Soul Fragment gone now, and you need as many in your deck as possible to be able to, heal back up here. So I do think it's important that even if they're not optimal removal, these Soul Shares get played ASAP.
Lion showing us how it's done. A true Hunter player here. Insta 5 damage to the face, setting up lethal on the following turn. Heal is 100% necessary on this turn.
And it's just
Lambi knows it.
It's just got to be Soul Share into Kane to trade, right? And then go face with a 3-2, I think.
No, he knows
or
that kill
defend-
command is coming off the top next turn.
Oh,
He is dead.
Right, yeah, but he can soul share, right? And draw the fragments. Oh, no, of course, he's not going to get a draw this turn, is he?
Not drawing any cards.
Yeah, that's
It's-
just... Jeez.
It's skull, and then you're
Insane.
just dead. Like, he can only draw... If he draws every soul fragment,
Yeah,
he's
he has
alive.
3. He has 3, right? He's used
Yeah.
1 for the shard shatter. Oh, my.
Or I guess you can dig with this. Maybe he gets, you know, Dispel Magic to draw a card, and then he can get...
Mana burn.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, jeez.
And with the Polkelt effect, this card was guaranteed to be the damage to close things out. It's always either Kill Command or Eagle Horn Bow. Lion gets the job done here, 2-1. And this Face Hunter, just one of the cleanest, quickest, easiest games I've seen in a long time. Very, very nicely played.
And it's that opening, and you know, I mentioned it the other day as well. Face Hunter isn't just, oh, you play a big minion on 1, then on 2, then on 3, and keep going. It is a little bit more intricate, as we can see, as you mentioned, from the slightly like slow-looking start, I guess.
Yeah.
From Face Hunter. But the problem is that board state. Like I said, what do you even kill? Like, because it doesn't. Whatever you kill over there, there's something just as big hitting you from the other side. So very, very tough there. The Voracious Reader wasn't even really needed. And again, we see the also weird thing to see in a Face Hunter deck is one of the highest cost cards being a keep at 4 with the Polkelt actually just making that deck super consistent. So pretty impressive overall. And we see why Face Hunter has been, I think, a very good bring to this tournament.
But now we're getting to see, I think, the twist that Lambie Series has put into his lineup coming into action. As I was talking about, Bomb Warrior expected to be the highest bring rate archetype, and contrary to a lot of decks at the moment, is very targetable. You can put in a lot of weapon destruction. You can go for, you know, the Worm Rest Purifier to get rid of bombs in your deck if you want to get really creative. Or you can play Weapon Rogue. It has a fantastic matchup against the Bomb Warrior, unless they have a whole bunch of weapon removal stuffed in there, which BK Line does not have. I think at the very least here, even if Lambie Series can't go all the way to win 3-2, this next game at least is a nice way to reset things and get back to that 2-2 mark.
Yeah, I will say it is a little bit different there versus what we've been seeing the most, I think, in Bomb Warrior lists, where Lion is playing the Risky Skipper package with the
True.
Armor Smiths, so that can make some impact. But I do also appreciate that when we talk about this, it's like, oh, well, there's Risky Skipper, Armor Smith, right? Like, you can gain tons of armor, clear boards, it's great. You do have to draw them. And the second you don't draw Armor Smith, well, you're not gaining any armor right at that point, and then you just die. So although it can happen, it by no means means it does happen unless you lie and just draw an Armor Smith off the top, and then okay, well there's one already.
And we also see her going with the line of keeping double Corsair Cache, which at first glance obviously seems like overkill. You know, you have your weapon. You don't want to be tumbling over how much durability you have altogether. But what this gives Lion the highest probability chance of is finding that anchor. This one was a 1 out of 3 with 2 Wrench Calibers in the deck. The next one will be a 50-50, and it would be pretty unfortunate if she doesn't find it, because with Armor Smith in hand, she really wants to find those Risky Skippers.
Yeah, that's it. And oh yeah, and you can see the response.
Oh,
you can see the response straight away. That was the plan. And the thing is, Derek, the Armor Smith is like the hard bit of the combo, right? Because you can't tutor it. It's just a card in your deck. Whereas you run the 2 Risky Skippers, and with the weapon and with the Corsair Cache, you have so much more chance to actually get hold of it. But Lion missing twice and getting the Wrench Calibers in this matchup is not what she's looking for. Lambie, though, does have his weapon of choice available to him. The Self-Sharpening Sword right off the bat, along with a Krastenov in the near future, is looking fantastic for him.
Yeah, Lion knows this is not looking good for her at the start. It's an unfavorable matchup, and she got pretty unlucky not finding the anchor in a 2 out of 3 chance to have found it at that point. But what I will say is that for her here, there is a silver lining in this situation. You get to hit your opponent in the face. The game plan goes from defensive to supremely offensive here. You just get to try and swing every turn, get the Horde Pillager down, allow Barov to clear the board in the meantime, and pray that that can get there.
Yeah, this could prove a bit of a problem though. One thief now. Mirror image looks pretty good. Brain freeze not too bad.
I'm kind of looking at Conjurer's Calling here. Like,
Oh,
Jandis and Krastenov are both pretty premium targets if they stick. Jandis in particular, of course.
I guess that's my thing. Like, if they stick, like the way I'm looking at this is, if it's not Krastenov this turn coming up, if there's no minions being played, then Lambie series can go for Jandis, and then after that, it can be Krastenov into the mirror image to protect.
Yeah.
Which makes him stick more often. Which, guess what, makes more damage happen. I like it.
Okay, I can respect it. I can definitely respect it. But on the other side, huge draw for Lion. Even if she can't find herself the anchor, she can at least get Risky Skipper, Armor Smith combo, and leading into a Jandis turn. At the very least, this can wipe out 2 of the minions on board and gain her some health.
Well, even better now with just can she just go for Barov?
I think it is probably just Barov, actually. Like, you really want to get the Armor Smith activation, but this damage is not worth the armor.
Well, that's it, right? Yeah, Lion won't gain enough armor immediately to offset all of this damage, so Barov kind of gets her armor at this point.
It's a sad way to go about it, but the game plan is now here for Lion. She's found herself 2 Wrench Calibers, Horde Pillager, and most importantly of all, Blast Master Boom. That on turn 7 is going to be when she tries to just end the game.
Hey, though, this does give Krasinov a target, which means that is another swing of the weapon. A huge deal here as this weapon is going to get, like, I'm not going to say twice as big because that is obviously incorrect, but just going to get twice as many activations and start stacking up even more now. Putting class, great pick up off the top to keep the value going.
So huge. This hand went from garbage to pretty insane. All of a sudden, Infiltrator Lillian plus Greyheart to draw again next turn. Or heck, maybe even just a Steel Dancer to get a 6-drop on board.
Also, that is pretty sick as well. The mirror image does mess with Blade Storm, quite a lot, right? If one of those sticks. A little bit awkward.
Or Lion clearly toying with the idea of just gaining
Armor
2 on this turn and clearing off the taunts. It's not ridiculous, right? Like, you get 4 damage face, you gain some armor, you stick an Armor Smith, and it sets up for Blastmaster Boom next turn.
Yeah, I think there are stretches that are going to have to be made here, honestly, in terms of the plays. So I like it because how does this 1-2 Armor Smith actually get dealt with, right?
Right. There are very few ways in the deck to cleanly clear it off. And then next turn, it could just be another Blade Storm if Blastmaster Boom isn't reactive enough at that point.
Well, here's an additional question then. Is there a world in which it's Blade Storm first and then Armor Smith?
There's many different ways to play around this. You could go Armor Smith after, you could go Hero Power here. I think anything that involves Blade Storm here is something that I like because it shows to me that Lion realizes this game's ending soon. One way or the other, this is going to be over in the next couple of turns.
And also with double Blade Storm, it actually makes her Blade Storm potential this turn better. As I mentioned, right? Like, the 2 mirror image are a bit of a pain because they'll prot the Blade Storm first. So it's this second one now will at least have a better chance at dealing with something a little bit more pesky. Such as?
Yeah. I love loading up on this turn onto the board. I think the Lambie series here, it's about denying Blastmaster Boom. You can't play that card here. And so Lion has to find alternate routes. So at 11 damage minimum next turn, if she clears the Steel Dancer, there is the play, and the only play I really see, of going Armor Smith, Blade Storm, Hero Power, which just about keeps you alive.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I was looking at swinging to the 4-4. No.
Oh, right. Okay. No.
Swing into the 4-4 and then do it a bit differently. Like, is
that's
that
a good point.
Better?
That's a good point. That's very possibly better. I wasn't really looking at that line.
Because you go down to 4, you can still Hero Power, you can Blade Storm the 7-6.
Yeah.
So you go up to 6. There's already 4 damage because that's the scimitar, right? For Lammy series. Oh.
You're technically alive either way.
Yeah, I think the trade has to happen, right? Because the 7/6 just has to die.
Unless she's just going straight up for bombs to try and win the game.
Okay. That's one I have to sit back and look at, because I just didn't even think about just going, no, just hit face and hope the bombs go off. Like, that's normally a level I do consider when I'm playing, but no one I consider when I'm casting a little bit. Lammy series takes the win there. A bit of a weird ending to that game, but the pressure was relentless. And you see that when Rogue of that archetype does get access to that early self-sharpening sword, right? Like, the difference between having access to a weapon like that and not in that deck is huge. And Lamby series just shows why the deck can be very powerful.
Yeah, like, that was not a no outer there from Lion. It wasn't wrong to go for it that way. I will say I do prefer the idea of going for either your line or, now that I think about it more, probably my line, because that allows you to swing face with the weapon, which means you have one less bomb as an necessary to hit that out as well, and you're still alive on board. And then next turn you can try and hope that you draw Risky Skipper and then go for Blastmaster Boom. I've got to be honest, I think at the end there, that was just a case of, Lion thinking there's very, very little chance that I take the win anyway, and, throwing away a couple of percentage points. But it does now all come down to the last final deck here for Lamby series, with Lion again on the Bomb Warrior, which was, I think, looking to be what Lamby series wanted to hit in terms of trying to counter on the lineup.
Hey, though, look at these opening hands. Nothing too great for Lion, but Lamby does get that Marrow Slice in nice and early, and there you see, I guess, the one sort of big tech card in his Demon Hunter, which is the Kobold Sticky Finger. And not only useful against Bomb Warrior, but also in the mirror match as well, where you can just yoink the weapons that you know your opponent will also want to be playing. So for this tournament, I actually think Sticky Finger in Demon Hunter was actually a pretty heads-up play, or call, I guess.
It's what I'm talking about from Lamby series lineup. It's such a great middle ground between the standard lineup and the target warrior lineups. He's taken the standard decks, put a twist on them, and that's what led him, I believe, primarily, in addition to his mostly strong play, to go 8-1 and end himself up here in the quarterfinals. One game away now from going through to the semi-finals. This time, however, Lion has found herself the anchor, and she's also got herself a very, very impressive defensive hand. Not super offensive yet without Blastmaster Boom, but the ability to gain armor and clear the board is incredibly high.
It really is. The damage output, though, from Demon Hunter is also incredibly high, so I do think it's important that Lion juggles not only defensive, but offensive capabilities. But with this Horde Pillager, having a chance of maybe getting the Wrench Caliber in the near future as a backup, that could be pretty huge here.
Well, I'm definitely toying with the idea of overwriting the Anchor and just equipping Wrench Caliber here, because none of the other effects are looking especially powerful on this turn.
Yeah, the only other thing to consider is like the cutting class, just because you have a charge to use on a weapon, right?
I guess.
But I do agree. I think with a Risky Skipper, Horde Pillager, and a Sky Raider in hand, you could forego that extra swing, right, and that extra draw just to get a Wrench Caliber live.
I guess if you're not especially concerned with clearing the board, though, then swinging face and then going for the Wrench Caliber is fine.
Look, she knows! She knows there's one card she has to dodge, and guess what?
Oh my
She hasn't
God.
dodged it! This is huge!
This is the disaster for Lion. Deck lists are open. You know that this is in your opponent's lineup, and yet she didn't play around it, and this is the supreme punish. My goodness.
And she was aware of this, right, though? This wasn't like, oh, she forgot the card that was in the deck. She knew. You could see a response of just praying that he didn't have it. It is only one card in the deck that does this, but it was a risk, and it did not pay off because, in case you are maybe a little bit newer to the game, Horde Pillager cannot generate a weapon that has not actually broken on your side of the board. So that weapon was yoinked and not actually broken. So that is just going to be another anchor if she chooses to go for it.
I mean, I guess if you have the choice between a risky player and a risky skipper, Lion chose not to skip the turn there because that really couldn't have gone any worse in that situation for Lion. There are ways to swing this back now, at least in terms of board control at the moment, because there's Blade Storm, Skipper, Sky Raider, you know, if nothing else, just to clear off the board. Because that does need to happen. You can't be tanking this 4 damage every turn.
Right, that's the big problem, isn't it? And then pretty much there is going to be the hope that, for example, like we see that Lambi series kept a Marrow Slicer, but now he's not going to be able to, or not really probably going to want to equip it in the near future. So I think the hope now for Lion has to be that there isn't much more minion pressure to back up this weapon that he's now gained from her.
I mean, the only real downside here for Lambi is, in a way, his hand is like too good. Like he's got all the good cards in the matchup of Marrow Slicer and just needing to get the Skull of Gul'dan's down. It's tough.
I always hate when these things happen, when you get like weapon upgrades for a weapon you don't have. It's like, oh, go away, upgrade. There is still just Horde Pillager into upgrade, which honestly isn't the worst play in the world.
You can also sneak in Cutting Class on that turn, right, for 1 mana. So there's great mana utilization on this turn, which allows her to go aggressive and then follow up afterwards, of course, with Risky Skipper and Armor Smith. The scary part of that, though, is that you might just get Anchor, which is the disaster scenario. Oh, no, wait, you're guaranteed it.
No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's Anchor, so it won't be able to cut in class, because even with the upgrade, that's still going to cost 1 mana. But that's the issue, right?
Yep.
It's just
miles ahead of his usual, Raven.
But it's just as good as it was going to be. It's a 4-2 and a weapon swing, right? And that's about the desperate point Lion is right now, where she just has to do something as opposed to nothing. There is decent still follow-up. She's not out of it because she does still have the Risky Skipper Armor Smith with some minions to play behind it. But it is pretty desperate right now.
If she can find herself the second Armor Smith, then I'm saying there's a reasonable shot, because at the moment she's just dead in the next few turns, you know, even ignoring what her own win condition might be.
I do like this Twin Slice usage, though. It does next turn then have a potential option for Marrow Slicer next turn, then it opens up the Skull for the turn after for Lambi series, if required, of course.
Wrench Caliber is finally found, which is a good draw, of course, for Lion to start actually getting a game plan of her own together.
And this is one of those boards, right? Because look at, we can see that there's no Blade Dance, but here you've got to think, well, what's the good way Demon Hunter actually clears this kind of bad but good board? We can see that there's the Shard Shatter, but again, with the Armor Smith, that's just going to gain her more and more armor.
It is. It's it's what she needed to do to survive the next couple of turns. Now for Lambi, though, he's just got to be thinking, right, what's the quickest way to end out this game? How do I ration out my mana for the next few turns to guarantee that this doesn't go more than 2 or 3 turns so that she can find her own win condition?
But this is a pretty big deal, because I think Lion now is on the old Deathwing and win plan, because this looks pretty solid to me. Play the Deathwing, it goes down to, what, 9? That isn't that easy to kill. There's always the fear of a Blade Dance, but most importantly, with a second slice known to be in hand, that puts the weapon up to 6, Hero Power puts up to 7. It still requires something else, and even then, if there's no Blade Dance, it's a face trade, which seems pretty good to me as well.
Yep, I'm definitely on board with that plan. Lion didn't seem particularly enthused about it. It looked like she was kind of blowing a raspberry there at the thought of having to throw down Deathwing onto this board, but this is the version of the deck that struggles to deal with this. There's no Magtheridon available for Lambi series, and so because of that, the best case scenario for him is to get a big Blade Dance to clear it off. But Lion has something else on her mind here. I guess
I am
she's thinking,
shocked.
I mean, the best reason I can come up with, which is a very valid one, is she needs it for clear. She's afraid of board development on the other side and just dying to that damage because she has no brawl at the moment. She has no way to clear.
It's got 12 attack though, Derek. You don't need to clear the board if you punch your opponent in the face for 12. That seems insane.
Dang it, Raven. I agree. I'm trying to stick up for her here, but I don't even believe it. It's very half-hearted for myself. I would also like to have seen...
Derek just feels like he's reading off a script right now. Has to contradict Raven. Okay. Oh, I don't really want to on this point because he's right, but here we go.
Yeah.
I believe there are reasons to not play 12-12 here.
I mean, it's just GCSE essay writing shining through here, isn't it? You have to offer countering opinions in order to get that A-star mark.
See me after class.
Yeah.
So Lion on 21 right now. There is the shield block in hand as well. So yet again, she is by no means staring down lethal quite yet, but it's getting there. There's the glaive bound. I imagine is going to come down this turn for even more damage, and now the second slice, twin slice in hand as well, and the marrow slicer. There's a lot here right now.
There's a lot. Next turn. No slowing down whatsoever. It's very possible that Marrow Slicer isn't even efficient enough to come down on the following turn because just second slice, twin slice, second slice, hero power, all that stuff can come down. Obvious slight spectator issue that I'm sure we'll be able to get sorted out as soon as possible as well to get back to the game.
Yeah, just a small disconnect there, but, you know, the game will stall until both players are back, as it did earlier today, but that's fine. We will get to it. But again, just I am interested to see how the rest of this game plays out, because from that moment of not committing the Deathwing, it does give, or did give, should I say, Lambi Series the freedom to just play whatever on the board once again, right? And say, well, do you have to defend this turn? Can you defend that turn? So I am just interested to see how this pans out, if the shield bot's going to be enough, or now maybe the Deathwing is going to be considered for Lion. But I will say, not for the first time in this series, I am quite surprised at the approach that Lion's taken to some of these turns.
Yeah, this has definitely not been... Like, again, this is the thing I always talk about. With the players that I have the highest respect for, I hold them to the highest standard. And that is absolutely how I feel about Lion, an undeniable Hearthstone superstar at this point, with her obvious crowning achievement in the World Championships. And then also just her consistent, strong performances at Masters Tour. I expect the absolute best from her. And I've disagreed with a couple of the lines for sure thus far. And it does look like, unless something changes drastically here for Lambi Series once we get back into game, it is going to be the win taken from him here. And it comes, again, not even necessarily because of his creative play style, any particular technical ability that he's found. It's his clever lineup building. I'll go back to this again and again. He's come with a pretty, soft to medium target on Bomb Warrior, and it's shining through here with his play.
Yeah, and that's the important thing, right? It's very easy to just bring all this down to, oh, well, he coined Sticky Fingered into the Wrench Caliber and game over at that point, if you want to, like, really oversimplify the game. But you can't do that if you don't put the card in your deck, right? Yeah. Like, you can't, or if you ban Bomb Warrior, that's not an option, obviously. So all these things, although, a lot of players have very differing opinions on tech cards, just glance at Twitter to get some information on any of that. But if you do put the tech cards in and they pay off, well, that is a chain of decisions, right, that has paid off for you. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes tech cards don't get the job done. You've misread the meta one way or another. Yep. But I think if we've seen as Bomb Warrior as the highest represented class as Warrior, and I think one of the lowest win rates as an archetype, we do see the players who have had that read on this tournament have had it pay off for them quite dramatically.
And we're back in here at the last minute.
Let's go.
Same point, right? Just the Glaive-bound plays, then the Zero Mana Panthara. It's turn 9. Nothing lost here in terms of the gameplay. We're back in business. And Lion is potentially, without getting too results-oriented, finding the upside of holding back the Deathwing here, in that she has a board clear to a board that she would struggle to answer otherwise.
It's true, but to me it's more of a downside, because this Deathwing does now not have 9 health. It is way more clearable here for Lambi Series, or also potentially avoidable, because does it matter now? Lion's on 11 health?
And we are now looking at 1, 2, 3, 4.
Lethal.
Many ways to go about it. Lambi Series finds the win with his sole Demon Hunter, one of the biggest surprises of the tournament in terms of archetypes, and one of the biggest surprises of the day. Anyone who can take down our current world champion in Lion can hold their head high, and you can just see how much it means to Lambi Series as he throws out the dab. You've earned it, man. I'll look away this once.
I mean, honestly, like, congratulations to Lambi Series there, because one, I think he played pretty well throughout that series, but it must just feel good. And I talked about it with Sol a little bit earlier in the day, but it's one thing, you know, you win your match, you're moving on, that's great, more prize money, higher chance of becoming a Grandmaster, so on, but you do it whilst beating a current global champion, a player as respected as Lion is. Like, that's just 2 ticks, you know, on the resume, I guess, at this point for Lambi Series in one match of Hearthstone. So that first match is going to just feel fantastic way to start the day for him. So huge congratulations to him. And again, for Lion, I don't think we saw the best play we've seen from Lion today, but it is just another top 8 from her. It's just another strong performance that really does just back it up, right? A lot of the time we do look at players who win either worlds, global championships, whatever, have these huge titles, and the question, maybe savagely, is just, well, what are they going to do next? And Lion is continuing to prove that she is a top tier competitor and will be for the foreseeable future.
Indeed, but the man of the hour now is Lambi Series. I cannot wait for that semi-final against Frenetic. He's already got himself in a good spot to be a prime contender for APAC Grandmasters, and I think he'd be such a welcome addition, not only for what he brings to the table in his unique personality. He's a very fun guy to hang out with, very good at Hearthstone, but I think Singapore in general it's staggering to me that there's no representation in Grandmasters at all up until this point, with you know, Seknox in the past being the flag bearer, but now Lambi Series coming in hot and still showing that that country definitely has what it takes to fight with the best in APAC and around the world, as he's proving in this Masters Tour. I'm very happy for the man.
Yeah, and if there's definitely something we could do with more in Grandmasters across all regions, it's more on-camera dabs. So you definitely have my vote of approval there. That is done for quarterfinals number 2. We've got 2 more before we get onto the semis, of course, but there is tons more Hearthstone coming up for you guys today. So we're going to go to a break while we set up our next match. We'll be right back.
Masters Tour Montreal Online is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network, T-Mobile.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day number 3, Championship Sunday here at the Hearthstone Masters Tour for Montreal Online. It's Frodan and Derek Brown here to bring you the third quarterfinal. And then we'll be heading into the last one, then the semis, and then just like that, we'll be crowning a Montreal champion. Derek, we saw a world champion fall in the top 8, but again, another great run by VK Lion. And Lambie Series ended up taking that W. And then coming up next, we got 2 players who are up and coming to potentially challenge those players in the first semifinal.
Yeah, definitely the 2 players I knew the least about coming into this top 8, with all honesty. But that, of course, does not mean that they are not very worthy competitors. To even qualify through to a Masters Tour is a feat in its own right, let alone getting all the way through to the top 8. And so now, taking a look at Xiao Dai, I believe from Chinese Taipei, and Deadeye, I think, representing USA as the lone player from the United States here in the top 8. It's cool to see, a little bit more diverse representation as well. It's not the best showing from the Americas region, this top 8, but maybe Deadeye's got what it takes to go all the way this time.
Yeah, that's right. Dreadeye, not really too much information out there. It's just that he's been playing online cups for a while, and obviously has been part of competitive Hearthstone in the background, right? One of the aspiring players. Shadai has qualified for multiple HCT playoffs in the past, and even making that top 8 run that one time where he lost to Tansoku, who ended up, of course, going through and being one of the representatives for that APAC seasonal finals. And so we'll see if Xiaodai and Dreadeye can take that edge. And you mentioned that America generally doesn't really perform well historically in the Masters Tour. Dreadeye, with a great performance here, could end up catapulting himself as a leading candidate for Grandmaster the following season, 2021 Season 1. So if Dreadeye is able to get this big win playing some trickier decks like Turtle Mage and Malagos Druid, he's not only going to be earning the respect, he's going to earn those dollar bills to get that GM spot.
He really is. It's looking like a great spot for him again, with the prize winnings not being all too high for the Americas region. I will apologize for calling him Deadeye a couple times in the intro, but with how many times Dead Draw has got through to the top 8 at this point, I mean, can you really blame me? I'm used to just saying his name once the top 8s roll around in Masters Tours. It feels weird him not being here in the top 8 this time. But I do like his unique lineup as well that we're seeing from Dreadeye. The Turtle Mage is a deck that I think, despite not being incredibly highly represented now that we are here in the top 8, I believe that's only due to it being brought by a small number of the players, with only 18% representation, I believe, at the start of the weekend. I do still think, though, it's a very powerful deck at the moment and should be in a decent enough spot up against Xiaodai.
Yeah, Turtle Mage and Malagos Druid and Highlander Hunter, actually all 3 of these archetypes for each class are the less popular variants that everyone brought this weekend. So, people who look at Dreadeye's performance, yes, you have to be fortunate. You have to, high roll in order to do well in tournaments, right? This is just a fact of variance-based games, not even just Hearthstone. But at the same time, he's doing it in a way that is just inherently risky and also pretty skill testing. So, I would be pretty happy if Dreadeye is able to play very well and showcase what he's got, because that's what the Master Tour is all about. It's about the newcomers, the people who are rising stars, able to prove themselves, and to be able to do it in a unique way with a really difficult lineup. I think that's a really good campaign. So I'm actually kind of secretly rooting for Dreadeye here, even though Xiaodai is the established player and the favorite heading into it, just based off of legacy alone.
I still think Xiaodai's got a good spot here. His lineup's pretty cool. He's got the zoo in there, which we're seeing very sparingly represented as we got further and further into the tournament. I still think, despite the nerf to Dark Glare, obviously going down to 2 mana instead of 3, and having -1 attack and health, and only refreshing 1 mana crystal now, there's still a lot of room to explore in zoo. I know that Meaty, one of my fellow British Hearthstone players, was still swearing by the deck, thinks it's just the way to go. It's doing some of those broken stuff in Hearthstone at the moment. And it's been doing something right for Xiaodai here as we head into taking a look at the picks and bans so far. Not entirely sure which of the decks was banned from Xiaodai, but for Dreadeye there on getting rid of the Rogue. That's something we don't see all too often here, and it is the Weapon Rogue from Dreadeye that does draw the ban.
Interesting. I when you're looking at the aggressive deck list of Xiaodai and you're playing like a slow setup combo oriented lineup, or one that just wants to play a little bit slower, I feel like if I'm Dread, I want to ban all of the decks from Shout. Like you can justify any of them as being aggressive and pressuring. It's really about what is the hardest deck to get through and improving its weakest matchups to make sure that there's a high chance that some of these more vulnerable decks can get through. Interesting to note too, both of these players know Priest in their lineup, and that seems to be increasingly more popular. Priest used to be like one of these classes that people felt were like auto include a lot, and maybe you play a different variant of Priest, but overall it seemed like important. And now this tournament metagame, while I think a lot of people can perhaps point criticisms or ways it can be improved, is definitely one of the healthier ones we've seen. A month or and a half or so into the expansion, given that there doesn't seem to be one oppressive lineup that is the must bring in order to have success.
Yeah, exactly. Even with people saying, people getting annoyed that players are bringing full counter lineups. I personally love to see that. While I can definitely appreciate that it must be frustrating if you're playing Bomb Warrior and then you run into Monsanto and you get double sticky fingered and oozed every single game, it doesn't feel all too good. But I think that the different ways that you can approach the lineup is super interesting at the moment, even with just subtle differences. As I was talking about with last series, Lambie series, going for the idea of going for a slight counter towards Warrior along the way. I do like that there's a lot of different room to build in for these players. And if you do find the winning lineup, you are, of course, well rewarded here at Masters Tour Montreal Online.
That's right. We're taking a few minutes because apparently we are trying to find Dreadeye, who might be MIA at the moment, perhaps a small restroom break. But just to recap, the importance of this top 8, getting here gets you $11,000 US, but each series you can advance is a huge jump in money, right? The difference between top 8 and top 4 is essentially like the difference between that, or just basically getting that 7 Swiss wins, right? $4,000. Then from each placing, you're able to improve, and that just continues to rack it up. And with Americas in particular, we know that impacts around that, $10,000 to $15,000 range. Second place or better puts already Dreadeye a leading candidate heading into the final Master Tour in just a little bit over a month. So definitely look out for that. On top of course, a really nice paycheck to make it feel like this year may have been worth grinding for a lot of these players who are dedicating, most of their time, if not full time, to beating Hearthstone.
That's right, because with only one more Masters Tour this year in Masters Tour Madrid coming up fairly shortly as well, there really isn't a lot of time for these players to grind that prize money, because in order to qualify through to Grandmasters, which you may have seen a lot of here on the Hearthstone Esports YouTube channel over the past few weeks, you need to be one of the top 3 prize money earners at the end of the year. So it's really last chance saloon at the end of the next Masters Tour. As we can see here, Impact only at $10,000 here. I think that's possibly at the start of the day, the start of the weekend, sorry, rather than adding in his extra prize money that he earned this weekend. Still, like you said, it's looking like very possibly that Dreadeye could be our next Grandmaster.
Yep, that's right. And, of course, would be joined by the likes of Impact, who also had a pretty good weekend. I believe he ended 7-2 or 6-3 around that score. So already, keeping the pace for the rest of the field. Paveling Book, which is just a great story in itself, both the username and the person behind the Paveling Book username, which I hope Paveling Book can continue to do well, because that'd be really funny, especially if Amnesiac has dropped out of Grandmasters and Paveling Book would get in. Oh, so poetic.
It would be perfect. Over in the European region, however, as we can see, Letta is looking like more and more of a shoo-in to get through to Grandmasters at this point, with him being the victor of the last Masters Tour, performing incredibly well there, and with a very unique lineup and play style as well. But all the way down, very worthy competitors. We're looking at Piñas obviously getting through right towards the end there, which is where the main chunk of this prize money is coming from. But as you will hear time and time again from the entire pro community, how is Dead Draw not a Grandmaster at this point? He has been going so consistently across all the Masters Tours, and with yet another strong performance here, improving from 1-2 to 7-2, I believe, at the start of the first day. He's looking again like if he can keep it up, it's possible for him to get that spot in next year's season of Grandmasters.
Yeah, it's it's quite a tragedy to see someone so consistent, but that's the way that the cards fall. You know, we reward people who have a lot of peaks in their performance. You know, it would feel weird on the opposite end if someone who won a Master Tour and was not able to get in. So there's definitely that balance. But at the same time, heart does go out the dead draw because, of course, he is on the outside looking in. If you look at Asia Pacific, you can just kind of get a picture, right? It's not necessarily that America is that much weaker. It's not that APAC is that much weaker as well. It could be just that Europe is that good at these Masters Tours and that much farther ahead, given how much they dominate the field, because the rest of the region seem to be around the same level here. As you can see, Give Please, Duelist, High 3, and Lojum, some players that we've actually seen this weekend do very well in the Master Tour Montreal. So Give Please is looking like a candidate. Kind of hope that we might see yet another player rise up that we're not really sure from APAC. You know, I've been a big fan of watching Japan rise up as a country within the competitive scene throughout the years. So we shall see. And of course, Xiaodai could be one of those players joining us at the Grandmaster if he's able to keep up his performance. And take a look a little bit at his lineup. The aggressive 4 decks having Zoo Warlock, Weapon Rogue, one of the faster variants of Warrior and Bomb Warrior. Those can be slower defensive control ones. And of course his banned Base Hunter that has not been eligible for this series.
Yeah, I think I can respect the ban on Face Hunter. I think it's again a deck that has justifiably spread like wildfire amongst the competitive scene here, with it having a really good matchup against a lot of the other tempo decks, because against the likes of Tempo Mage, Secret Rogue, you just kind of get underneath all the value that they throw down in the mid game by killing them around turn 5 a lot of the time. And it preys on most of the Bomb Warriors as well, as a lot of the Bomb Warriors at the start of the tournament at least were not including the Pirate package, which makes you extremely susceptible, I can't even get the words out, to the Face Hunter strategy, which I think is a big part of Xiaodai's thinking, including the Face Hunter there. Dreadeye, of course, does not have the Bomb Warrior in his list, which I think Xiaodai will be pretty sad to see, because he really wanted to line up, the Aggro Rogue, potentially, the Weapon Rogue even for that matter, or the Face Hunter, but not going to be a possibility now.
All right, well, looks like Dreadeye has been discovered and got the ban with that Face Hunter, as you mentioned, and we'll see if that ends up paying off. I think that makes sense, given that out of all of these decks, the one that gives you the least amount of time to be able to respond is Face Hunter. But of course, it's mainly front-loaded. If in the first 4 turns you're able to deal with their aggression, they lose so much of their bite that from turn 5 onwards, it's not really as scary. But these other decks, right, they start to get really intense and scary. The weapons from Rogue, the Flesh Giants from Zoo, the bombs from Warrior, with all the weapon swings. That's when they can really start to get online. So I guess that makes sense from Dreadeye's point of view, especially if he's playing very slow setup decks like Turtle Mage and Malygos Druid.
Yeah, I think the Face Hunter is just a really nice way to go. I was talking a little bit in the last series about how, with Lion also including it in her lineup, how did that come about? Did the Chinese practice groups also coincidentally come up with it at the same time? And actually, during the break there, Benage, one of the players who kind of bridges the gap between the Chinese Hearthstone scene and the Western Hearthstone scene, messaged me saying that Sif is a very close follower of Grandmasters. He saw Ball Control playing it last week and said to Lion, you know what? Let's stick this in the lineup and see how it performs. Clearly doing very, very well for Lion thus far. And also for Xiaodai. If it's drawing out a ban, it's doing the job already.
All right, so it looks like we have the first decks locked in. Zoo Warlock coming up here for Xiaodai, a very mean and lean variant that showcases Zephyrus potentially as one of those interesting late game options. I've been on the fence of Zephyrus just because I've played, a lot of Zoo Warlock over the past week, and I feel like it rarely gets activated. Just because I feel like there's a ton of aggressive matchups on ladder, so you kind of have to play for board. But when it does get activated, it ends up being pretty important for Zoo Warlock in those late stages of the game. So we shall see if it ends up becoming relevant against the Highlander Hunter from Dreadeye.
I do agree with you. Not the biggest fan of Zephyrus, but I am a fan of this starting hand. Very interesting, though, already from Xiaodai. Even though it was lightning fast there, we saw him toss away the hand of Gul'dan which generally I think is being held onto most of the time, and I would still make a strong argument for holding onto it here, because it is the heart of the deck now. It's how you draw through your deck to get through all those powerful plays. But against the Highlander Hunter here, you really want to get off to an explosive start, which Flame Imp does, on average, very well.
All right, well, the mini Huffer already getting some damage in, and of course challenging things like the Flame Imp. No Voidwalker to get in the way. And Xiaodai, well, I mean, he has he had a pretty decent hand, right, with things like Hand of Gul'dan, for example, that he chose to throw away. But at the same time, he wanted to go for an early curve, and yet he's choosing not to challenge early on here from the Hunter, which looks like he's going to get punished pretty badly by Adorable Infestation, and he doesn't have any single minion on the board in order to challenge this 3-1, and this is a really big deal because the early damage that Hunter is able to get onto Warlock is amplified dramatically. Also, Highlander Hunter, the weakest point of the game, is now the early game.
I mean, on average, yes, you are correct, but this is pretty much the best possible hand that you can get here for Dreadeye, with getting the nutty start here with both the 1-drop and the Adorable Infestation. Zephyrus to follow up here. It's only this ridiculously strong start on the other side from Xiaodai, still utilizing the power of Dark Glare despite its recent nerf. That's the only thing that's keeping him in the game right now.
True, but he does have the ability to answer some of this. Killing the Dark Glare is really important. Killing the Flame Imp is nice. Can hold on to Zephyrus. You don't have to play it here. I don't even know what kind of good stuff Zephyrus would offer. It's kind of rare to drop Zephyrus on 3, anticipating to fill out your mana curve without any access to other mana sources like coin.
Yeah, I do actually like holding Zephyrus here. I think you can make a pretty clean trade of going for Refa into the Dark Glare and then take out the Flame Imp with your Marsouls and toss down the Ooze, which just looks like it contests board fairly evenly.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of any other justification to play Zephyrus. Zephyrus will offer you most likely some kind of removal tool like Backstab, some way to fill out your mana curve like another Flame Imp, for example, challenge. Then maybe a play for the following turn, which is always more of those open-ended, not really sure what that means. Does it read that you have a board that you can't deal with, so it offers you AoE? Does it offer you something proactive like Water Elemental?
Right. I mean, I'm pretty sure there that you could have got it to offer you a pretty clean Forked Lightning. You could have left 2 2-health minions on the board, which was probably what Dreadeye was thinking. I still like this more, because the play of Dragonbane next turn is too powerful to pass up, in my opinion.
There you go. You see the Bloodfin Raptor mode of Zephyrus, which is kind of what we described. But again, it's not really for a matchup like this. It's more for like if the Zoo Warlock is getting clobbered by the removal of Warrior, needs to find like additional ways to close it out in the late stage of the game. But I do find it to be quite situational. Ends up being more than often than not exactly what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, I'm mostly enjoying what I'm seeing so far this game. I think the Hand of Gul'dan mulligan away at the start from Xiaodai was the one really questionable thing, but outside of that, playing nice and aggressively onto the board is what you want to do. Dreadeye just got the absolute dream hand, and Xiaodai tapping into Merchant is what he needs to start wrestling this back. That is the only draw that keeps him in the game right now.
Whoa. Yeah, but it's kind of what you said. I like that you said keep him in the game, because that does feel very similar to what's happening here, which is Highlander Hunter is not behind on board, and this is starting to get to the real power turns from Dreadeye. He has Dino Tamer Brand. He has a pretty good opportunity for both Diving Griffin and the Faceless Corruptor this turn. I think both could be justified. Ooh,
yeah, I mean, the main play here, the main thinking here for Dreadeye needs to be, how do I turn this aggressive? How do I point the damage phase so that Dino Tamer Brand can lock things out come turn 7? Because Zoo is still very, very vulnerable to face damage. How you achieve that, though, I'm not necessarily quite so sure on. It's a complicated turn.
Yeah, I think I like the idea of using the hero power because it does do two things. Either hits for face damage and kind of gets you that Dire Tamer brand setup, or it also just clears off a little bit of the board and helps keep Dragon Bane a little bit safer. Interesting. Oh, he lands the 5 damage to the face. You can see Dreadeye's pretty amused by it. It's like, okay, well, you had the hand of Gul'dan. All right, I'm going to land this Dragon Bane hero power to the face. Really big damage coming out of the Hunter.
I've never seen a player go so quickly from, oh, my opponent is the luckiest player in the world, to, oh, good, I'm the luckiest player in the world on the other side.
I mean, Xiaodai hits another Hand of Gul'dan, by the way. So, definitely looking all right. Ooh, a pretty solid pickup here for Dreadeye, because Desert Spear and Faceless Corruptor has really good synergy heading into turn 7 if he wants to. Or he can just simply use Desert Spear to help clear off a little bit of the board. And then next turn, go for Dire Tamer Brand and perhaps use Zephyrs to close out the game afterwards. This is still a pretty good spot here for Dreadeye, I'd say.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good for him at the moment, even with all these pushes onto the board. Dreadeye can just go for Brawl or Shadow Word Ruin, anything to clear up this board, no matter how wide Xiaodai does end up going. The only thing that could potentially mess with that is Cult Neophyte, because of course Zephyrus does not realize when the spells have been made more expensive on the other side. So if Xiaodai can manipulate a turn here where Brawl is necessary, for example, and it is offered but unplayable, maybe that's a point where he can take the win here.
So many possibilities.
Well, what do you do in this spot when you can't really afford to lose too much more health, but you got to in order to really make some power plays, like Dark Glare, for example, won't be useful if you're not willing to take any damage.
Kind of got to, though.
Oh my
God.
Putting yourself within virtually lethal range.
Yep.
But hey, can't really crack. It can't really make an omelet without cracking a few eggs.
Oh man, and it was just so close here for Xiaodai because, you know, he gets the board in play and he was so nearly able to get the Neophyte down on the same turn in order to stop Zephyrus from offering a clear, but I mean, here there's just multiple ways to go about it. You can take your Brawl, you can take your Shadow Word Ruin. I'm wondering if there's even like more aggressive routes you can go for that get damage through to face.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking about the Zephyrs in this spot. I think the Faceless Corruptor is asking for trouble because you're just basically implying that Zoo only has to generate a few points of damage, which Xiaodai, withdrawing a lot deeper in the deck and Raise Dead giving back Zephyrus, does have a chance of being able to producing that that Battlecry activation. So I think Zephyrus here is more than called for, but kind of as you were saying, what's the solution? Is it? I mean, there was other secondary possibilities as well, like maybe being greedy and setting a Frost Nova instead by playing the Bone True Brawler.
That's interesting.
On the table.
An interesting idea. I think I like just taking the hard clear on this turn because the Taunt is in play, which is very annoying for the following turn, but the Frost Nova is an interesting idea.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there was the play, but it's definitely something to consider. I think those situations are for the absolute most desperate, I don't think I can survive a next turn, or I don't think I have a way to win except next turn type of plays, which I can get behind. Xiaodai, once again, with another Expired Merchant combo, which draws cards that I don't think have the biggest impact, considering he already had a Broom, and Expired Merchant does not need to be played again. So definitely kind of a whiff here for Xiaodai.
The important thing being Zephyrus is not active, which he really wants to get down for a surprise lethal as soon as possible. Dreadeye does not know that this Zephyrus is in hand. It was gained off of Raise Dead after that point, and it could have been many other minions there. So maybe for Xiaodai, if Dreadeye slips up, he can just take that one small mistake and exploit it into a win if enough is left on board for Bloodlust to take the win.
Wow. Takes a tap, finds another Disease Vulture. That's not what he wants to see. Trying to look at the 2-ofs in Xiaodai's deck. that he's still looking for, as he has played most of them. Is it just his Spirit Jailer? I think it might be. Or is... Yeah, either way,
Soul Fragment?
he's still so close. Oh, it could be the Soul Fragment, you're right. I think he might have played Spirit Jailer on turn 1, right?
He did. And it's just getting so close here. Like, there's the obvious play of Faceless Corruptor plus Bone Chewer, but I'm wondering here, is there a way where Zephyrus can still hit the lethal through that?
I find it a little bit unlikely, given that Dreadeye would be clearing 3 minions off the board. There isn't some kind of bloodlust. Ah, we just have Soulfire.
Right.
Maybe.
It's gonna be close. It has to get active first, of course.
Right. And then the other side of it is that if Shadai draws his Soul Fragments, he also will heal outside the range of Dino Tamer Brand and Hero Power, closing it out. So
Great point.
Shadai would need a little bit more.
Oh my god. Like, he could trade into the 2-1 here as well, potentially, to deny a card draw at the expense of 1 health, because obviously both Hand of Gul'dans will go back to hand instead.
Oh. Hold on.
So much to
Hold
consider.
on. Soul Fragment drawn.
Oh,
Zephyrus
and
is
that's
active.
Zephyrus active! It was the Flash Giant!
And it's lethal, right? If you Zephyrus, you could get Bloodlust. Bloodlust is 6 damage, plus a Soulfire is 10 damage on top of the 5 on board.
But you have to Soulfire first. Zephyrus doesn't know it's lethal.
Okay, that's true. But, okay, well, he just played Flesh Giant, so his chances of discarding Zephyrus has just increased.
I mean, because
Wait,
the same amount of damage was...
too.
Right, he could have tapped first, and then Savage Roar would still have given lethal. Unless there's... I mean, there's still a way to hit lethal, of course. You could just go for it here. But this did not feel like the way to go about it. Unless he's not trying to hit lethal? What?
Wow, I am... Well, he can...
Oh, okay, he can still do it. No, he doesn't have enough damage on board. What?
And is
just
he
going
just
for the
dead
heal?
now? Oh, he's trying to destroy the weapon with Harrison Jones? Okay, acidic swamp ooze. Healing touch. I mean,
oh my
all
God,
these help him stay alive, but I don't understand this line of play. Shadai ends up throwing his hands in his face. I think he's kind of realized what a botched turn this ended up being.
I mean, it's not strictly wrong, again, because he does set up lethal here. There's very little that Dreadeye can do. I do think just taking the 9 out of 10, you take the 90% chance to win the game. But Dreadeye here has nothing. He can't clear, except if he trades the Dino Tamer into the 8/8.
Which I think he has to do.
Oh my god.
And take this a little bit longer. Hope that the top of his deck can produce something really important. But, like, I really don't understand. Even, like, the way the rest of the turn played out, which was,
right.
you know, playing the broom at the very last second. All really unusual stuff here, but looks like Dreadeye given a new lease if this King Crush trades into the Flesh Giant here.
He's wondering, can I get away with a hero power? What does that set up? He gets 5 damage to face, of course.
Okay. Dreadeye doesn't think that Shadai has the ability to kill him. He's got 7 on board, 11 through the Soulfire.
Oh, this is way too close than it should be. Like, Shadai got bailed out this game, man. Dreadeye had the dream start, but still Shadai, with some pretty smart play along the way in the mid-game, got himself an opportunity to take the win, and he just didn't take it.
Well, now he does. He ends up going for the double Soulfire, and that's going to close it out. And that's going to do it for game number 1.
Of course, it still comes down to Soulfire not discarding the key card, and in a less likely to win situation than it would have been the other way around. It was a messy end there for Shadai, undeniably, and nobody knows it better than him. You can just see from his body language there, he knows that wasn't up to snuff.
It's okay, though, because, you know, it's not really about whether or not you miss the lethals. It's whether or not you get the win is how the score counts. So
Yes.
let's move on. Game number 2 is going to start, and we'll see if this is just the beginning of Dreadeye's problems, right? Because we talked about how his lineup is really interesting and how it's very cool that he's able to get to a top 8 with a combo-oriented lineup. But the big weakness of these slow setup decks is the aggressive lineups, which is exactly what Xiaodai has. So, we're looking on paper for Xiaodai to be a heavy favorite. But if Xiaodai keeps playing like that, he's going to give away percentage points and maybe give more openings to Dreadeye, and then eventually he might find himself in a situation where he loses despite being the heavy favorite.
We'll have to see. The Weapon Rogue is, in my opinion, a slightly simpler archetype to play. Still not very easy. There's a lot of nuance in this deck, but Zoo has been one of the steepest learning curves for me in recent metagame history. It was very, very difficult to learn all the interactions you have to play for, what cards you're looking for. Whereas here with the Weapon Rogue, for the most part, the deck really revolves around one card in particular, which is Self-Sharpening Sword. All the buff effects, all the payoff effects, like Steel Dancer as well. While it's good to find some of the early minions, like the Spy Mistress, the Sneaky Delinquent, what you really want in this matchup in particular is the Self-Sharpening Sword, and then deal a lot of damage.
Yep, that makes sense. Meanwhile, Malygos Druid, pretty straightforward at this point for people who have been following Hearthstone since the beginning of the expansion. But if you aren't familiar, the new card Forest Warden Omu from the Skullomance Academy expansion has given a lot of life to the Malygos Druid, especially giving crazy range of damage. Dreadeye with a very quick mulligan, keeping Guardian Animals, hoping for the ramp, whether front-loaded or just ramp in general. Xiaodai holding on to the Van Cleef. Doesn't find anything else good on 1, though, here.
Yeah, it's unlikely to be incredibly impactful in this matchup. That's more like it. Because there's no prep, there's no Shadow Step in the deck. It's not likely to be any bigger than a 6/6 or an 8/8 this game, but it's still good to find. And the curve of 1-drop, 2-drop, coin something Edwin is looking really strong.
Yeah, that was a really big deal, getting the Spy Mistress, so that way Xiaodai can just start putting out damage and making it difficult for Dreadeye to want to do everything. If Dreadeye finds, Overgrowth or Wild Growth next turn, and the Spy Mistress ends up attacking, Dreadeye has to make a tough decision of whether or not he wants to kill it or ramp. And that's usually a really difficult situation where Druid finds themselves on the wrong end of both sticks. Xiaodai taking a long time to think about how he wants to go about his turn 2. I was kind of thinking about Sneaky Delinquent and just following through with that. Looks like he's considering alternatives.
I mean, there's a lot to consider because the player is looking at least, or rather last, is just going Dagger here because it, of course, opens up the possibility of going Deadly Poison Coin Edwin for a 6/6 on the following turn. You lose the immediate tempo of getting down a Sneaky Delinquent on board, but it's a very interesting way to approach it and could pay off pretty big for him because a 6/6 is hard to answer.
Yeah, this Greatheart stage is actually a direct punish for that play because if he had played the Sneaky Delinquent, he could have attacked with the Spy Mistress and they would have been able to push out that much more damage. Now he's kind of committed once again to not attacking with the Spy Mistress. So that's 6 damage not delivered here. Oh, okay, he is going to attack. All right, you know what? He says, I don't really care if I get the Greatheart stage next turn. I can get it in 2 turns guaranteed.
Yeah, I really respect this line of thought from Xiaodai. Now it's about getting the damage in and closing out the game quick, because if the Druid doesn't have early plays, they have the late plays. Any card that was kept in the mulligan but hasn't been played up in this point, pretty much 100% has to be Guardian Animals. So Xiaodai has great information there, and he's going for the throat now to try and close out the game before it comes down.
I mean, what do you do? This is exactly what Malygos Druid can struggle with. Sometimes getting the draw with no ramp. But if we were to count every single expensive card in Xiaodai's Druid deck, he has almost all of them. Ysera, Malygos, Alex Straza, 2 Guardian Animals, Forest Warden Omu. If he just has 2 more overflows, I believe he has what we call Rummy, and should be able to automatically win. Xiaodai should concede at that point.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, this was, as you can see from Dreadeye, pretty close to the worst possible druid hand you can get. It really doesn't get much worse than this here. And it really doesn't get much better for Xiaodai. He can go for Deadly Poison, Dread Corsair, plus the the skipping class, all on the same turn.
I mean, this is almost the point where it might be too much to come back from Dreadeye. Just because it's too slow. He needed to get Guardian Animals a turn earlier. So Guardian Animals number 1. The good news is he didn't draw any of them. He finds 2 Twilight Runners. I think he really wanted to prioritize getting a Thresher.
Well, he isn't running any Threshers in the list, actually, with it being Mali Druid. So this was, I guess, pretty much as good as you can get.
That is correct.
The really interesting thing, though, is that with a recent change in the most recent patch, Omu now gives you the extra mana crystal if you go Omu Innovate, where it used to not function in that way. So Dreadeye did pass up having a 5/4 on board here, which, given how expensive his hand is, I'm not really looking at going for a big combo with Omu. I would much rather just have it in play here and try and take the win that way.
Yeah, I wasn't really thinking about that in the moment just because I was focused on the Guardian Animals poll, but you're entirely right. The Force One Omu would have offered him better tempo options to potentially challenge things like this Janus Barov, which hits reasonably sturdy minions. I think Malygos is not exactly the best type of minion, but the fact that it's sturdy and can continue to maybe get a little bit of damage is nice. So from Shadow's perspective, he knows that swipe is often a leading cause of killing Janus. A lot of the minions that you have, but at the same time, you really have to still think about what if they don't have swipe, what's the best thing we can do.
But I think what he really can't believe here is, wait a second, no Eviscerate, I'm not dead on this turn, and with double Twilight Runner still intact, he can draw 4 cards on this turn. He just needs to make room for them in his hand first.
Yeah. Yep, that's exactly right. Needs to find some way. Oh!
Good draw. Good draw.
Wait.
Okay, Omu now, sure.
Right.
Okay.
I feel like he played that a little fast, but it's okay. I think this is still all right.
Yeah, this is
given
fine.
that the Guardian Animals still summon the 2 Teacher's Pet.
It's big. It's very possibly starting to turn around. He's used both crystal powers at this point, so that's not a possibility to go with Innovate off the top.
Right, I was thinking about the Innervate first, then playing the Omu, then I think Breath of Dreams, which gives him an additional mana crystal to use. Then if he draws cards, that gives him just a little bit extra in case he needed that mana to do something. But I think it's minor in the big picture right now.
Innovate just because you can. I think you'd rather have a card in your deck at the moment.
Oh, finds the Moonfire and able to just barely take down that Van Cleave.
All of a sudden, this is not over.
It's not over, but it can easily be over if the Great Heart Sage ends up picking up really powerful cards here.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
Okay.
That's very good.
Okay.
And even then, though, these 1 health minions with the the swipe on the other side, Dreadeye has the clear on all of them.
Yeah, and even has the ability to start threatening potential counter-lethal with Speaker Gidra, and then you can Alexstrasza and kill from 15. It's looking like there's a possibility here, a very strong possibility, that Dreadeye is able to turn this one around.
What else is there? If you're not going for the 1-cost minions here, like Dagger, I guess, is the best you have as an alternative.
Dread Raven ends up popping out. Decently statted minion, but the most important thing... Ooh, Ooh, Lightning Bloom picked up.
Oh my goodness. What
So,
are you going for?
I think swipe here is definitely something to consider. I was thinking about the Speaker Gidra earlier last turn. So that way you can Speaker Gidra swipe. Then you will set up Speaker Gidra as a 5/8 plus the Omu plus the Dread Raven, which puts you in a position to potentially lethal on the following turn. So that's one thing that I was thinking about. Instead, you can also just simply swipe and I guess ramp, but that doesn't seem particularly very good.
I would. I'd rather have a 5/8 with Wind Fury on the board. I believe on this turn.
Nature.
Oh, is he going for Overflow?
Surely not.
It looks like he is.
Wow!
Whoa, and he's just gonna... He's gonna play it before end of trading. Finds Lightning Bloom. Oh, but now he's leaving up 5/6 damage.
Right, like...
Which... Yeah.
You gain 5. There's the possibility to pick up a Nubisath Defender, which is the big benefit of his play.
Missed the attack.
Missed the attack, but he ends up at the same health total here. He takes 5 damage, which he gained off of the Overflow.
What? He was looking for a card. He was looking for a card, and I don't know what that card was, because all his cheap cards don't really lead to anything else. Not to mention he's overloaded for 4 mana crystals. He can't even play half his hand next turn.
I don't even know what's happening anymore, Dan.
Well, Shout-Eye still doesn't have the kill just yet. Also, I wonder how much information he gained from that, or like rather, he knows Dread-Eye's range.
Yeah. I mean, really here, you have to imagine he's looking at Dr. Krastenov here, because both Moonfires have been played. I suppose you're afraid of Swipe as the biggest thing, so a 1 health Krastenov is scary. You can just trade into the 5/4 then. I like this a lot.
Yeah, I was thinking about this with a Toxin Blade plus the Self-Sharpening Sword just to kind of get your damage going. But having that be a surprise... Oh, that's what he was looking for. He was looking for the Nubisath Defender.
That was the upside of his play.
No more nice.
Yeah. Pushing the damage. Dread Raven really getting in there.
Oh, and it's just an Eviscerate away again from ending the game with Volpira Toxin Blade.
May I have this
Could have been enough damage, but in the end, it's going to be Steel Dancer to try and find the win here.
Whoa!
That's so big!
Yeah. Celestial Guardian. The lifesteal that you can get from this minion is going to be super important for Shout-Eye, if it ends up becoming the case here, but... I mean, Dread-Eye's got bigger problems, right? It's more about the board aggression. How does he actually deal with all of this now? His last 2 cards were Nubisath Defenders.
Oh my god. So he can go Gidra Swipe and clear the board?
Yes.
There is a clear. He has to sink everything in, but it's there.
Yes. There's a possibility. What about 4, 8, 11, 12? I was thinking about if there's any possibility to get away with any other very unusual plays, like maybe you Alex draws it yourself, and if your opponent does like that damage, you set up lethal on the following turn because he was at 13. But the lifesteal would have also thrown a wrench into things, so this makes sense too.
Yep, this is pretty much all I'm seeing. You go for this turn, and then you Alex Drazi yourself on the following turn, and you pray that that is enough to win you the game.
And it looks like it might be. Shout-Eye is really out of gas right now. And this was kind of the downside of something I was talking about before, which was like not setting up the weapon means that you're going to be a little bit slow on the gun to get this developed. And so he really needs to hope that he can draw something to help him win. Next turn, he finds Voracious Reader, which draws 2 more cards from his deck.
That is unbelievable. I mean, Dreadeye
can't
literally
believe it.
doesn't believe it.
So many contradictions.
And I mean, you kind of got to play the Alex Strauss at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the funniest thing is it was kind of wrong as well from Zhao Dai. He should have thrown down the backstab in order to get the extra card there. But he ended his turn before he even saw what he got.
That's right. He played so fast that he actually didn't dump his hand because backstab is not going to be important. But he finds Secret Passage off the top. Derek Brown.
Oh my god.
I'm out of cards.
He's going to draw the remainder cards in his deck, which is the other
Eviscerate.
Eviscerate and the Toxin Blade.
Oh, that's it. That's exactly enough to close out the game. And that was one of the most exhausting games of Hearthstone I have ever had to cast. Dreadeye goes from having the worst hand you can possibly have to being given an olive branch. He was almost able to swing things back, and he still wasn't able to get there.
Oh, forgot about the fatigue draw.
Oh, wait, the
Outrageous reader. If he pushed the damage. If he... That's funny.
Oh gosh. All right. 2-0 for Zhao Dai. You can tell the roller coaster of emotion.
Derek, we're starting to enter a new territory. It's actually my second favorite kind of Hearthstone, because my favorite kind of Hearthstone is pristine technical play, being rewarded for these 1% outers on both sides, tightly contested back and forth, really crazy stuff. But very close behind it, Derek, 1B to the 1A of good technical play is absolute catastrophic, disastrous Hearthstone, where it just seems like neither player wants to win and is very graciously offering on a silver platter to their opponents. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it was a very weird game of Hearthstone altogether. Like, at the start, I liked everything that I was seeing. I thought that the approach that was being taken by Zhao Dai to go for the big Edwin at the start was very smart. It conceded a little bit of tempo, but got a very big minion that couldn't be dealt with for like 4 or 5 turns off the board. I thought that the decision to hold on to Guardian Animals, obviously while wasn't rewarded, was absolutely the correct way to go. But then it all just fell apart towards the end. I have no analysis for you whatsoever on the decision-making at the end there. And at the end of all of that, Zhao Dai continuing his aggro stint here, even though it might not seem like it, with the Bomb Warrior. Because if played correctly, this can be one of the most aggressive decks in the game.
That was a banger, Derek. Interpret that as you will. Let's go into game number 3, shall we? Zhao Dai starting things off with a Sky Reader in the hand. Pretty important for this Bomb Warrior to get those weapons rolling, almost to the point where sometimes I don't really prioritize having early game drops nearly as much, because Sky Raiders don't generally have too big of an impact. But he ends up holding on to it, and I think that's okay. I think it's like up to how people interpret the matchup. If he finds a 2-drop, he'll be totally cool. All right. Reasonable. This time, Dreadeye actually has some ramp, but it is conditional. Breath of Dreams needs to hit a dragon in order to get that extra empty mana crystal.
It does. Of course, however, hitting Lightning Bloom as well functions in a similar way, because he's still able to get down now Bloom, Guardian Animals on the following turn, and get down the Anubis Defender. This is much more like it from the Druid.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to be very, honest from a bird's eye view, last game was quite the anomaly. Dreadeye got really unfortunate with his opening hand. Obviously, there was a lot more levers he could have turned to influence the exact pan out of that game. But, those games are, not really common whatsoever. They're incredibly rare, and it's very unfortunate that Dreadeye actually suffered that on the big stage in the top 8. That being said, though, this game is probably making up for it, as he has quite a powerful start, which is difficult for Zhao Dai to handle at the moment.
Bit of an unfortunate outcome, I suppose you could say, with getting double Teacher's Pet and no immediate card draw, but it's fairly sticky, this board. It's difficult to clear off, and it's only really the Sarkit Sapper, which is very irritating for Dreadeye, that's keeping Zhao Dai from tanking a huge amount of damage at the start of the game.
Oh, using the coin here?
I would be very surprised to see use of the coin, given that I don't feel like it's extremely pressing for Dreadeye to use it right now.
I'm going to amend that slightly, Dan. I wouldn't like to see it, but I wouldn't be extremely surprised to see it, to be perfectly honest.
Okay, yeah, it's more likely the Moonfire, right? Because you're worried about the stat
obviously.
on what it returns, but you're going to have 5 mana next turn anyways. Then on 5 mana you play a Teacher's Pet, and then on 6 you coin the Guardian Animals, and it feels like that's actually a very fluid play. So I was a little bit scared for that moment, Derek, where I just didn't really want to see the coin there.
Everything you said was absolutely correct, and thankfully Dreadeye seems to agree there, because it is a nice, easy curve all the way up to turn 7 here.
Ooh. Does that change anything?
I don't think so. I want tempo. You're killing them at the moment. This is the win con. It's not Mali Druid at the moment. It's just kill 'em Druid.
Right. I think it's compounded by the fact that Shaodai has a weapon equipped and wants to swing with it. And so he's going to be lowering his own life total if he wants to accelerate his game plan, which I think is part of the benefit of playing Teacher's Pet in this matchup. Shaodai kind of thinking about how to utilize the removal this turn. Could Shield Slam, for example. Could use the Blaze Storm, just because getting 8 damage is probably the most he's going to be able to get.
And that's the Dream Beast for Shaodai, right? That's exactly what you wanted, because it's killable, and it's the least amount of attack on board. Absolutely.
There you go, Shaodai. Definitely learning a little bit from last game of not rushing a decision after playing your cards.
Yeah.
And now Dreadeye gets the opportunity to play the Guardian Animals, but he did see also the Blade Storm be used. So his opponent is lacking a little on the removal tools. Looks like instead he's going to go for this Overgrowth after having picked up Alexstrasza instead. Which I think I'm okay with. Guardian Animals in general is much better when you have minions to rush into. But still recruiting them is really good.
I can respect this decision from Deadeye, actually. From Dreadeye, sorry. I think when you have the ability to guarantee get double Twilight Runner, which he knew was going to happen, you really don't want to leave them sitting there on the board, especially when your hand is as devoid of card draw as his currently is. So just ramping up to Alexstrasza and then going for Guardian Animals, I appreciate this line.
We'll shield block, shield slam. One way to deal with the minion. Ideally, something much weaker pops out.
My dream.
Oh my goodness.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking. That's more like it. The draw is ready to go. The portals are in the deck. It's Druid time.
Yeah, and the Guardian Animals now gets even stronger, because if there's minions to kill, with the Twilight Runners, it'll draw those portals and make it very difficult for Shaodai to handle. That being said, Shaodai does have clear on this board through the Deathwing. Mad Aspects will be a 12-5, which incidentally has to be very clean for this Guardian Animals. So everything is coming up Dreadeye for this game so far.
It's so clean, isn't it? You just take that, you take your 2 cards, hopefully get a couple of dragons in play. Oi, oi, oi.
Well, the Dream Portals aren't landing the biggest of dragons. That was an okay turn, surprisingly. Like, not uncontrollable from Shaodai, but still scary.
Yikes.
Whew. Yeah, this is a bad pan out, though. The Dr. Krasnov doesn't really do enough on this board alone, as it could trade just into 1 minion.
Yeah.
Is this just death?
Is this the way to go? This comes to the expense of equipping Anchor, and what Shaodai really needs to do here is try and set up that risky skipper to draw a whole bunch of cards, and this doesn't really achieve that.
Yeah, well, either way, just dead on board as there's 10 through the minions and 8 through the swipe. As Dreadeye is finally going to get a what?
Ooh.
It's going to get a win with double swipe. I actually think only like 3 bombs
No
were shuffled
more
into the deck,
niceties.
right? So that was actually quite the anomaly. But
No more nice.
either way, that's going to do it. And finally getting a win. Otherwise, it would have been a sweep and a one-sided affair. Remember, this is single elimination top 8. No more chance to redeem yourself if you lose, unlike the Swiss portion where if you lost, you still sometimes had a chance to go through. Can the Warrior be swept here from Dreadeye is probably the big question. You know, the mid-range Hunter, or the Highlander Hunter rather, which is basically mid-range Highlander Hunter, definitely has game plan. But even if you shut off their Highlander cards, the fact is they have to deal with consistent pressure from every point of the game. That it should be able to still put on a meaningful offensive. This is actually a prediction that happened last year when Bomb Warrior was running rampant after the World Championships from Rise of Shadows. Then Saviors of Uldum was revealed, and many players, including the top pros, were saying Bomb Warrior invalidates Highlander cards. It's just not going to be playable at all. And how wrong we were, given how powerful it is even just to play Zephyrus on 2 and get your mana crystals going. So we'll see if that ends up being the case here as we go to game number 4.
Yeah, we learn a lot about the power of Zephyrus just in every single Highlander deck. It's one of, if not the highest mulligan win rate card most of the time. So you're always looking to get the ball rolling that way. But for Dreadeye, it's a decent hand to get the ball rolling with anyway. Ooze is a nice way to obviously counteract against any of the pressure. And with the rest of this hand, he just wants to, I think, get going nice and aggressive out the gate.
All right, I like it. Ooh.
Ah.
Slightly off in the card draw sequence, but not a huge deal, as Dreadeye didn't even really have any meaningful turns forward 5, so he probably can fill up his mana curve that way. Dreadeye having all weapons. I mean, he's got the Wrench Caliber into the Blastmaster Boom. However, I don't feel like that's really the win condition of the Warrior in this matchup, unless you're super far ahead in the early game, and then you can drop Blastmaster Boom on a relatively easy board to handle.
It can be right. You know, if you just go nice and aggressive with the weapons, you can get yourself in a point where, as long as you're not dead on turn 7, the Hunter doesn't have an effective answer to Blastmaster Boom. But I agree, you know, generally the point is you want to be fighting back a little bit earlier on for board control, which can be achieved through Anchor here, I suppose, to try and find more pirates for Risky Skipper, or coin Wrench Caliber and just praying that the damage route to face can get you there.
Well, Shaodai really kind of stuck between whether or not he wants to utilize the Anchor or utilize the Wrench Caliber in this spot. Ends up going for the Anchor, which I have to agree with. I feel like his hand is lacking a lot of actual substance for responding to the board. And not only, of course, having access to more Risky Skipper activations, but even getting those cards out while he can draw more higher impact cards is going to be important.
So Dreadeye has some pretty big information here. He knows that Corsair Cash was played, and he knows that this is not the weapon that was drawn off of it. So this Ooze at the moment is something to consider, for sure, but I think probably best saved for the Wrench Caliber that he knows was drawn off the Corsair Cash, which means he needs to find other ways to fill out his mana this turn, which could be actually a multitude of different ways to spend it.
I wonder.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking the idea of just Cult Neophyte here. I think one thing that I want to be mindful of is also what Bladestorm looks like.
Right.
Ends up going for the Acidic Swamp Ooze and the Blazing Battle Mage. Okay. So he wants to play the Cult Neophyte next turn.
Man, okay. This does, of course, mean that if Wrench Caliber does want to come down, Dreadeye can just say, okay, nice job, mate, you've got your Wrench Caliber. The thing I am surprised about is that he went for the 1-drop instead of Neophyte, because it was off-curve on his mana, and it specifically stopped his opponent from doing this on the other side, which, although you can clap about it if your opponent has it, it's not that ridiculous that they have Brawl at this point in the game.
Right. I agree. If they mulligan hard for it, the chances are actually a lot higher. I think it's pretty. It's like almost 50%. It's like 40, like mid 40s or something like that. If they're trying to get Brawl, so just keep that in mind. Like he's like, oh, they have 20 cards in their deck, but they also get their mulligan. I don't know if Shadow was actually looking for that, given that he kept things like Sky Raider in his. Oh no, that was the previous matchup, right? But Dreadeye here, kind of focusing back, still has that Cult Neophyte, but the impact is much lower now. And this is kind of what we're talking about. When I know my opponent's holding the coin for a long time too, right? Like you see that your opponent held coin for quite some time and had opportunities to even utilize it. I feel like Cult Neophyte is much more effective in those points of the game. And funnily enough, Saturday draws his second Brawl.
Exactly. You're not seeing the big picture here. This is what he was playing around. It's Brawl against this board instead.
Caliber. Is he going to play the Sky Raider at all? Looks like he's going to hold on to it for the combination of Risky Skipper.
Yeah.
And Primordial Explorer, which...
Nice.
I actually wanted to hold off on that and just think about what he could have gotten off of the Scavenger's Ingenuity, because that felt like better average tempo that he could get right now, heading into Diamond Tamer Brand turn. If you look at the beast that he has like Diving Griffin, Zixor as well. Which wait, did he play a Zixor already?
Yeah, it's Zixor Prime right at this point that he would be getting instead of Zixor. So I can understand this because you have the chance of getting a pretty bad draw for that.
But no, that actually would have been good though, right? Because then he would have had it on 7, 8, and then he just his dragon would have came at 9. So if he played Scavenger's Ingenuity, he could have seen what he would have drawn. Then Primordial Explorer can hit the board anyways.
What now?
Instead he chose to Hero Power, so now he doesn't have the opportunity to curve out. Like if you hit Zixor for 8, the only thing that can really answer it is Blaze Storm or Brawl.
Yeah, you do have to factor into that Dino Tamer Brand isn't a play on curve here because of the bombs in deck. It is going to be shut off at the moment most of the time.
That's true. That's true.
So it gets a little bit more complicated. I think I like fitting in the hero power here from Dreadeye just because he's so close to lethal at this point.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. Shadai has been using his life to trade for a little bit of time, so it looks like he's going to have to again. He doesn't have any armor to use Shield Slam.
Yeah.
Is he just dead?
He's just dead.
Okay. All right, well, I mean, that ends up being 2 quick games. Dreadeye able to get the win with the Hunter, and that's going to be a tied series going to game number 5.
Right, and it was, again, we're seeing the Bomb Warrior starting to struggle here. The Highlander Hunter, I think, is not the type of hunter that I would have brought, but against specifically the version of Bomb Warrior with the Pirates in there, you do probably get yourself a little bit extra percentage over Face Hunter, just because you do have the aggressive start, even if it's a little bit less consistent, and then you have the ability to go into the late game, as we saw there from Dreadeye. Last deck remaining, though, obviously with the Rogue banned out the way, this is where things get a little bit harder, both for Dreadeye to play and for us to cast, because it's the Turtle Mage, Dan, as the final remaining deck, the outlier in his lineup.
For sure, and I'm looking forward to see if Turtle Mage can come out here and really show us why it's considered to be one of the more dominant tournament decks. Maybe not necessarily as prominent on ladder, but it has some really powerful stuff. We've also seen some players really mess up with this deck on broadcast. Even just this weekend, it feels really hard to pilot. And so when the stakes are this high, Derek, where it's game 5, winner moves on and is very likely to put themselves in the Grandmaster's position versus semi-likely. I mean, this is the highest stakes match that I feel like either of these players have gotten so far.
And they're going to have to be playing at their absolute best. So getting into things right out the gate, Dreadeye with what I would say is a premium Turtle Mage hand. He's got the Sphere of Sapience to make sure he doesn't draw the Potion of Illusion. He's got Tortolan Pilgrim for when turn 7 or 8 knocks around. And if all of that wasn't enough, he also has Acidic Swampoos to take out any weapons that come down from Shao Dai.
That's right, and this kind of the opening hand is the opposite of what we saw the really bad pan out, but Shao Dai's warrior looks like it's kind of stalled out here in the beginning. I am looking at cards like Hench Clan Burglar to potentially bottom there.
Oi, oi, oi.
Wow, double weapon removal ready for the Wrench Calibers. This is brutal.
Big, big deal. Taking a look at Shao Dai's list in particular, we can see there is one Horde Pillager in the list. So this is not the end of the weapons after double Swampoos comes down, but he has to find it. It's not in hand quite yet, which means that Dreadeye is definitely looking to be in a good spot.
Seems like Dreadeye feels very comfortable with this deck. This could be his pet deck that he maybe has claimed specialty over. And it's something that he feels very good about. The second Swamp, which you can see, look at the smile on his face. He's happy. He is ready to go. Gonna shut down 3 entire weapon charges.
Pretty much perfect draw as well. You can just fill out your mana curve as well. I mean, why not really at this point? Get your minions down on board.
Oof. And rough times for Shao Dai.
Right now, we're just looking at, like, Tempo Mage here from Dreadeye. He's just playing minions on curve, and it's winning the game at the moment, let alone the combo with Tortol and Pilgrim at the end, which, to be fair, you know, the combo at the end we do have to talk about, because with the bombs shuffled into the deck, this is definitely not a lock for Dreadeye quite yet. He needs to be very careful about how he sequences this.
Right, there's still 2 bombs to account for, and it doesn't have healing, and you know, some of these, sometimes it does come down to how much damage you're taking in the early stages for. Turtle Mage finds the Earthen Ring Farseer. That's a nice pickup, because then when he has the opportunity to use Tortol and Pilgrim and copy, he can use the Earthen Ring Farseer. He's got damage, he's got healing, he's going to maintain freeze. It's very close, looking like Dreadeye's got the goods.
Yep. Again, everything that could have possibly gone right has gone right for Dreadeye here. This is the dream start to the matchup. The only problem now is that he's not guaranteed Potion of Illusion off of every Tortol and Pilgrim. There's a bomb in the deck, so there's 4 spells in the deck. That is where things can go mighty wrong, unless he's got a contingency plan.
Job's done.
Frost Nova, which I think we're okay drawing. We just want to avoid drawing the second potion or anything like that.
I think Frost Nova is an actively good draw here, because if he finds the other one, he goes back to having the 3 spells in his deck, which is exactly where you want to be.
Yep. It's a really good point. Coining out the Tortolan Pilgrim. You're going to immediately drop the Potion of Illusion. What if... What if he didn't get...
He'd be in trouble. He would be in trouble.
It's likely to happen, right? It's more likely than not, because it picks 3 out of the 4.
Yes, yep.
But there was an opportunity for Dreadeye to kind of get stalled out there if things went disastrously wrong for him.
I mean, that's where things get really interesting, because at that point, sometimes you pick Bomb because it's actively good to draw a card, even if you have to tank the 5 damage from the bomb being cast as well.
All right. Shao-Dai probably entertained the idea of pushing this damage here.
Thinking about it.
Although he probably wants to shield slam the Tortolan too if he thinks about it. But yeah, this is a point that I think I heard Sato making, which is really don't want to acknowledge this Tortolan Pilgrim. Yeah, you slow it down by just a little bit, but they still have 1 mana Tortolan in their deck. The thing is, Dreadeye once again might miss here if he chooses to go for it, but I don't know if he's incentivized to at the moment.
I mean, it's rapidly approaching the situation where even if he missed, which again he hit there on the Potion of Illusion, he can start looking towards winning based on tempo, honestly. You know, he's got these powerful minions that he's throwing down. Sunreaver War Mage, as soon as a Blizzard is found, is huge as well. But he's just hitting every time, man. Why am I even talking about the possibility of missing?
No, you're totally right. It's just more like his hand would have been stranded if he missed on the very first time. He would have been playing the bully, and that's where Shadow actually could have found a way to come back into this game. Clan Burglar needs to find some kind of way to deal with the board. Finds Helfer. Was he gonna get swipe? Oh.
Someone's gotta lead the charge.
Deadly shot on a board of 1/1s.
Yep.
At this point, I feel like Shadai's just playing cards. He doesn't even really. He just looks defeated. He was up 2-0, only had to win one game with his Warrior deck, and it looks like Warrior's gonna get swept. It also looks like Dreadeye is on the verge of potentially catapulting himself into a Grandmaster spot for next year.
Looking very good for Dreadeye. No two ways about it. But Shaodai should stick in there. There's a very real chance that either through the deck messing up the combo for Dreadeye or through human error, Dreadeye messes up this combo. It's unlikely, of course, but you stick it out. With this much on the line, you take any percentage chance you can.
Yeah, but it's difficult to fight that mental block. Turtle Mage doesn't just destroy your life points. It destroys your will to live.
Hard agree.
Well, in the sense that it just makes it feel like it's slowly draining you. And the hard part is, it's not even that Turtle Mage is trying to BM you, it just can't win yet.
Yeah.
All it is just stalling indefinitely because the War Mage doesn't have a spell to activate.
So this is like 6 or 7 in a row where he's hit the potion every single time. It didn't really matter there because he still has many ways to make up for it afterwards. But one thing that we are seeing from Dreadeye is, you know, just pinging off his own minion there, getting rid of the reborn minion is a sign of an experienced Turtle Mage player. It's the kind of thing you quickly realize where, okay, the infinite combo I'm going for here is Earthen Rings and Tortollans. The Bone Wraith does not fit into that anywhere.
What is the series of possibilities that Shaddai has to potentially win here?
So it's revolves around obviously clearing the board and gaining a bunch of armor with Risky Skipper on the following turn. It also revolves around using the Horde Pillager to guarantee him a Wrench Caliber and going for damage to the face here.
My hand is full.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of mentioned winning on tempo. It's not a lot, but it's definitely bigger than what Warrior has going for them right now.
And the other big thing that we can see there is you could make the argument at first glance that, oh, he just overdrew a card there. That doesn't feel like the correct way to go about it. But with Bombs in the deck and Sphere of Sapience equipped, even if Potion of Illusion is the top card of his deck, he can descend it right down to the bottom with no chance of it being overdrawn. Staying at 10 cards here, I think, is good. I like it.
You're in my hands now.
At this point, Dreadeye just pretty much overflowing with the amount of resources that he has. Not even necessarily sure how to manage his own board space in terms of like what he wants to ping off. He can totally choose to not ping anything. Could also ping his opponent.
I think you do it to get a 5/5 down on board. That I guess you don't have a card in hand there. Yeah, he could have done it differently there, where he played the Boom Pistol earlier in that turn and then finished with the Tortollan, which I think I liked a little bit more.
What now?
All right. Is there any possibility for Xiaodai is kind of the question on our minds here, and I don't feel like there is much he can do just based off the deck list, since he doesn't have ways to really mess with his opponent's weapon. He has Galakron, so he could potentially find Galakron to add damage from the hand, but it's not going to be able to deal enough with the healing that is going on with the Earthling Farseer.
The healing is the big thing here. I think the biggest thing going for Xiaodai at the moment is that with the amount of armor that he can gain at the moment with Risky Skipper and Horde Pillager, and Armor Smith and clear the board, Dreadeye potentially ends up in a situation where he has to find Blizzard to go with the Sunreaver War Mage, which also means he can't stay at 10 cards if he wants to get that, because if he put it to the bottom of his deck, he obviously will have to wait till he gets to the bottom of the deck before he finds it. And so I think there's maybe some avenue there where if Xiaodai can force Dreadeye to have to draw a card, maybe something can come about of it. But I find that pretty fringe as a possibility, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe these shuffles with the bombs going in can continue to mess with the Sphere Sapients. And Dreadeye ends up struggling with finding a way to deal with bombs, but I find that unlikely. However, I mean, Xiaodai has to keep playing through. This is the last game.
It all comes down for this. And again, as I'm saying, all of these Tortollan Pilgrims all have the chance, apparently, although we haven't seen it yet, to miss Potion of Illusion. Because again, he's hitting every single one here. I still don't think he's missed once.
I don't think he has, and I think that's almost become a statistical anomaly. If he starts to play anymore, at this point, it might start to get to the territory where it's like you are so incredibly unlikely to hit these many potions in a row with a 3 out of 4 chance every single time.
This man, if he becomes a Grandmaster today, that won't even be his biggest achievement, because he's also become a glitch in the Matrix before then, as I think his biggest achievement here.
Yeah, and Xiaodai understands that by killing his opponent's board with the 1/1s, he's actually giving Dreadeye more plays and opportunities. Dreadeye, by the way, finally made a little bit of space in his hand for the first time in a few turns now.
Which, as I said, I think is a nod to Sunreaver Warmage. Like, the longer this game goes on, the higher chance there is for something to go disastrously wrong.
For Dreadeye?
For Dreadeye, yeah. Like, if he messes up, or if it doesn't give him potion in a key point, or if 4 bombs come one after the other, or something, whatever it is, basically, the chances increase of it going wrong the longer he goes. So, even though I was in favor of going for this stay at 10 cards forever route, as the game goes on, I'm starting to think that keeping 1 space in hand is probably a necessary thing to avoid any kind of fringe mistakes from happening.
You're in my hands now.
Oh my god!
Again!
Does Blizzard even exist in his deck?
Pick the one, see?
That was 3 mana,
Wandmaker.
do nothing. 3 mana, delete a card from your hand he just played. And it was pretty good. Again!
Wait, he's down. Oh no, so he still has 2 Tortollan Pilgrims. I thought he was down to 1 for a brief second there. But it looks like he's keeping tabs on it.
The funniest thing of all, though, is that Galakron, even if that was the out for Xiaodai, is likely to be unplayable literally for the rest of the game.
My hand is full.
Take that, yeah.
Nice. Finally able to utilize the Sphere Sapients in a really nice way, and the full hand. Keeping a full hand, make sure overdrawn bomb.
Yep, go face, ping one of your guys, play the boom pistol, I suppose. Or just ping them in the face. Sure.
Okay, this does give Xiaodai an opportunity to respond here. I I'm thinking about if this is an opportunity to go for something like Risky Skipper and Armor Smith at all. Because we're getting to that point of the game where Shout Eye has to think of something to protect his life total. But also...
Like... This, to me, is what is most interesting about this game, is that Dreadeye is clearly tunnel visioning on the idea of... Or I shouldn't say tunnel visioning, I should say he's locked in on the idea of overdrawing his deck, which has the obvious upside of overdrawing bombs. That's the thought process here. The downside, as I said, is that it gives a very, very long time to Xiaodai here to try and make something happen, or more importantly, for Dreadeye's own deck to try and mess with him. Because by not finding a Blizzard at any point here, it does mean the game is going to take a long time to end because the Sunreaver Warmage can't become active. And it also means here, by not playing out the Boom Pistol, which would have required him to draw a card, Galakrond can come down, which otherwise very possibly was possible to just be locked out forever.
Right, that was the thing about it. Like, you know, the alternative was Xiaodai plays a Battlecry card that he can't, that he knows that he's going to have trouble with. Whoa, can't have the Blizzard in hand, just exactly what you were talking about.
There it is. You've got to either overdraw it or send it to the bottom of your deck.
All right, well, is Dreadeye just going to go for the ping strategy again? To get his ping his own Boom Pistol Bully and finally use his other Boom Pistol Bullies?
Why? The reason to go for this was to stop Galakrond, though. Like, okay, if you're just pinging here, this is fine, because he's being at least consistent with the idea of overdrawing his deck. He's sticking with it.
Right. He's committing to the macro line of what he wants to do. Now, Xiaodai's been holding off on the weapon swings, right? Because he understands that the bombs shuffling in aren't super impactful at the moment because Dreadeye's going to commit to overdrawing. Which I am intrigued by, of what Xiaodai is planning to do then from this point on. Is it just simply attack with Galakrond every single turn for 7 and pressure your opponent? I mean, that's one possibility, and we'll see if Xiaodai's Deathwing can threaten Dreadeye's enough. But Dreadeye also still has that dynamic of what if both of his Tortollan Pilgrims finally miss the Potion of Illusion?
That's what Xiaodai's been hanging out for this entire time, and I think like 15 times in a row he hasn't been rewarded once yet. But eventually, surely, one of them has to miss on the Potion of Illusion. Okay.
Oh, it burns the other Blizzard!
There's Blizzard off the top. So with this line, he is now guaranteed to hit Potion of Illusion, obviously unlike how it was before, apparently. But the downside is, it's a very, very slow win condition. It should just be a lockout victory still. But the time is there for Xiaodai to try and find an avenue to swing things back.
Yeah, also Blizzard being gone as opposed to the Frost Nova means that Dreadeye can't destroy the board. He can only freeze it, and therefore has fewer opportunities to remove it if Xiaodai ends up developing even more. See Dreadeye trying to meticulously order so that you can get the Tortollan back first.
Yeah, like, this should all be from here pretty clean. Like I said, this is a combo that with the Sphere of Sapience equipped should work until he literally runs out of cards, because he's going to heal for a hell of a lot each turn, and those bombs are not going to be enough to win Xiaodai the game.
Yep, I like it. So, Xiaodai, with no ability for bombs to be drawn, too much healing to actually deal damage. He's about to hit fatigue. And obviously no sign of cards like Archivist Lysiana. What is he left to do here? Just is he resigned to his fate? Is there anything he can do, Derek?
I'm trying to run through it here. I mean, I'm seeing the the Discord that we have with the other casters at the moment, in which there is raging debate as to how this could possibly go any other way. But with all the heal every turn, with the freeze every turn, I'm just not seeing it for Xiaodai here. I think Dreadeye, even though I think he invited some element of risk with his line of, you know, not discovering the Potion of Illusion. With the way it worked out for him here, he was rewarded for drawing the Blizzards, for overdrawing the Blizzards, and now he should be able to heal up for more than enough health every turn, stay at 10 cards, freeze the board. He just does the same thing every turn, and he wins.
I guess it's more of just, at this point, procedural for Dreadeye. He's just going to keep doing the same thing, and then Xiaodai, I think, is basically hoping for Dreadeye to mess up. Like, if there's something wrong with his technical sequencing.
So you just want to make sure that you always have an Earthen Ring and a Tortolan in your hand, and then you're fine.
Yes.
Perfect. Yep, that's good.
Yep. 10 cards. 6 minions on the board, so he has action. I do like the Doomsayer here as well, because it deals with like Armorsmith armor gain stuff. Or so he thinks. If Xiaodai plays, say, Lord Barov will activate the Risky Skipper and gain him another burst of armor.
Yeah. Wipes his board, obviously, in the process, so... Sure, it looks like a good or a bad thing. Like, you may as well just take the extra armor here, right, is all I'm seeing?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And even with all of that, Dreadeye is going to heal back up to full here. He's going to freeze the board, and he's going to be at 10 cards, so he's not going to draw any bombs. Xiaodai's just going to fatigue. Unless Dreadeye messes up. That's the win condition here for Xiaodai. Yeah. With these very repetitive endgame states, your human brain, even though this is theoretically a 100% lock win, you can mess up. It starts to mess with your head.
Sure. I'll believe it if I see it. I feel like we've seen a lot of people get to this stage, and even if they try messing up, it turns out there's a lot of other ways that you can keep redeeming the deck. Which I think might be an indication of the deck's strength. You know, with the fact that you can mess up and still be able to be rewarded for it. You know, some of the power levels of other combo decks in the past, they were so narrow and thin that, in terms of your margin of error, that was like the reason why you couldn't bring it to tournaments, because like if you mess up once, like let's say APM Priest, for example.
Yeah.
That was definitely the big challenge for that deck.
I mean, this is kind of APM Mage, but more the kind of APM that I play StarCraft at, so still could be called APM, I suppose.
I think with each passing minute, Xiaodai sinks deeper into his chair and further away from his webcam. At this point, Xiaodai has lost most of his motivation and really it just looks like he does not have a way that he can win.
Yeah, getting further and further from the cam, getting shower and shower.
I am unbreakable, but time is fleeting.
Nice. Derek truly super multilingual. Dreadeye looks like was trying to communicate something, but mysteriously his webcam disappeared. I guess we'll never know. Oh well. Dreadeye is...
My hand is full.
I mean, gonna see that Xiaodai basically did nothing. He just passed. There's nothing for him to do.
Yep. He realizes there's just pretty much nothing doing here whatsoever. Dreadeye trades everything in. More board space. Fantastic.
My eyes are open. My eyes are open.
You're in my hands now.
Not really much else for Dreadeye. He's already kind of shown exactly his same pattern of gameplay. Coming up next after this this third quarterfinal will be Cañeta versus Dravo, which is going to be a mirror matchup of sorts. They both have Druid, Priest, Mage, and Warrior. One player kind of playing a Malygos versus a Survival Druid. And of course a Highlander Priest versus a more controlling Priest. But it will be interesting to see if either player will get that edge. Dravo is another player also playing Turtle Mage. So we might see an opportunity. These players are actually on the same side of the bracket, so maybe Dravo and Dreadeye will actually have a Turtle Mage mirror. If we could be so lucky.
Yeah, it's going to be a long road to get there first. I think Dreadeye again on that turn maybe could have just sat there without having developed anything on the board, because developing more 1/1s doesn't really get him any benefit. Like, obviously it kills his opponent slightly faster, but a win is a win. All you really need here is to make sure that you have board space to keep going with the infinite combo, right? That's where things go scary.
Right.
Plays the guy, pings his own guy, plays the Tortolan to go back up to 10 cards, right? Isn't that what you do? You play the Tortolan here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it looks like he caught on to it. He caught on to it. And even still, if he didn't do that, I think he was still in a perfectly fine spot. He still has his Tortolans, and he still has his Earthen Rings and his Boom Pistol Bullies.
And I guess the out here really for Xiaodai is that there's no board space for Dreadeye, which is where things go wrong, because he can just keep hitting face turn after turn.
Right, and you can heal for 3.
Right, and obviously here for Dreadeye, he can't clear enough of his board to play both the Earthen Ring and the Tortolan on the same turn. So he's just going to have to ping his own minion here. And surely you don't play the Earthen Ring here, because otherwise you leave a space in your hand, right? That goes against the entire strategy he's been trying to proliferate here. You either play Tortolan or you pass, and pass is the better line.
Right. And so that's when Dreadeye can ping another minion, then play 2 minions, right? And then rebound. So Xiaodai nets 3 damage over 2 turns.
Oh my god, what? Is Xiaodai gonna win here?
Because he has the Galakrond Burst.
I've been counting him out for so long. And like I said, Xiaodai took a turn to develop onto the board a couple turns ago where he didn't need to. He filled up his board for very little benefit. He can still...
Yeah, that's true.
He can heal for 3 every other turn now. So he's taking 1.5 damage a turn, I believe.
Right.
Because he needs 2 turns to ping enough board space off. Does that mean he wins quicker than his opponent dies, though?
I don't think so, because I think Dreadeye just has to heal. If he doesn't heal this turn, he only has 8 damage. And I guess I have to wonder, did Xiaodai not attack for too long and end up costing him? Because he just chose not to hero power for...
My hand is full.
I mean, on that side, his attacks weren't doing anything because at the time, Dreadeye was healing for infinite damage every turn. It's only now that the board is locked that the damage actually sticks here. And so now, Dreadeye pings his minion, passes. There is 8 burst damage on the other side with Kronks and the hero power. Then Dreadeye heals up for 3 on the following turn. I think he still just got the win.
Yeah, the Southsea Deckhand was extra burst, but no other weapon to pair with it.
No, unless he hits lethal next turn, you ping your own guy. I'm pretty sure.
Right. He's actually thinking about the pirate that got randomly generated. I think that... Would you just be okay with pinging and just playing 1 Earthen Ring Farseer this turn? Just trying to, like... Because Fatigue is going to catch up to Xiaodai, right? Like, if he doesn't clear your board...
No. I mean, you could take the 1 damage on this... You could take the 1 draw on this turn because you have Sphere of Sapiens, right? That's why you're allowed to draw one card. But if the card underneath the bomb is another bomb, then you potentially just die.
I'll show you who's boss.
I think this is the only way for Dreadeye to get the highest chance of winning.
Return is nigh.
Okay, fair enough. And it looks like with that, there's no way for Shao-Dai to get there anymore, right? Now it's just like full heal.
Yeah.
Well, not. I don't even know if it's entirely a full heal, but it's like functionally.
It doesn't
a full
matter.
Heal.
He's won the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so close there, Dan. I'm pretty sure that a few turns before the end, Dreadeye made a push onto the board that very possibly cost him the game there. And, you know, even going earlier on than even that, we're of course looking at the possibility of drawing the Blizzard to try and get this Sunreaver War Mage active. My mind is melted after that series. It was one of the most ridiculous series of Hearthstone I think I've ever casted.
Yeah, it was a long one too. It started off as like an aggro matchup, but ended up dragging out this last game. Taking quite some time here. But it looks like we finally got there, and Dreadeye, sticking to the macro line, he ended up finding all of these Earthen Ring Farseers, and it's not going to be enough here for Shao-Dai, as he gave it a good shot, but doesn't seem like his top 8 run will continue past this point. Dreadeye is going to advance to semifinals. Dreadeye is going to be one of the top players, top earners for the Americas, and potentially join us for Grandmaster season, depending on how the last Masters Tour is going to wrap up. So a 3-2 victory for Dreadeye.
Yeah, very nicely done there at the end by Dreadeye. I think earlier on, we can ignore some of the first games there because there were some pretty clear mistakes from the players at that point. Towards the end, I think that got really interesting because I do disagree with some of the lines there from Dreadeye, but the overall macro game plan had clearly been mapped out for the most part. He made a couple of technical mistakes, but he knew, keep at 10 cards, don't overdraw the bombs. Eventually, the warrior will fatigue. It almost slipped up for him at the end, but he's able to get the win, go through to the semifinals, and he's looking like a prime contender at this point to end up in America's Grandmasters come next year.
Yep, that's right. So a risky choice of a lineup ends up beating the warrior. And well done to Dreadeye, as he is going to go to our top 4. That's just the stage for our final quarterfinal with Drevo versus Kenyatta. And we're going to take a few minutes. Derek's going to hop off. And then when we come back, we're going to conclude the round of 8 here for Masters Tour Montreal Online.
Masters Tour Montreal Online is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
the last quarterfinals here for the Hearthstone Masters Tour Montreal Online, as we are heading into the semifinals pretty soon, but not before Frodan and Sato cast some Priest Mirrors, cast some Turtle Mage. It's the rite of passage for most casters in this metagame. Truly puts hair on your chest. Sato, how you doing? How was your little break there?
It was great. It was a very extended break as you and Derek bore the brunt of the brutally long series there towards the end. But I'm hoping now, Dan, like we're going into our fourth quarterfinal of the day, and if I'm going to be perfectly honest, I've been pretty disappointed with the standard of play that I've seen up to this point from the first three quarterfinals. Obviously, this is these players' opportunity to make a legacy for themselves, right? Particularly if they're going to become Grandmasters. They want a legacy to be built on, so we have some excitement around them when they come into Grandmasters. And right now, it does feel like perhaps some of these players are creating the wrong kind of legacy. So I hope now in our final quarterfinal, we get things cleaned up and we actually have a classic on the boards here and we get to see some high-level play.
Yeah, perhaps it's some motivation for the players to, kick it up a notch, because mistakes happen, right? We've seen some of the greatest players to ever do it in Hearthstone make some pretty bad plays, but we'll see. Dravo, a player who represents Bastia Esports for the football club, pretty cool. He's qualified for all 9 Masters Tour, and of course a shout out to his comeback streak when he started 0-2 during the Asia Pacific Masters Tour previously, and then end up rattling off 7 in a row. And if you need a little bit more reasons to understand why Dravo might be a player worth watching, is the teammates are definitely some notable players who are also on the outside looking to push in to the Grandmaster system. Have you any comments or notes on Dravo's play throughout the weekend, even though we've seen him a couple times on broadcast?
No, I've seen him play once or twice, just honestly like against other streamers on ladder at fairly high legend, and he seems like a very competent player. He does have a bit of a legacy behind him, and he's got a pretty strong practice group of players around him there as well. So I'm hoping we're going to see some good things from him. He is rocking that Turtle Mage that we did just see in the previous series, have that massively elongated game against the Warrior. So hoping we can see some good things from that. But I do believe we are going to be kicking things off with the Priests here, which Dravo is going with the Highlander Priest, which, as I discussed in our previous series, is just starting to fall a little bit out of favor, but I think does still have some pretty decent leverageable advantages in the mirror.
Yeah, very much so. So we'll talk about that as we get into our first game, which I believe is Priest versus Priest. Warrior and Druid band on both sides, which I guess makes kind of sense given the differences in their lineups as we get ready. Remember, the winner of this will go on to play the winner of the previous series in Dreadeye and have an opportunity to potentially win it all and join Leda as a player that is likely to get promoted for Grandmasters. We shall see. Priest Mirrors, it's been a hot minute, Saddle, since earlier today. Any thoughts as we go into this game?
Yeah, I mean, I really have to echo a lot of the things from our opening Priest Mirror of the day, where it's Highlander on one side and it is Control Priest on the other side. No Galakron on this occasion for Cagnetta, which does leverage the dynamic even further in the degree I talked about before, where it's the 2-of deck that's trying to be a bit more aggro and trying to play a bit more for tempo and trying to get an advantage through the early game by curving out and pushing some early damage. Because if it comes to a value battle, unless you're able to, for example, Murazond your opponent's Galakron, it's going to be very, very hard to keep up on long-term value unless you can get some serious value chains out of the likes of Kobold Spellkin, for example, that you play in the 2-ofs version of the deck. So it'll be interesting to see how this one pans out.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting when you consider the fact that Control Priest isn't usually in that spot that wants to be super proactive. There's been some matchups in the past for a controlling Priest style to want to do that. I think Freeze Mage comes to mind. Like when you ever played against it, you really want to try against the board as quickly as you could possibly, get your minions out to try to challenge your opponent. But in this case, we'll see if he's able to even mount a meaningful offensive, because Dravo does have some pretty good removal tools in the form of Soul Mirror, and even has cards like Kronk to maybe summon the Galakron a little bit earlier. But it is interesting, that dynamic that you bring up, which is like, can Dravo scout the hand with Madame Lazul and feel that he has enough confidence to do something like that? And can Yetta either pressure or find that value to strike right back?
Mind Flayer Kaj is honestly one of the strongest cards you can have in the early game as the Highlander variation of the deck, because it's a card that when played on 3 will almost always put your opponent on the back foot, unless they're playing the most aggressive of decks against you. It's a very hard position to gain tempo against a Mind Flayer Kaj, as you see here from Cagnetta, just matching the play. But this is not really achieving what I said that he needs to necessarily do in the early game, which is pull himself significantly ahead on tempo. And he might be instead trying to leverage this first dragon discount that's going to come into play next turn, possibly try and pull ahead on tempo from there.
I wonder.
Yeah, and Dravo has some ways to kind of fight back and manipulate it with Shadow Madness and Penance, but doesn't seem particularly clean in doing so. Start off with the Shadow Madness and using the Broom to commit to it and steal the Mind Flayer card, which of course will summon itself. So, some combat tricks to manipulate and get tempo on his side, which is interesting, right? Seeing this tempo going so much the other direction at the moment.
Absolutely. This is just an ugly board state now to be faced. Cagnetta. Various combinations of Holy Smite and pulls from Cleric of Scales can actually start to fight back against this, but you might just have to over-contest with a bigger minion here and try and move forward.
Yeah, I mean, Big Ol' Whelp is, pretty dominant on the board. It's a little bit harder for Dravo to remove, with to commit both of his Mind Flayers in order to do so. Cobalt Spellkin puts spells in your hand to potentially make Wild Pyromancer even better and help you plan out turn 5. Perhaps going for a swing turn that you're so desiring. So I'm looking at either of those dragons right now to have a pretty significant impact.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because you don't necessarily need 5 damage to fight for the board, but there's a question of what your opponent's next play is going to be and whether you need 5 damage to be able to contest with that. And there's also just putting the more threatening minion in play, so Dravo is more incentivized to potentially double trade into it. But then I think the most important aspect there is just the card draw. You see, just adding a Cabal Acolyte to his hand now suddenly feels like Cagnetta actually has some plays to fight back now, which I think he was noticing his hand really didn't have a great quantity of outside of the potential of a Pyromancer clear, which is kind of spotty at best against Priest, right? The Pyromancer is not in your deck to be clearing boards in the Priest mirror, I would say.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, as it does seem like Dravo right now is going to be favoring the same kind of concept, which is looking at that Cabal Acolyte, trying to see if he can play around it, trying to see if he can get value himself later on. But I would definitely prefer to be in Dravo's position, as he is the one in the driver's seat. Kind of thinking about if he wanted to, how he actually wants to go about with the remainder of his turn, if he wants to trade into the Big Ol' Whelp, or potentially fight for tempo by using Penance.
Yeah, I still like seeing the Penance here. It's a pretty tempo-based matchup overall, so I would still tend to stick to the idea of spending your mana wherever possible. And again, I think if the Highlander Priest can get this far ahead on tempo this early in the game in this matchup against the Control Priest, it's a pretty commanding position to be in. It's weirdly flipped, the dynamic right now, because Dravo's hand is actually a little bit low on value. Does have the Elucia, which maybe can set off some fireworks, as we saw in our first series of the day. But right now, it's actually the Highlander Priest that is in the aggro position in the mirror match, which is a little bit counterintuitive.
Yeah, and I do like the trade as well with the specific Mind Flayer, because he wants to make sure that if Cagnetta does end up stealing with Cabal Acolyte, that it's not stealing anything that's going to be difficult for him to remove as well. So this is definitely some good stuff coming out from this early game here. Cagnetta has the Wild Pyromancer for the clear. You can target the Pyromancer itself to revive it.
Yeah, this doesn't really protect his Sethic particularly well, but it is maximum tempo on this turn to have the 3-1 being immediately revived, so it seems very, very reasonable.
You are
Yeah, and that's okay, because if the Septic Veil Weaver got stolen, it's at its weakest state possible, which is a 2-1. So you could just theoretically sweep it up or just trade into it if you need to.
Now, Cagnetta gets a full turn of Sethic Veilweaver here, which is something I did talk about before in the first series, is a potential advantage of the Control Priest version of the deck, is that you do have these 2-ofs to be able to do this a lot more consistently, and threatening an insane chain of both value and tempo from Sethic Veilweaver plus a bunch of buffs can be extremely powerful.
I'm kind of thinking about what's the best overall use case spell, and I guess Renew is pretty solid just to give you more answers. But it doesn't solve the issue that you described, which is none of these really generate significant amounts of tempo to have board presence. So this is still going to be a problem. And that's maybe where the Powered Fusion here can really kick in, and maybe the Renew can heal it.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the thinking behind the Renew, is this does actually convert into quite a lot of tempo here, as he's able to get a buff and a big value trade, get his Sethic into that perfect 4-attack zone where it's really, really difficult to remove, and now try and move forward from here. He knows that the Galakron is in hand from the opponent, so keeping a second minion alive here was huge. Dravo just going to swing the 50-50, and he might just be in trouble now. That's the bad one if you're a Dravo fan.
Right. So Cagnetta now has opportunity to collect a lot of value. Not nearly as much as what Galakron can do with 19 cards remaining in Dravo's deck, but at least some to potentially drive his advantage even further ahead. Ooh, okay.
Renew again.
Another Renew.
Yep.
He would be at full cards, but does have enough to play after. Okay, I don't... How much does a second Soul Mirror really mean? Is it like... Let me revise that question. How much does the third Soul Mirror really mean in a matchup like that?
So, as you know, I'm sure, Dan, myself and Raven have cast quite a few Priest Mirrors in our time. And he has asked me this question in the past, and I've gone with the response of, I don't think I've ever seen a Soul Mirror in the Priest Mirror and not picked it. We might just be getting to the point of proving that there is such thing as too many Soul Mirrors. I'm not sure if that point has ever been achieved just yet, but we might just be getting there.
That's right. Welcome to Cagnetta's House of Mirrors.
Yeah.
Just constantly summons whatever you play right back, and you're never really going to be able to get ahead on board significantly unless you're willing to play some awkward board states. But for Dravo's perspective, how does he even answer this right now? There's no direct removal. Oh, wait. Does he have a way to manipulate his life total here?
That's a Gandling. Oh, that's a Brittle Bow.
Now time for the real lesson.
Just going to go ahead and draw.
I guess I must have been a little bit ahead of you. Interesting.
Now the fear does come in for Cagnetta a little bit, though, because now he knows that Plague of Death is possible. Basically, all of the big power plays are now available for Priest once they hit 9 mana, so does need to be a little bit fearful of just how much he's committing here. Spells are largely fine, because obviously every spell he's playing is recycling itself into hand, so there's no real loss in the situation. Insta Shadow Word Pain, by the way.
And that helps with hand space.
It does.
So we just play Radiance at the end? Nice juggle.
I like it.
And looks like a pretty meaningful offensive here from Cagnetta. This is not really as slow of a Priest Mirror as you come to expect in terms of the amount of aggression coming out from Cagnetta, but Dravo does have the answer finally with Plague of Death. And not a lot of proactivity from Cagnetta available this turn. He's got a couple of minions.
I think he just ripped the mass res in response, right? Like, it's likely to be fairly underwhelming. Obviously, largely the minions that you've had die this game have been fairly small and unassuming, but you need some kind of redevelopment here, and playing the Spellkin gives you some pretty serious hand size issues again. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah. Not the best. I mean, so much so that Dravo probably doesn't feel truly threatened by it. He's hovering over his Dragon Queen, ready to go.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're Dravo here, you definitely want to take the opportunity to just swing a counter-offensive. Absolutely on board with this. Sethic value is kind of already done at this point. Oh, here we are again for Cagnetta, just right back where he was a few turns ago. Sethic Veilweaver value train still well and truly pulling out of the station. Might just feel like he can just dump a Soul Mirror here since he has so many of them. Whoa, what is happening here, Dan? I'm scared.
Double Veilweaver. With the Shadow Word Death. He really wants to find more value.
I mean, I feel like this is a pretty value-packed hand already. We might be better served just getting some of this value out of our hand as opposed to getting more value into it.
I'm down. You could also use the initiation right now. On the big ol' whelp.
Yeah. It's a one-way train to overdraw City, but it's still a pretty high-tempo play this turn.
And also pushing damage.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. So Dravo can respond. He has actually a really interesting guarantee clear in the form of Uranus and Soul Mirror. Is there a better way to do it besides that, though? Not guaranteed. Renew would have to pull something.
Yeah, you could potentially go fishing with Renew first because it could still change the turn, and you can potentially still then shift to this afterwards, but Dravo's just going to take the guaranteed line because it leaves him the mana at the end for the extra ooze. Drop a Bloodfem Raptor alongside all of this.
Right.
Reasonable.
Also, I think Renew is really important for his Brittlebone Destroyer later, so perhaps just saving that as a opportunity to guarantee single target removal if Cagnetta somehow produced a really big threat right now.
Yeah, that is a really good point.
I wonder.
This is why I was a little confused on the insistence on value on the previous turn. He did end up with double Dark Prophecy, which actually works out pretty well because they're one of the best priest-generated spells that you can just dump. Don't refresh themselves in their hand. They don't give you more value. They're not a situational removal card. It's just a reasonably proactive minion that you can play in any situation.
Yeah,
and he's getting very, very clogged.
The downside, of course, is all those minions are minions that can get stolen. So,
that's true.
It's a little awkward when you're like, oh, Loot Hoarder's even more value. And you're like, well, they probably can steal it. Then you're like, well, I can steal it back. And that just kind of creates a dynamic where I'm not sure if Cagnetta is super interested in. So I ends up going with the Frostwolf Grunt instead.
So this gives Dravo some really nice tempo swing availabilities, like Spellkin, Cabal Acolyte, play any of your then 3 1-mana spells, whichever one is most appropriate for a full board clear. And stealing the 2/5 seems very strong. But now, since the Wave of Apathy has been generated, does he want to hold on to the Cabal Acolyte for the big money? Besides, he doesn't.
Yeah. I'm also kind of interested by the lack of hero power coming out from Dravo. Just wants to take guaranteed tempo every single turn, which makes sense. But he is running a little bit thinner on what he's going to be playing soon. So I kind of like this because then he's not in a position where he constantly is overdrawing or overflooded with resources, and he's trying to maximize his board presence every turn against a deck trying to do the same exact thing against him. Does Cagnetta have any ability to pick this Dragon Queen Alexstrasza? Seems like he is favoring that value.
You can't stop him, Dan. He's going to do it anyway, and I think it's probably right in this situation. He only has 11 cards left, so it's likely to be active very quickly. It's a dynamic that I didn't really touch on yet, but both players kind of initiated a willingness to draw some cards in the early game, which is kind of like a game of chicken in the Priest Mirror. It is very tempo-based, as you were just talking about last turn. Much more tempo-based now than it used to be, but it's still very late-game tempo-based a lot of times. You still do get very close to fatigue most of the time, so a lot of players are still very scared to draw additional cards. But the reason I call it a game of chicken is as soon as one player starts doing it, like Dravo played his Galakron to draw his Kronks, for example, Kanyeta then felt able to do it himself by playing the Cleric of Scales to fish for spells. So we're in a situation here where both players have kind of pushed through their deck a little bit quicker than you might be used to seeing in a Priest Mirror, but that is because it's so much more tempo-based now than it used to be, with all of these extremely high-value steal effects and tempo swing turns and everything that can come down to just constantly set up these huge boards that are threatening lethal on either side.
You think this is your time?
Yeah, that makes sense. Murzon.
Your mind.
Nice.
And now can immediately steal the Broswolf Grunt right back and trade onto the board here. I really like this this Murzon play.
Yeah, love it.
Finds Alex. That's a way that this pace could be accelerated pretty dramatically if he has 15 power on the board next turn.
Yep, completely agree. Basically, any board he makes now is going to be threatening lethal.
Oh wow, Kanyeta, you can just I'm looking at him. He's he has turned into you know, kind of a nervous wreck here on broadcast in terms of just like kind of rocking back and forth, biting his shirt. You can kind of see how much this match might mean to him, as this is a really important moment in this matchup.
Right. Kanyeta still has responses here, though. Still has plenty of those soul mirrors left remaining from early in the game. Having just seen Dravo's natural copy of the Murazond come down, he should be a little more willing to be throwing out those soul mirrors. That is one of the dangerous things as well. And chaos initiated, because now one of these two players knows that both players have Mindrender in their hand. And when you know that both of you have Mindrender in your hand, suddenly the plays become very, very interesting, because you know you can always make the play we saw in our early series, where you Mindrender, play a bunch of cards, and then Mindrender right back, so there's no potential punish on the other side. But this now opens up a lot of pretty interesting business for Kanyeta over the following couple of turns.
Well, I mean, if it wasn't chaotic enough, Blood Boil Brute would have a field day on this board state at the moment. This is crazy amount of damage minions. How do you even go about diffusing this minefield of priest minions?
Starting with Renew is intelligent. If nothing is found here, it does at least activate your Brittle Bone Destroyer, which can be used on a key target like the 1/7 on the other side, which of course in reality is an 8/7 next turn.
Right.
What about?
Oh no.
Picks the Mind Vision, which...
Oh no, Dan. Next level chaos? Next level chaos?
I mean, I'm anticipating some shenanigans here, because there's some really good stuff from in Kanyeta's hand. Mindrender, Lucia, Murzon. Oh! Find another Mindrender!
Okay, now both players know that both players have Mindrender and Lucia in their hand.
Well, does Kanyeta know that Dravo knows? Because if he doesn't know that Dravo knows, then he could be walking into another Lucia trap.
Oh,
wait!
No, Dad! No!
I don't understand this matchup when it gets to like this point. I've played a handful of them on ladder. I think I played like 3 or 4 of them, and that actually was enough to make me stop wanting to play Priest on ladder, because I just didn't want to get into the situation too much. There's limited time. There's only so many hours in a day, Sottle.
Yeah, you played 3 or 4 Priest Mirrors, and that was what you did with your week. Yeah.
That's right.
You think this is your time?
So I went to Turtle Mage versus Priest to try and map out more scenarios with TJ. Okay, Murazon right back. Mind Vision gets.
It's always.
Another
Don't even
mind
ask.
render!
Don't even ask. It was never in doubt. Never in doubt.
You can't have. I guess. Okay, so Mind Vision just keeps picking up a Mind Render Lucia.
Yes.
And now it's like almost a feedback loop because there's so many copies of in the hand of it's actually more likely than other cards at this point to
Exactly.
copy off Mind Vision.
Yeah, the probability of it happening is actually just increasing exponentially as this goes on, but it's so awkward. Like, both players should now know that they have the ability to end any Lucia turn with their own hand back again and shut things down, right? So they have the possibility to make plays with that setup in mind. Make pushes using their opponent's card, but then give them their hand right back, knowing that they don't necessarily have the removal in them. The problem is that both players are now getting to the point where they know both players can do that multiple times in a row because you only consume one Lucia from each hand on any given turn. They can also just bounce back and forward with Lucia like 7 times and see if it breaks the game. Like, I'm down to see that. Like, hands up, anyone?
Okay. So Kenyatta knows that Dravo knows that Kenyatta knows that Drava's holding a Mind Render Lucia. Are we caught up on that?
Roughly, yeah. That's about where we are.
Okay, I don't know.
You know what I know, Dan? Twisting Nether. That's what I know.
It ends up being a really effective way to sweep the board clean.
All right, I feel like we've reset to about 5 turns ago, where now Kenyatta probably has to start with a Dark Prophecy to get out. Okay, he's going. Fine, let's go.
All right, here we go. So now he flips, sees 2 Mind Renders. What do you do now?
It's a great question.
I guess you're like, wait, I had a better hand to develop.
Well, he gets his hand back. That's the point, right? Is that he ends this turn with Mind Render, so he gets his hand back. So all he's doing is just like burning 1 or 2 cards from his opponent's hand here. He doesn't know what he's going to see, but from his perspective, he's just going to play the best 1 or 2 cards that he can for 4 mana, and then swap them. I expect.
Yeah, right. But then Dravo, what's stopping him from doing the exact same thing right back?
Right. That's where things get messy. Because now we swap back. Dravo has this turn with his original hand, but he's just seen the multiple Mind Renders in his opponent's hand. So he can now choose to do the same thing. And he also has perfect information, because he just saw every single card that was in his opponent's hand because he was just holding it. So he actually gets full info on whether he thinks this is a good idea or not.
Oh, yeah. A ladder tip for all you people who play on PC is I actually screenshot when that ends up happening so I can remember my opponent's hand. You know, the other night I actually watched Inception again, and it's one of my favorite movies because my girlfriend Taylor hadn't seen it yet. So she ended up enjoying it a lot, and I feel like this is reliving that moment where it's so mind bending that I'm not really sure what to really expect here anymore. Dravo has so many mind render opportunities to take back his own hand, which was taken by Kenyatta, in order to play the cards that he wanted to play originally anyways. Because those were his cards. That was stolen by Kenyatta, which was in Dravo's own hand. If you know what I mean.
Yes. I know exactly what you mean.
Why are we even hiding the cards at this point? I think when you play enough Mind Render Lucias, first of all, there's an achievement to unlock. You should get like 50 gold for that. Then you should just have the ability for both players to just have face-up hands for the rest of the game. Right. Because that's the ultimate importance for a healthy relationship, Sottle. Open communication and no secrets.
Yes. Yeah. I think we could get that printed on a Hearthstone t-shirt as a slogan. The key to a healthy relationship is a face-up hand.
Exactly. Both of you are holding Mindrender or Lucia. How about that? Oh no, then it's a Black Mirror episode where you both have access to each other's knowledge and secrets.
So, back in reality, Dravo only played one Mindrender on his turn.
Yes.
He chose not to flip back, so this means Cagnetta is now playing a turn with his opponent's hand and deck. So, the encouraging thing to do here is just to completely dump the hand. And if I'm going to be honest, I'm not entirely sure why Dravo chose to do that, because it does seem to give a great deal of initiative over to Cagnetta in this position, to just make this enormous push and just dump a whole bunch of value out of his opponent's hand, creating this position that you see right now.
Yeah, it's a really good point. You know, one of the things that we kind of didn't mention as, you know, I will take responsibility for derailing this broadcast. Is that, you know, Cagnetta was the one going first, which means Cagnetta can develop the minions. And if Dravo responds and there's no reactive cards that can address the board, then Dravo's just behind development. And now Cagnetta has gotten even further ahead with tempo, and now Dravo's digging very aggressively to try to find any alternative.
Right.
But it just seems like he's too far behind. With 13 power showing, Cagnetta is just a couple of points off from lethal here.
Yeah, so if I've followed this correctly through trying to politely nod at Dan's TV references, and I have, this was the end of the resolutions. There was no more mind renders to go off. So essentially, Dravo just feels like he's lost the battle of mind render mechanics here. He made a play that ended up in this position, and it was kind of provably and demonstrably ending up in this position because both players had perfect information on both hands. So you kind of have to be critical of the situation at a level. You also have to be somewhat forgiving, because who on earth knows how to play these situations correctly? I don't. I just get to sit here and say when something's wrong.
Well, I mean, Cagnetta could have even gone further because he's still holding 2 more additional mind renders, so he was ready to go. But I think overall, if you were to point out one thing, it was how Dravo chose to respond to it, because he played a mind render right back and then played Cobalt Spellkin and then was just really not doing much. It felt like he wasn't able to keep up the same pace, and now Canyetta's so far ahead. We're going to really cement it through a Holy Nova and then push damage, that Dravo needs to draw something very dramatic in order to win from this position.
Yeah, that was a beast mode Holy Nova. Cagnetta got to push all the damage, take all the value trades, fully restore his own board. Dravo here is out of Plague of Death. Cagnetta, full knowledge of the hand. He's seen it all. He knows what he has to play around and what he doesn't. Zephyrus gone. Plague of Death gone. Dravo gone. Cagnetta 1-0 in the series in one of the more chaotic Priest mirrors that I've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, but that was pretty well navigated, all things considering. The Priest matchup can be pretty daunting at times, and it seemed like Cagnetta stuck to the general game plan and was able to really craft an aggressive game plan from the beginning. It kind of got thrown off a little bit because of some of those removal and steal tactics from Dravo, and then Cagnetta, when given that opportunity with the Mindrender Lucia, took that initiative. And you know, when we get into those inception battles where both players are trying to enter the mind of the others, it starts to get really interesting to see how both players respond in that situation, because kind of like what you were saying, Sato, it just gets so weird. A lot of the rules or like traditional ideas of matchups get thrown out the window, and you have perfect information, which sometimes is like the hardest part to deal with because you only have 70 seconds to process everything and try to figure out a good plan from there.
But to follow on the Inception train, I do think Dravo had to go one level deeper at that point. If someone in our Discord who doesn't have to speak out loud for the next hour and a half, could resolve that down, if Dravo had continued to play Alucias and flip back and forth and let me know what happens, I'm still very, very interested in how that one pans out. But that's the past, Dan, and now we are moving on to the present. As Cagnetta, after picking up the first victory, will be moving himself onto his Bomb Warrior now.
All right, so Bomb Warrior featuring Galakron, the Unbreakable, just to give you that extra push at the top end. Pretty standard at this point. I don't see anything too out of the ordinary in his deck list, as Dravo's going to stick to his Highlander Priest. And as a matchup that, Cagnetta
probably is more happy to see with Dravo only having one form of weapon removal. Doesn't seem like... Oh, he has a Cobalt Sticky Figure. Never mind.
He does
Dravo
have Sticky Finger as
actually
well,
have
yeah.
the double weapon removal. So that's actually annoying for this warrior to have to deal with now.
Yeah, that plus the Zephyrus itself, of course, as well as Mindrender Elucia. I hate to go right back to the well again, but weirdly, Mindrender Elucia can kind of work as weapon destruction because you can play it, steal a Wrench Caliber, you can play it and steal a Horde Pillager. You know, all of these things that would essentially become a weapon for your opponent, steal it away from them. They essentially functions as weapon destruction in that regard as well, but Kanyeta here is playing the Risky Skipper variation of Warrior, which I erroneously said on day 2 seemed to be performing better because we were seeing more and more of it as the days went on. As we were following the higher ranked players in the Swiss, we seem to be seeing more and more Risky Skipper Warrior. But actually, once again, shout out to Wicked Good on Twitter, who runs a fantastic website for keeping up with the stats on these sorts of things. His new stats engine has quite clearly reported that actually the Risky Skipper package has underperformed in this Masters Tour, and it's just kind of a coincidence that we're seeing more of it later on.
Yeah, I mean, if so many people bring it, there's going to be some players who do advance through it, just purely off of, even if they underperform, some of them will be winning still. So Kanyeta, we'll see if it ends up doing enough here. You mentioned stats. Highlander Priest, the worst matchup on paper is Bomb Warrior, which is why when you're bringing this deck in a tournament environment, you either have to account for Warrior by banning it, for example, or you tech against it the way Dravo has, and those techs are pretty dramatic, right? Cobalt Sticky Finger isn't just, an annoyance. It's really hard for Bomb Warrior to get their game plan going consistently, because if not, then you're going to follow the traditional 70-30 dynamic that Priest struggles with on ladder.
Absolutely. So just in the early skirmishes, Dravo's picked him up an Alexstrasza for the hyper late game, which I imagine will be looked at using defensively, but there are also opportunities where Warrior will just ignore your board to be swinging and setting up lethal if they've already dealt with the Apotheosis, for example, that maybe Alexstrasza could be used as a counter-offensive. But I think the most interesting turn is the one that Kanyeta wrote so far, which is playing Armorsmith on 2, because there's kind of 2 schools of thoughts with Armorsmith in this matchup, which is whether to actually get them out early and start maybe getting a little bit of chip damage in with them, and then worst comes to worst, you get them dead before your opponent can steal them from your hand, steal them from your deck, however else Priest can get their hands on it. So you don't get blown up by the potential of Soul Mirror later in the game. But the other school of thought says that you just don't commit them to the board at all until, for example, you throw them into a brawl or something like that. So you increase your odds of winning a brawl when you need to, but you also just guarantee get your Armorsmith dead before the Priest can really punish you for it.
Yeah, that makes sense. And Dravo with his own Wrench Caliber right back. Gonna hold off, so there's no real target to swing at the moment, which makes a lot of sense here. I wonder if Kanyeta just really wants to capitalize on the fact that he has weapons when he can. You don't always feel like you have that freedom to do so.
Right.
So perhaps maybe, taking advantage of Cutting Class, for example, while you can. Something that I'm thinking about. I think equipping Horde Pillager or playing Horde Pillager to equip Red Caliber again is a little bit on the greedy side, given that your opponent could have Cobalt Sticky Finger and it would destroy your game plan. But he also has a weapon already, so maybe it feels like okay to extend. And the other side of it is, this is the least likely he's going to have Cobalt Sticky Finger, which is the earliest point in the game.
I completely agree, yeah. Just look at the top right. There's 26 cards left in your opponent's deck, right? If one of these cards is Cobalt Sticky Finger, well done. You also saw them mulligan very aggressively, so there's a good chance that the the Sticky Finger is not a kept card here as well. So I'm very much on side with this is the least likely they are to have it this game, school of thought.
And Kanyeta, you can see he's feeling it. Pretty happy to see no Cobalt Sticky Finger. He's in the groove, bopping his head to whatever music tunes that he's vibing off of. It's not entirely clear skies just yet, though, because getting the bombs down is only a piece of the puzzle, but a very important one because it does shut off things like the Highlander cards and just kind of turns Dravo into a auto-complete deck.
Yeah, not getting your first weapon immediately oozed by Zephyrus is an enormous deal, because it means that that Zephyrus is then inactive as a weapon removal if it gets drawn off any point after that, because they have so many bombs shuffled into their deck. And that opening salvo, like if you play your first weapon and it just gets Zephyrus oozed, and then they have Raise Dead in their deck, in their hand from that point, like, just get out. You can bottom right at that point. Their Raise Dead just automatically rips back the Zephyrus and the Ooze again to just continue to destroy your weapons. Like, that's game over. So the fact that he's got so many bombs loaded into the deck already, he's actually looking in pretty good shape this game.
Yep, can actually kill this Cobalt Spellkin if he desires. I think there's a large incentive to do that right now, given that Kenyatta seems to be on the get him game plan, which I'm down for.
Yeah.
Do not let Highlander Priest get set up, right? Because we know that at its top end, Highlander Priest is one of the more powerful control decks in the entire game, with virtually unlimited resources, crazy amounts of removal, and it just becomes like a really difficult uphill climb at that point. So I definitely appreciate that. It does seem like Dravo has a renew or two to say about that.
Does indeed. Sequencing there was kind of cool, though, going for the Inner Fire first and then looking for potentially an Apotheosis to be generated off of that. Obviously, you'd love to do it the other way around if possible, but mana complications meant that wasn't possible. But an Apotheosis there still would have been a huge reward being picked up off that initial Inner Fire.
Quickly.
Penance. Yeah, you can see how this game plan has adjusted now. Like, Dravo's plan A for this matchup is absolutely just destroy all the weapons and shut the game plan down from the Bomb Warrior. But he's now recognizing very quickly that he's failed to do that, so he's switching and adjusting to just full factor healing at this point. Renews go to the face instead of the minions. Healing spells are picked up with the Penance when they're offered, even over some potential tempo options on the other side. Dravo is in full defense mode right now.
Yeah, but, you know, as we like to often say in Hearthstone, that a good defense is a good offense. Counter pressure is often what you want to be doing as opposed to simply just removing. If you only play defensive strategies against Bomb Warrior, that's actually how you guarantee to die, because you're going to draw the bombs and then you're going to blow up. So Kenyatta,
unless you're Turtle Mage, Dan, as you should have well learned by now. Unless you're Turtle Mage.
Unless you're Turtle Mage, that's right. There are exceptions to all those kinds of rules.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Kenyatta drawing his own bomb as well, amusingly enough.
Yikes. That's actually pretty unfortunate. He really wanted that Shield Block Shield Slam to be usable in combination this turn, and now they emphatically are not.
Right. So instead, do you just kill and move on? Kill this one of these minions? If so, what do you even swing at? Do you swing at the Cobalt Spellkin, or do you swing at the Sethic Veilweaver? Huh.
Wow. I think I would have taken the Sethic there, personally. Just left the slightly higher damage up on board.
Yeah, I guess I'm just afraid of what Sethic could end up doing. But, you know, perhaps calling out the fact that Highlander Priests have limited amounts of the same cards to target stuff. So the Sethic Veilweaver is less consistent than in other Priest decks, which I think I can get behind.
Right. And now I think Dravo's smelling a very weak turn from the opponent. Switches a little bit, smells blood, recognizes, as you were saying, that the best defense is a good offense here, and just loads out the Death Rattle minion with the Skystalker. Starts putting on some pressure on the opponent.
I'm thinking about Risky Skipper. Thinking about how we can incorporate that this turn and maybe use Battle Rage to get back some of the resource, because clearly his hand is looking a little bit too awkward situational with two seemingly dead cards this turn with Wrench Caliber and the Anchor.
Right. Yeah, kind of dead cards with these shield blocks as well. Sorry, shield slams now, but the shield block gets drawn and distracts me from what I was saying. That means he will now be able to get value out of both of them. I do love this, though. Mana spent way too many times, I think both in GM and in this tournament. We've seen people turn down low-value shield slams only to never be able to shield slam again. The situation is a little different because there is both Galakrond and the shield block in hand that you could argue would potentially get high-value shield slams. But I do just like spending the mana there, solving the problem, dealing with a Sethic before any ridiculous apotheosis situations can get generated. I'm just a big fan of spending mana in general, Dan.
Yeah, you know, I think efficiency is ultimately what defines a lot of players from being the best versus people who are like trying to be the best. Like being able to squeeze out just a little bit more every single time is really important. Shield Slam isn't going to be able to kill your opponent's biggest threat. Sometimes it's just an arcade shot. And that's okay.
Right. Oh, holy smite. Nutty.
Nice. What does it get? Ruin? Not really the high impact spell he was looking for this matchup. But he also has a sticky board, right? Is Dragon Ball's not dying anytime soon? Ooh. Or is it?
So Deathwing will take 8 and then be up against a 3-4 on board, right? 5, 7, 8. 12 minus 8. 4. 3-4 on board. Yep, sign me up. Seems good to me.
The question, I think, would be, how does he use his weapon swing here? Would he want to use it just to ignore the minion? Or does he want to just go upstairs and try to shuffle more bombs in the deck?
It's a good question. Hold is also part of that equation because there is still a remaining Krastanov in his deck, I believe, which obviously hitting Krastanov on this weapon is slightly higher value than hitting it on the smaller wrench caliber that he'll get later because he gets, you know, a higher damage attack extra. But I believe that's the only weapon buff he has left remaining, which I think does incentivize him to swing the weapon. I think if the weapon gets swung, the weapon goes face. Kanyata agrees.
Yeah, I like it too. It's pretty consistent with the game plan. No bomb being drawn still. I mean, each individual event, it's unlikely to draw the bomb, but when you start pairing them all together, it just starts to become quite interesting to see how long Draven can go dodging bombs.
Yeah, I believe currently 6 in the deck. So he's on a 25%er every turn, slightly increasing from this point onwards until he draws one. So he's already dodged, you know, multiple kind of 20% range outcomes up to this point.
Ooh, that Lord Barov. I wonder if that's... I wonder if that's something that Kenya wants to hold on to or kind of play to immediately start to reverse the aggression right back at his opponent because, you know, he is at 13 and I don't feel super duper worried, but it is starting to get to the concerning range of life total where I don't want to be leaving up too many more minions on the board because Priest does have some ways to leverage that through buffs and there are some random spells in the hand.
It's true. I do kind of want to get the weapon rolling again here, though, which looks like what Kanyeta might be looking for. Shield Slam, Wrench Caliber gets swinging again. Remember, this one is Corsair cached as well, so he's got a lot of value to chew through here with his additional weapons. He's getting very, very close to the point now where Galakrond can almost guarantee drawing his Blastmaster Boom if he hasn't drawn it already. He does have the Blastmaster Boom Blade Storm combo locked up and ready to go, which is a very big deal.
Oh, okay. Well, Kenyatta does end up having to deal with the fact that there's more Bomb Shuffle in the deck now. We're talking about damage being dished out the opposite direction. How is it that like there's 2 or 3 bombs shuffled into Kenya's deck and yet Draven hasn't drawn any when he has 4 times as many?
Yeah. Apologies. It is actually a pretty common dynamic in the matchup I probably should have mentioned earlier when Dravo first got his hands on that Corsair cache is that, of course, one of his weapon destruction tools is just a pirate. So that kind of is a tutor effect that you can throw out at any point in the game when you feel the need to do so, which he absolutely did in that situation, taking away the stolen weapon.
Yes. And now Kenyatta might be in the point of desperation. He's going for Galakrond. That 14 life, staring at 9. Going upstairs.
Which means
up
if he a single bomb wins the game for Dragovic, once again finds a way to be drawn the next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Six more damage going face will put Cañete down to 5 here. Cañete already shaking his head. He can quite believe the way this is working out. Dravo's going to go all the way back up to 23 himself, pulling himself out of range of most of the bomb threats, although he has, I believe, now 7 in his own deck without having drawn any. There's that Blastmaster boom, though. That is infinity damage at this point. And the board clear that he may need.
Yes. With a risky skipper that's also pretty powerful. Does get 1 less bomb versus using Blade Storm, but I think this is fine because he can use the hero power to make up for it. Or
yeah, he
Corsair.
does get to fit in the hero power, which I guess is kind of a big deal here.
Oh no. Okay, we can play the Bloodsail Corsair, destroy the last weapon, kill the Wand Maker, which is mandatory at this point if you want to survive.
Oh, it's so disgusting. Dravo's had like 7 bombs put in his deck. Cañete's had about 2. And only one of them has been under threat of bomb lethal this entire game.
Time is fleeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, did I speak too soon? That's 1.
That's
2. Steady on now. Okay.
I mean, expecting more than 2 in a row is a little bit ambitious, but Dravo
Sorry,
now.
How many potion rolls did you watch happen in a row in the last series, Dan? I can expect whatever I damn well please.
I really hope someone goes back and does the math on how many times Dreadeye played Tortolan Pilgrim and didn't miss on the potion.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, Derek rightfully pointed out that it doesn't truly matter in the big picture of things, but it's definitely one of those interesting statistical anomalies.
Yeah, it mattered for the first few he played, and then as soon as it didn't anymore. It was just funny.
Dravo does have to clear this board. It does have the nuke button through the Plague of Death, but he's thinking about if there's a better way to go about this. Not to mention... Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Listening. Got Lord Barov and Blade Storm. Also, this shuts off the ability for his opponent to use Anchor to get extra damage to push through, so he's at 9 and he knows that there's...
It also gave him the 5 bomb deck, Dan.
Oh, you're right. Although, I feel like it's almost the same percentage both ways at this point. Or
It's very
close,
close, yeah. 5 is my estimate. I might be 1 or 2 off on that point. Like, if it's 6, that actually probably makes a pretty big difference.
Cañete also has Shadow Madness, by the way, to deal damage and potentially give the bomb outright back. If he hero powers, he puts his opponent down to 6. Shadow Madness can also put him down to 3.
Oh, wait, hang on. This is the bug again, right? That isn't even real armor. Is Cañete seeing this as well? I don't think that's real armor on the Priest, right? I think he's at 4. I think Shadow Madness is just straight up lethal, is it not?
This is like the visual bug, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Let me go back and check.
That could potentially be a disaster in this series for Cañete. But I have a suspicion that is not real armor.
Yes, because he played the Galakrond and then died to the... Not died, but took a lot of damage from the boom bombs. Yes.
Yeah, which means just Shadow Madness plus the hero power was lethal on that turn for Cañete.
Oh.
Is Cañete seeing it? Like, I don't know. I don't know how to call this. I don't know if he's seeing that armor or not.
Right, which Dravo gave him lethal.
Mm-hmm.
Because Dravo wasn't...
But Dravo didn't know what he was doing with his opponent's hand, right? He didn't know he would end that turn with a Lord Barov on the board, for example. But it does mean the play that he made gave his opponent lethal, but not necessarily the Elucia straight up.
Yeah, no, it's a really good point. And so I'm not going to ding Kenya too hard on that miss lethal at all. I think that's quite unfortunate, if anything. Because it's not real armor. For people who don't know what we're talking about, there's a bug with when you transform into Galacross. Sometimes it still says you have 5 armor, but it's not possible. And Kenyatta's drawing the bomb. Another bomb!
No, not like this! Not like this! Oh my goodness,
like
Dad!
This. 3 bomb outer. Dravo steals game number 2 from Kenyatta right under his Jenny Chin Chen. Can you believe that? We have a tied series going to game number 3 when it looked like the Priest was going to be down and out.
Oh no, Dad. That is the worst possible timeline for the ending of that game. Like, unfortunate visual bugs, potential mislethals, but not really, because we can't even get into the player's situation. We can't even cast any blame in that situation. And then the most ridiculous 3-chain of the bombs at the end from his opponent's deck that had been tossed over to him from the Elucia. That is just very, very unfortunate for Kenyatta. There is no other way around it.
Yeah, super unfortunate, and kind of like what we said, really difficult to ding him on that, just because it fools a lot of players. It fools even us, right? We were talking about it while we were playing ladder games leading up into the day before the broadcast started, talking about the visual bugs. So, not going to highlight it too much longer because I think people understand exactly what happened. But that is truly a tragedy in terms of Kenyatta's camp. For Dravo, perhaps a second chance that he really needed, because being down 0-2 is a world of difference being 1-1 in this best of 5. And now we turn to the Spell Druid for Dravo.
I just don't know, Dan. I need time to recover from that one. I have nothing for you, but we will try and reset. It is going to be the Druid now going up against the Bomb Warrior. And this can be a pretty problematic matchup, I would say. Any build of the Druid against the Bomb Warrior tends to come down to the wire, and I think this particular build with the Exotic Mount Seller does have the ability to just generate one too many boards for the Warrior to be able to deal with in quick succession.
Yeah, very much so. So here we go, game number 3. Dravo has, I believe, double Guardian Animals to start things off with that Lightning Bloom. So a pretty explosive hand, but would love some ramp to really tie things together and also to avoid drawing those Twilight Runners, because each of them being drawn makes the Guardian Animals less effective.
Kenyatta's hand, though, I christened this the Party Starter.
Yeah.
Wrench Caliber on 4, double upgrade into Boom on curve. Dravo does miss ramp here and is just a little bit slow. This hand is very capable of just blowing past everything he's capable of doing.
I mean, Dravo draws beasts 2 out of 3 turns.
Yeah,
really not what he wants to see at all. Still has 2 Lake Threshers, 2 Teacher's Pet in his deck, so not like his Guardian Animals are going to die after 1 cast. But definitely not the start that he was looking for here. As he sees Wrench Caliber being shuffled into a bomb to his deck, kind of anticipates what's going to happen here. I kind of wonder if Dravo is just going to go for this Guardian Animals right now.
It's a little ugly. It's Guardian Animals spike once into absolutely nothing next turn, which feels kind of miserable. So almost feel like he needs to break up his curve a little bit here and actually split up the coin and the ramp. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. He's just going to coin the Twilight Runner first to actually give himself a couple of back-to-back plays. Because with this curve, right, he can go coin Twilight Runner here, Bloom Animals the next turn, and then potentially actually have a follow-up play after that, whereas the one-off spike here doesn't really work with his curve.
Yeah, and now kind of what you were alluding to before, the upgrade train finds Corsair Cash followed by 2 weapon draws. Hate to see it.
Sequencing, you know, there might be some questions on ordering there because he drew cards before he played Corsair Cash. Point being, he didn't want to play Corsair Cash this turn. He wanted to draw a Blade Storm and spend 3 mana on Blade Storm this turn to deny the card draw from his opponent. So that's why he chose to do it in that particular order. He wanted that 3 mana available at the end of the turn for Blade Storm if he found it.
Yep, agree. And I think that a little unfortunate, but I don't know if that will be the deciding factor here. Quiet Runner drawing 2 cards is also really nice. Interesting that he chose to... Oh yeah, because he wants to make sure that the beasts don't get drawn. I was thinking about, like, what if he drew something else that would change his play, but of course he already drew enough beasts that he doesn't want to take that risk.
Exactly. Shield Block, Shield Slam, decent response here. You can draw the second upgrade. You could potentially be in business. Does not, though. Second upgrade would have been kind of nutty here. It actually gives him a meaningful swing of his weapon this turn, and then he can just have another swing next turn into the Blastmaster Boom, which does seem pretty powerful.
Hopefully a taunt doesn't pop out of his teacher's pet.
Alright. So now he can still get a nice swing into the Twilight Runner.
Job's done.
Knows his opponent is overloaded for this turn, so ideally there isn't too much pressure coming back the other way. But Dravo did draw that other copy of Innovate, which, as I was saying, by just delaying and breaking up his curve just a little bit, he gave himself a lot of options to be able to keep pressuring smoothly. So now finding that extra draw of the Innovate, he can continue to pressure very heavily this turn by just innovating out another beast. I would be surprised to see him not do it. You might look at it and say, well, you know, he's got a lot of pressure right now. Does he necessarily need to commit more into Brawl? The problem is the opposite. The problem is the Blastmaster Boom. If he undercommits into Blastmaster Boom, that's potentially how he could have a problem.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because Druid does want to build that board, but Blastmaster Boom is kind of threatening for most of what they can develop.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how these boom bots fall here. Kenyatta going ahead and play it on 7. That's usually the power turn you look for with the Bomb Warrior.
It's a real ugly Blastmaster Boom now, though. So much pressure coming back the other way, and the Thresher can cleave 4 damage onto the 7/7 by hitting a 1/1. It's not pretty.
Right, and he can even remove it through Bog Beam. This is definitely a turn where Dravo has several options at his disposal. Even has another Guardian Animals for the other Lake Thresher. Okay.
There was potential for this turn to get pretty interesting, because he could dump cards with the Ironbark and the Bog Beam while cleaving away the Doctor Boom, and then potentially heal back all of the Boombot damage if it's spread around nicely with an Overflow. Now, the fact that the first Boombot sniped one of his minions for 4, so there's no healing value to be had, does make life a little bit more interesting here. Okay.
Boombot direct damage.
Yep. So it still ends up being the play. Bog Beam Overflow.
Finds a Nubasath. And it's going to be a pretty intimidating board to have to deal with. He finds Lord Baroff, though. No easy, convenient access to 1 damage AoE on this board, though. Lord Baroff transforms all their health to 1. Does he have... I mean, he could go through the hard way as well. He could play Lord Baroff, trade a Boombot, hopefully he kills a minion, uses a Weapon Swing to clean things up.
Right.
Which I don't hate, actually, because it helps get the weapon online and makes things like Dr. Krasnov better next turn, and he has so many weapon charges through the form of the Wrench Caliber, the upgrade, and the Anchor that he kind of needs to get it going. I actually don't even mind him playing Anchor this turn so he can get a risky skipper.
That's kind of what I was leading to as well, is whether that's worth it, and I'm not really sure. Obviously, the best cards with Risky Skipper, I think, in this matchup are Lord Barov and Blastmaster Boom, both of which at this point are kind of gone. So I'm not even sure how much value the Risky Skipper has at this point.
That's fair.
But it was worth considering for sure.
It's true. Maybe he feels like the bomb game plan is just more consistent overall.
Yeah.
Kenya not able to get the boom bot to land onto either the minions, so back over to Dravo, who finds Ysera. Not enough mana to play it just yet, but he could use it if he wants to play the Lightning Bloom this turn.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? He could Bloom Ysera here, and then he does have card draw options for the following turn, but I think his hand will be a little bit too full to be going for Overflow. So I suspect this is a turn off here instead to develop something else. Could even potentially be a small Mount Seller turn.
He does have 2 final beasts, I believe, or he actually has 1, right? He has a Lake Thresher still in the deck. I think he's drawn everything else naturally, so the Guardian Animal
sounds right, yeah.
Really as impactful. Yeah. That's pretty unfortunate.
My dream is your nightmare.
Interesting. He's still going to go for it here.
I guess maybe his reasoning is that it's going to be harder to play Ysera as the game goes on, especially as more bombs get shuffled in. So
that's fine.
Get it out now, and it's also a sturdy minion for a warrior that can't really remove it easily with Lord Barov gone.
Consider this a house call.
Okay, here we go. Bomb shuffled in again. So now it's portals or bombs. Trick or treat has come early. As Dravo finds Iron Bark. So Mount Seller is still kind of weak in this position, and also Dravo still has a lot of expensive cards to dump here beforehand.
Precisely, does make that Iron Bark just making a huge taunt this turn is a really big deal, though. Preventing face damage to come through, potentially. Yeah, I like this. Temptation, I guess, to hold it for some Mount Seller synergy, but that's necessary at this point. Just throw out the big taunt, try and protect your face damage. So is it Armorsmith Brawl time? Ooh, interesting.
All right. Okay. How does that change things?
Means he has a guaranteed clear this turn with Brawl Bladestorm, but that is a big double removal commitment into a deck that he knows is full of Dream Portals. He's used a Barov already, which he'd love to still have available to him for the late game Dragonboard scenario. So he might feel like he needs to milk some of this removal just a little bit harder here, but that 4-1 Jungle Panther is so troll right now in terms of setting up anything clean with just a solo Bladestorm clear of any of this.
Right. And you just much rather save Brawl for an actual big Mount Seller board, as you were kind of talking about. So what do we do instead? I feel like if you're Kenyatta, passing here feels like one of the worst things you could be doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Whirlwind.
Gonna try and tank to survive, hope some portals get drawn here so he has more value for his Brawl on the following turn. Like, yeah, I think you saw the disappointment there. I think he wanted Dream Portals to be summoned that turn so that he could actually get better value out of this Brawl, and nothing doing so far, but there is still the Twilight Runner attack to come out. That was such a difficult turn. Like, normally when playing Bomb Warrior, or almost any turn, if you give me a full clear plus hit my opponent in the face with the weapon, I'll advocate for that line, but I think Kanyes is still too far away from straight up lethal to be using his last bomb charge and his last big removal in that situation, right? Like, if he had the other upgrade in his hand and he could clear this board, upgrade, go face, still have a weapon available for the next turn to follow up with another swing, then maybe we could talk. But I think without the guaranteed extra damage, the Brawl was probably a little bit too liberal there. So Kanyeta just scrapping, trying to extend his removal for that little bit longer.
can see Dravo being very careful about how much he extends as well. I like this, holding on to the excess mana. Getting the Thresher for the guaranteed clear, going face. Not attack with the Twilight Runner.
Actual genius over here.
Yes.
He knows what's up. He understands this situation perfectly. He knows what's going on. He knows Cañeta wants additional value out of his cards. And Dravo says, absolutely not, sir. If you want to remove this board, you're going to have to remove this board. I will choose when to summon my next one.
Fantastic read by Dravo, which, you know, from Cañeta's perspective, is just even more inconvenient. And now we have entered the stage where once more, you know, Cañeta is trying to do something, but Dravo knows, and now Cañeta knows that Dravo knows. And so this very sad brawl, how long are we going to hold on to it? How long are we going to refuse to swing with our Wrench Caliber and kind of stall our game plan? And it's difficult because he still has 2 Corsair cash that I don't think he's going to draw anything.
They are not. There goes one bomb, though, and here's the other dynamic, right, is that even beyond the Dream Portals, Dravo doesn't want to draw cards because there's bombs in his deck that could just straight up be threatening lethal. He doesn't want extra minions on the board because any extra minion on the board is another minion that can win a brawl and remove the taunt to allow this last weapon swing to go face. Like, there's so many different factors to this idea that Dravo doesn't want to draw cards right now and Cañeta does want him to draw cards. That it's almost like it's completely flipping fundamental Hearthstone on its head right now. Both players have the exact opposite motive than you might expect.
Yeah, well, it's looking good for Cañeta in terms of the bomb being drawn, but not good in terms of the board state. So we might see a really interesting finish once more to this pretty epic back and forth best of 5 here. I feel like there's so many surprises and twists and turns, starting out with the Priest Mirror leading us to this point of the series. Right. And Dravo, again, with like an unusual line to not draw cards from this deck, not build up the board. The 2 things that Druid does the best on top of gaining mana crystals. And of course, getting friend requests on ladder. Druid's really good at that.
The best, Dan.
Or maybe it's just me. I'm not sure.
It's go time, right? Can you wait any longer from here? I'm not sure you can. I think it's just win a brawl, hit face.
What does it mean to win the brawl?
I mean, win the brawl is the taunt minion is dead, in my mind, at this moment.
Sure. Okay.
You are right to call me out on that, but simply winning the brawl means that you get to hit face. That's all that means here.
Well, yeah, I was thinking like Galakrond after the brawl, if the taunt minion dies, gives him a chance to maybe press in for more damage. But the Ysera survives!
No! Blade Storm has to go down as well. Now the swing goes face.
Here we go.
9 health, 4 hits, down to 5. So many fake cards in the deck that will redraw even if the bomb isn't immediate. And yet a praise. That's a redraw. That's a redraw as well. Oh, why do you tease us like this, Hearthstone? Come on!
After he played his brawl!
Just let us know one way or the other! Boom!
Wow! Oh, wow. That was thoroughly satisfying. That was a good climax. I don't even understand, you know, what the math was behind that, but you know, with all the portals being drawn, which Cañeta was waiting for the brawl and removal, to which Dravo was properly not drawing cards in his deck to avoid that scenario, to the fact that all of that was technically not really impacted until Cañeta's last shuffle, because his last shuffle with the bomb is actually ordered in that specific way. There's just a lot to unpack from that. But at the end of Game 3, Cañeta is up 2-1.
He is indeed, and I think that was a very nice palate cleanser, because I think that was actually a pretty cool, interesting game of Hearthstone coming right down to the wire between 2 players who actually, appeared to be thinking pretty logically about what was going on, which I think is something that we've sorely needed after some of the shenanigans that we've seen today. So long may it continue now, Dan, as Cañete finds himself a single game away from a semi-final spot here in the Masters Tour.
Yeah, and theoretically, this, that was a third one game, right, of Cañete. But now we go into what could be the fourth as he goes to his mage deck up against Druid. Mage versus Druid has been one of the most popular matchups that we've seen this entire tournament, just in this entire metagame. It seems like two of the defining classes. As we look at their deck list a little bit more in depth, do we notice anything that might help tilt the matchup in either player's favor here? Living Dragon Breath, perhaps, from Dravo. That's number one candidate I'm looking at.
That is the number one for sure, because even though it's aimed very firmly at the Turtle Mage first and foremost, there still comes positions where Tempo Mage relies on Ray of Frost or a generated Frost Nova or a generated Blizzard to be able to buy some time against big minions. So certainly the addition of the Living Dragon Breath can come into play here, but it is currently the lowest win rate card in Druid in this tournament, based on the stats put out by Wicked Good earlier, which obviously does make some sense. If you are playing Living Dragon Breath, obviously you are going to lose percentage in the vast majority of matchups, and you're just trying to have a particularly targeted strategy at Mage. So you kind of accept that as a given in this position.
Yep, that's totally fair. And there's other ways to win besides just freeze tempo plan. You can also just get a bunch of burn damage. You can also get a bunch of generation and win on sheer value. You can also just get them through Mana Giant and Conjurer's Calling, and Druid has a really tough time answering that. And it all kind of is predicated by the pace of the players, right? If Cañete gets out really quick, Cramp Session is very nice, and if Dravo is able to get the ramp.
Go, 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 go. Oh, go, go, go. This is a potential for a real Turbo Mage game here, Dan. Because already, there's no Evocation in hand currently, but there is a One Thief and there is a Magic Trick. And both of those are route to Evocation. There's double Sorcerer's Apprentice Mana Giant in the hand already. This one could get nasty real quick. Spider Tank? Question mark?
Yeah, it's just that it feels like the Living Dragonhawk is so crucial as it stops your minion from being frozen both in the future and the past. If any of them have been frozen, they unlock immediately. But it feels like you gotta hold on to that, and that gives Cañete some free reign. These are a lot of cheap spells that can discount Mana Giant to basically being free next turn.
This is absolutely go time, Dan. Cañete recognizes it. Spare Sorcerer's Apprentice in hand. I could not hear the argument for not dropping at least one Apprentice here. He just has to go. Does miss out on Evocation so far, though, but Cram Session is a very nice consolation prize. Lab Partner costs 0 and discounts Mana Giant here. It's getting closer, step by step. Let's keep this sequencing going. Hit the Draconic now. Now the Cram Session. Giant down to 4 already.
All right, well, I think that's all that we can do for now. That's reasonable. Extending Word with Coin doesn't seem like particularly useful. Dravo finds Speaker.
Yeah, and there is an interesting dilemma now this turn. An interesting dilemma that could have been very easily solved by having a Spider Tank on the board last turn. But here we are, as a Sorcerer's Apprentice that needs to be killed. And fortunately, Speaker Ghidra is found to be able to dig Dravo quite handily out of the situation he found himself.
Right, so what's the best way to defuse this? You could use just one Ray of Frost, but we know about that's what Living Dragonhawk is trying to do. You can also just try to go digging and kill off
the Speaker Gidra. I believe with 2 spell damage, the Ray of Frost would basically get it down to 1, and you can ping it down. That wouldn't.
Right.
I don't think you have enough mana to actually do all that unless you want to commit the coin.
Or the Apprentice, which, again, I'm a very big fan of seeing come down here from Cañeta. I think this is pretty good matchup understanding.
Yep.
But he has the opportunity to go digging here for Arcane Intellect, potentially, for other options if he wants to throw out the coin with the double spell damage alongside this. 4 damage plus the trade already takes care of this here. He can choose to go coin Arcane Intellect or the One Thief at the end of all of this. Actually coins the manager. I know I wasn't accounting for the coin even. This is absolutely true. You can just get an 8/8 in play right now. My apologies.
Right. While Dravo's overloaded, which is, I think, the thing that puts this play over the top of the others.
He's not overloaded. He's not overloaded this time.
Oh, why did I think that
he used a regular Innovate and he still has the Lightning Bloom in hand.
Okay. Yeah, he still has the Lightning Bloom in hand. For some reason, I thought he had used that Lightning Bloom, but still, Dravo, even on 5 mana, having trouble dealing with this Mana Giant.
Cañeta's gas does not slow down from here. Has Raz to follow this up, which you saw him kind of in the tank at the end of that turn as to whether to even trade the 1/1 into the remainder of the Gidra, because he just had Raz to clean it up on the following turn anyway, and that incentivizes him to keep his spell damage minion alive. But I think obviously with the threat of Living Dragon Breath being able to come down and potentially make a mess of things, with that Speaker Gidra still alive, he was pretty smart to make the trade, and he is starting to vibe again.
And now the tough decision that Dravo held on to the Living Dragon Breath for a better situation, ends up just playing the 3/4. And now Cañeta has full dominion over this board. It doesn't feel like he's going to get stopped. If this Arcane Intellect hits some high power cards from this point on, I'm thinking about just hitting Conjurer's Calling. It could be super devastating. Looks like instead he's just going to favor the tempo. I mean, his opponent's already demonstrated an inability to answer his board. Why not just stack it?
Yeah, absolutely. One big threat, maybe a Vated Guardian Animals can deal with that. Multiple big threats spread apart, split up so they can't get cleaved. When things start to get a bit more exciting. I guess with double Ray of Frost. Wait, what is happening?
Well played.
I mean, deserved, yes. I would also argue that we could throw out a well played at your sequencing of this Living Dragon Breath, but this is certainly a lot worse, I will confess. What was the plan? I mean, obviously the plan was that wasn't a Living Dragon Breath, but, you know.
Oh, jeez. What a day of Hearthstone.
So the thing is, I'm fairly sure. I didn't want to say this because it doesn't really make that much sense to me that he would have mouthed the cards in English. But it looked like he mouthed Living Dragon Breath to himself last turn when he was making that decision I was talking about. So to then so spectacularly forget what the card does on the very next turn of Hearthstone. What is happening today, Dan?
That's Hearthstone, baby. I mean,
Yes, it is.
That's something that TJ always told me, and I feel like it's appropriate to drop now. Hearthstone's a game where anything can happen, including forgetting 2 minutes later what the card that you so meticulously planned around or was accounting for heading into this game. It's just funny because when players look at lineups, it's open deck list. Players are always thinking, okay, look at its deck list. What card I have to be afraid of? Oh, he has a Living Dragon Breath. Definitely make sure to play around that card, especially if you're playing Mage. And then when push comes to shove, the defining moment, it's your turn up at bat. You've been training for this for months, right? This is an entire sequence. It's not just a one-day sign-up thing. People took months to qualify for Masters Tour Montreal, and then just forget to read it. It's okay. He's won this game. It looks super over, but
Jeez, what a hilarious moment that is very humanizing for Kenyatta as he's gonna be fumbling to the goal line here to win this series.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in your head you're like, well, I'm not freezing it, I'm killing it. I'm using my Ray of Frost to like deal damage, but there's a conditional effect on that in the first place, and like, again, I started this out saying that I felt like this has been a pretty disappointing top 8 in terms of level of play. We kind of got that one messy game, which, I don't really want to throw any blame around because I do think there was a visual bug involved that could potentially have confused everyone, and I don't know what the reality was in that situation. But it's not the ending you want. That's not the thing. When you get promoted to being a Grandmaster, potentially, if you then go on and play like the absolute nuts for the rest of this tournament, if you are the best player in the world, and you now prove that for your remaining 2 series and you go on and win the tournament, and you then get promoted to GM, what do you think people are going to remember about you when it then gets to that point, right? Like, you are just creating this idea and this perception of yourself that you'd really love to avoid. Like, these players just have to be doing a little bit better than this in this scenario.
Well, I mean, we have our top 4 going into Masters Tour Montreal, and hey, you know what? At the end of the day, a little bit of column A and column B, right? Kenyatta getting really unfortunate with some circumstances out of his control and circumstances within his control. He even recognized at the moment, he jumped out of his seat. I think it would have been absolutely catastrophic if he didn't even realize what happened afterwards. But rest assured, there's 3 series of Hearthstone left before we crown a champion. And that brings us to our next break. So we're going to take a few minutes and get set. And when we come back, the semifinals here for Masters Tour Montreal Online will begin.
Masters Tour Montreal Online is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
Magic school of your legacy of glory shines. May they stand forevermore. Take your place where magic bends to your will, but you'll have to study hard. So many clubs and cults.
Excuse me, I misspoke.
Take your pick out in the yard. Test your brains or put their spells for a top double major honor roll.
Just be sure to stay upstairs in the hall.
Else Countess on to steal your soul.
They're kidding, of course.
Dear Magic School, we vow to stay right and true. All soloists, we love you. Hey, hey, USA!
Welcome one and all to the first semi-final here today in Master Tour Montreal online. We've been through it, going through those quarterfinal matches. Some great stuff and some not so great stuff all along the way, but very entertaining nonetheless to be watching. And now it is getting serious, Sottle. We're only a couple of matches crowning our champion, and now we're going to find out who of our competitors is going to be waiting in the finals. Is it going to be Frenetic representing Spain? Huge amount of support for him from back home, or is it going to be Lambie Series? In my opinion, the player that I have been most impressed by all of the competitors in the debate so far.
Yeah, almost by process of elimination, it has to be said, but
Almost.
you are not wrong. Lambie Series does certainly seem to be playing the most solid Hearthstone that we have up until this point. But this is Frenetic's lineup, as we saw. He was in our opening series. He has that Highlander Priest, does have the Soul Demon Hunter as well as his Bomb Warrior, which means that actually his Mage has received the ban in this series, which we saw in the climactic battle in his quarterfinal matchup against Nightning, where it was the Tempo Mage Mirror. We're not going to be able to see any of that evocation shenanigans this time around.
Yep, very much in keeping with Lambie Series strategy. As I've said multiple times now, I think it's a really clever take on the lineup. He's taken standard classes, standard archetype, and switched things around to have a slant towards targeting a warrior. We saw it against Lion when he played the Sticky Finger to steal her huge Wrench Caliber that got all 3 charges stolen. And I think that's been a big part of his success so far. So definitely looking to try and get a couple of wins against the warrior before that can sneak through. And one way that he has gained an advantage against warrior is pretty undeniably with the weapon road.
Yes, and it is a pretty good deck for doing so. It does have that nice early curve of stealth minions that is very inefficient for warrior and various other decks for dealing with, but it is the self-sharpening sword itself when it comes up against a deck that does not represent any way to destroy it, no weapon destruction in there, that it can just single-handedly carry a game on its shoulders.
Indeed. I've liked the way that Lambie Series has been going about Rogue as well. You don't want to play it too much for aggro tempo in the early turns or too much as a weapon deck. You want to find that middle ground. But it does feel like he's got himself a pretty decent matchup here, because Frenetic here, you'd have to imagine, was going in with the idea of banning Bomb Warrior, which is why he hasn't got any weapon destruction here. But for Frenetic, it really is not going to work out well, because good golly, do you want weapon destruction in this matchup?
Yeah, you absolutely do. There is, of course, the Zephyrus, through which all things are possible, but it's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting. It's going to be able to stave off the onslaught here that the Weapon Rogue can throw out against it, although we have seen some particular matchups, I believe, in GM. I think it was in APAC, actually, with yourself and Gia casting, where we've seen Rogues getting absolutely tortured by Highlander Priests, but those were variations that were running the multiple weapon destructions to be able to deal with the first self-sharpening sword, then the second, then the hooked scimitar if it's to come down as well, and the deadly poison with the raised dead on one of your weapon destruction minions as well. So with just that Zephyrus to rely on, it's probably going to be a different story in this matchup.
It will be, but of course, it's worth broadening our vision a little bit here. While those are key cards that help to tech the matchup in your favor for the Priest, you still have a very strong game plan here. It's a rogue deck that is significantly less reactive, I think, than a lot of the other archetypes knocking around, which is definitely exploitable in my opinion.
One keep, Worgen Infiltrator here. Always want to be holding on to at least one stealth minion if they're offered, so that you do have that activator for the Greyheart Sage and other stealth synergy cards. And now we are already in business, Derek.
Off to the races, a premium starting hand here. Really just needs a little bit of card draw, which, like you said, Greyheart Sage is a great source of. Secret Passage would be huge as well. And, I mean, even if he misses that, this is just curving out. He's just winning.
Card draw? What card draw?
Yeah,
this
true.
hand just counts to 30.
Not bad at all, though. On the other side, we've, I think, seen a lot of instances where Valfiend would be pretty powerful, not only in the Highlander Priest archetypes, but also just the straight-up Galakron versions with 2-ofs in the deck. I definitely think it's an underrepresented card at the moment, and is going to pay off pretty big here for Frenetic, who gets off to a powerful board control start.
Yeah, I do agree to some extent. There's a philosophy that came from A-Bar in our chat at some point where, you know, a lot of these anti-aggro lists choose to run double Wild Pyromancer. And he posed the question of what happens if you just play double Imprisoned Vilefiend in that spot instead to allow you to fight for tempo early. And never mind, this entire game just changed, Eric.
Oh my goodness. There we go. We were talking about no oozes in the deck. Well, let's just wish for one. Your wish is my suggestion, and this time he suggests the right one.
Well, now what? Because this doesn't even look like a race you're winning now, even with the massive amounts of damage that can still come out with the Hook Scimitar. But it's just been extra board presence as well being generated from Frenetic. The fact that his curve went Vilefiend into Kaj, into Zephyrus Ooze. I think there's a term for that. It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh, the nuts! That's what he drew this game. Yeah, I've got it.
Those are indeed the nuts. Not necessarily the easiest choice there as to which one you make the illusion version, because while this is obviously a higher health total, it isn't clearing the board at all, whereas the 5/5 does a little bit of a better job.
There's also the idea of protecting yourself against potentially a Cabal steal on the 1/8 itself, right? Where you put the illusion on it, so even if it gets stolen, it ends up as a protected minion. But I think, quite honestly, in Lambi Series' position, playing around Cabal Acolyte stealing one of your minions here is not something you should even dream of doing, because you are not beating that curve as a follow-up to what you've seen already.
That's true. I do agree with that. I still just... It's the fact that he doesn't have any ways to mop up these 1-health guys, unless he wants to go with Dagger here and start swinging in, but I really don't want to play your hero power here. These cards need to get spent as soon as possible, because who knows, maybe you'll find a way to dig yourself out, like Puzzle Box.
Don't want to play anymore, Derek.
Well, sorry, Soul. It's another 15 minutes before Mum gets off work, so you have to stay and play, alright? I'm sorry.
Okay. Can he even live that long, though? That's the pertinent question, because there's a pretty serious beatdown coming back the other way right now.
That's the game plan. How he achieves that is obviously pretty difficult. As I said, a much less reactive deck than the Secret Rogues that we're seeing a lot more of in Grandmasters, at least. Sap is available, Eviscerate. Obviously, the weapons themselves can be used to trade at the expense of health. I'm kind of thinking it's just not a Secret Passage turn here. You just go for the Hooked Scimitar and start swinging into minions.
Ha! Imagine. What? Imagine hitting a minion.
Oh my god. Okay. Fair enough.
So Lambi Series deck does not play Sinister Strikes. It's not the completely outright aggressive version of the deck.
Yeah.
But he does, of course, have double Eviscerate in there. He is Secret Passaging into potentially more damage on the following turn. So you're so far behind that you're out here as Secret Passage into, like, deadly Abyss or something ridiculous like that. Like, I don't know. Seems about as reasonable as any other win condition I can come up with right here, Derek.
It's going to have to get even more impressive than that. The Radiance plus a Taunt. I don't care if this is a 2-4, a 2-6, or a 2-20. It's winning the game at the moment for Frenetic. What do you even point that at?
You point it somewhere in the direction of the bottom right of your screen.
Passage into second one thief. Correction, there's only one in the deck. Into sap, and then you get to attack face, and then you're just still dead on board. It's not coming together.
If there's anything we've learned today, Derek, it's that being dead on board is just a state of mind.
I'm not dead on board. You are! Oh no, wait. I am actually dead on board. And Frenetic takes a win there right at the start. You can almost feel the pressure that he is feeling right now, tweeting out earlier this morning that this is, in his opinion, one of the most important days of his life, in or outside of Hearthstone. He wants to lift Spain up, I believe was the literal translation that was offered to me. I assume meaning do his fellow countrymen proud. And they are at the moment rallying behind him. I'm seeing a bunch of profile pictures being changed to Frenetic in the Spanish scene.
Okay, cool.
All rallying together as he is he's their champion right now. It's been a while since Spain has had a really good run through a Hearthstone tournament. And Frenetic so far, I've definitely been impressed with what I've seen from him more than a lot of the other field.
And I love the Spanish community in terms of the way that they support their own, because one of my favorite memories in Hearthstone casting is DreamHack Valencia, I believe it was, when Harry Seldon won the tournament as like a hometown boy and walked out of the player room to just a mob, like a mob at the airport welcoming home World Cup winners level of ovation just outside in the player area as he walked his way out there. It was absolutely incredible to see him being celebrated as a hometown hero, as a Spanish winner. So incredible stuff, and I wouldn't be surprised at all to see that same level of support going on for Frenetic right now, because they definitely do take care of their own in the Spanish Hearthstone community.
They really do, but he hasn't got it done yet. 1-0 up, looking in a good spot. But as I was saying, the Bomb Warrior that he is queuing up now, as is so often the case in Conquest format Hearthstone, there's one deck that lets you down, that you just can't get over the finish line. The Bomb Warrior has definitely been what Lambie series so far has been trying to target with that. And so now Frenetic lining it up against the Druid. He's going to have to hope to get a win here, but Lambie series with his kind of signature tech of King Feoris definitely has a lot of punch to fight back right at the start.
Yeah, and I've talked a lot about Wicked Good stat reporting on the different archetypes so far, and it does seem like the King Feoris version overall has underperformed, although we see Lambie series here with it in the top 8. It generally does seem to reduce your win rate overall, at least in this one-off field that we have here in Masters Tour Montreal, to be running the King Feoris version. So it does seem like Lambie series is the exception rather than the rule here in terms of this unique build of the deck, which in fairness, did show a lot of promise in various Open Cup wins before it got to this point.
And we just saw a very reminiscent and interesting mulligan decision there from Frenetic, where he had double Corsair Cash in the starting hand, which Lion had at the start of the day. But when she kept that, it was to try and find Anchor, which she missed. If Frenetic was to keep double Corsair Cash, it would be to guarantee him one of the Wrench Calibers. Do you like just tossing one away with having the potential risk of not finding one?
I do. So I actually had this conversation with TJ just before or just after we recorded Hot Takes one week, where we were talking about some of his casting from the Americas region, where he was critical of keeping Wrench Caliber against Druid, which made no sense to me. And I kind of had that verified from some other strong players as well, that the keep was fine in that situation. But if you actually really dig into and break down a lot of the stats, which we did, it certainly does indicate that you can't over-rely on just pure weapon damage in this matchup. You have to also secure removal. So, one keep Wrench Caliber with no other removal, maybe we can talk about that, but also multiple keeps of keeping, Corsair Cash. Well, at that point, where's the room for the Blade Storm or the Shield Block, Shield Slam, or the Brawl, or anything else at that point to come into your hand? So, generally, I think the best mulligan in the matchup is a good mix of Wrench Caliber plus powerful removal tools, as you're seeing being used incredibly effectively right now from Frenetic.
Oh yeah, it's a super clutch Green Needle. I mean, Blade Storm coming through here. from Frenetic to lock down this board, deny the card draw. If there wasn't the Guardian Animals in hand, he'd be looking in a fantastic spot. But unfortunately for him, Lambie Series has hit the dream.
This isn't bad, though. A lot of card draw here. No upgrade effect found just yet, but he does still have Shield Block, Shield Slam for some guaranteed removal on the following turn, so he will have good opportunities to be able to push some damage through.
It's going to be close, isn't it? This Blastmaster Boom as well is looking clutch. Not for the win necessarily, but just to wrestle back that board.
Yes. Might just need 1 or 2 upgrade effects to land on this Wrench Caliber first so he can get maximum value out of the Blastmaster. But, especially now, that's a lot of value being removed from that potential Blastmaster Boom right now.
Yeah, not often you say it, but very happy to see that bomb being drawn there.
Yep.
Lambie Series list is running 2 Lake Threshers as well, so that will get 1 minion from the deck. Arguably worth it to go for the Guardian Animals just to get down a Nubasath Defender as well. It's definitely more pressure on this turn, and it does thin a card from your deck that you definitely don't want to draw.
It is true. The question is it then too much pressure at that point into a skip a Barov or into a Brawl? Like, is this... this looks like a pretty comfy middle ground, right, in terms of trying to force out big removal spells from your opponent. I think this is probably fine. Nice. That's premium.
Yep, one of the better beasts added in with Scholomance Academy. A 4/4 on the Death Rattle makes this mighty difficult for Frenetic to effectively clear up because, I mean, even ignoring the potential for the win condition for Lambie Series with like the Feoris, Ysera, Survival, he's just winning with what's on board at the moment. He's getting there really fast. Game plan's coming together. I like it.
It is, and this is good timing now, right? Because he has Brawl protection, he has Barov protection. It is only in the form of a 1/1, which there are ways to deal with, but like if the play is just hardcast Brawl here for Frenetic, it's likely there's 7 or 8 damage left in play at the end of the turn, opponent at 13. This looks like a very nice opportunity to just push in.
Can even draw next turn with Overgrowth. He's at least got 1 more turn of decent pressure with Overgrowth Teacher's Pet if nothing better provides itself. It is the 1/1 that survives, though, which is definitely not what you want to see as Lambie Series. He wants this game over as soon as possible, and with another dead draw, quite a few turns in a row, the opportunity is presenting itself for Frenetic here. But not for long.
Not for long indeed, but there is a counter-offensive potential now, but the double Death Rattle minion is so awkward against the Deathwing turn. It's worked out pretty nicely for Lambie. Also, obviously, it's worked out horribly that he only has 1 damage in play this turn. He ideally would love a lot more than that, but it does seem like it has to be a counter-offensive turn, and the counter-offensive is not that impressive with just the 2 bombs going in here.
Oh, how far we've come. Dr. Boom for 4 Boom Bots. Not that impressive.
Just isn't.
It's just not very good anymore.
No. Trade the 1/1 Broom potential then to rush the 4/4 afterwards if he so requires. And I think he does so require.
Yeah, you may as well. This board's likely getting swept up anyway in one way or another.
4 face, Broom trades. Alright, it's probably a pretty good outcome in the grand scheme of things for Frenetic.
Well, at long last, these swings can finally start actually come in face at this point, with the weapons and the minions, starting to be cleared up. In the next couple of turns, an upgrade here, clearing off the board. Starting to get a bit more palatable for Frenetic.
That is a ton of damage now going through, and that full board clear. And there is Living Dragon Breath, the stuff of nightmares.
That's a spider tank. What are you talking about?
It is spider tank. Sorry,
I don't see a living breath.
Yeah, you're right. Wow.
Oi, oi, oi.
Suddenly, there's a corner being turned here, potentially, for Frenetic. He finds himself at 6, but Lambie series running so low on value here.
I mean, it's
Deathwing
a decent
counter-offensive now?
Yeah, like it's a decent Broomstick he's getting here, but you really don't want to play Broomstick here unless you have to. That's the card that you play after your dragons have come down to lock out the game. And with both of them having been played now, Lambie series gets very linear in his deck. He doesn't have the reactivity that you rely on a lot of the time in the late game.
Yeah, just take a second. You are right, that is the play, but just take a second.
Yeah. Barov, Hero Power, Shield Slam your own Barov Socket gets a lot less damage in play.
I like the line that puts the 12 attack minion on the board. Your opponent just showed that they couldn't really deal with your 4-2, right? Without doing something pretty panicky with the Broom on the previous turn, so I'm a big fan of this.
Even goes for the Battle Rage. That's a tough man's Battle Rage right there.
Heck yeah.
Oh! Ooh. That's just not
dead.
enough. He's
just dead.
Subtle, this is so big. This is what Lambie series has been preying on all the way through to the semi-finals, and Frenetic, against all the odds, gets the win with the Warrior. The chances of going through to the finals of a Masters Tour all of a sudden is very real.
Yeah, his chances of winning the series just skyrocketed through the roof. I talk about this all the time, but not all wins in Conquest are created equal. Some matters so much more than others, and in this case, it was the Warrior win on the side of Frenetic that was the most important for him to pick up, and he did it at the first port of call. He now has such a buffer with his Soul Demon Hunter to be able to find a win and find his way out of this series.
That's right. So with the Mage banned out of the way, the Priest and the Warrior having won now, it's only Soul Demon Hunter left. This is a controversial archetype, I will say for sure. Even amongst the couple of practice groups that I was talking to before the Masters Tours, some people saying they loved it, some people saying they hated it for different reasons. Some people saying that it's just not being played right, some people saying it's just not strong enough. Many different arguments you can make with it there. But Frenetic only needs a single win with the deck now to get to the finals.
Indeed. And overall, it's been a pretty middling performer. As an archetype, as a class, Demon Hunter has been performing pretty well in comparison to all of the other classes. Really by merit of it only having this one archetype, whereas there's a lot of potentially bad archetypes that are being mixed in with other decks' good archetypes. If you actually break it down purely by archetype, it's about 7th or 8th-ish in the overall list in the tournament, which is absolutely fine, but not absolutely crushing as it appears to be when you just look at it class by class.
And so one thing we always used to talk about in Demon Hunter versus Druid was how Magtheridon looks pretty mediocre most of the time, but this is the matchup where it shines. Unfortunately, however, Frenetic isn't running that in the list. He's going to be relying purely on getting damage to the face as quick as possible, and against Druid, that's often difficult to do.
Yeah, his trump card is an Altruist, right? In his version of the deck, which is very unusual to be thrown together, and it can absolutely do some magical things. You play double Skull of Gul'dan in this deck, just like you did in Aggro Demon Hunter, and we saw some of the ludicrous plays that came out from Altruist discounted from Skull of Gul'dan in that version of the deck that terrorized the metagame for multiple weeks and months throughout Grandmasters, so can certainly make some magic happen, but I would suggest that perhaps Druid is not the matchup that inclusion is being aimed at.
We're not a fan of Tempo 2-3 here. We want the card draw.
I still like drawing a card with it on most occasions. This is something that you brought up, and honestly, it's kind of a blind spot in my testing with the deck, is that I never really tried it out that often. I just kind of tunneled on the idea that it had to draw a card. But certainly, I think, resources are king, right? And even with Skull of Gul'dan in hand, that's not necessarily getting cast anytime soon. So the card draw might actually just be important to find something to do turn 5, turn 6, whatever it is, until you can actually get to that Skull of Gul'dan actually being cast. I do feel like card draw is an absolute premium in this deck because outside of the Skull of Gul'dan, there's really not that much of it, right?
Yeah.
Which you can starve yourself of resources quite easily.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Just always something to consider. Tempo against Druid, you know, any deck that can piece together even a really bad version of Zoo, you often take that if you can just have any way to develop minions onto the start. But with the way the mana works out here, Marrow Slicer on 4, maybe even Coin Skull to have unoutcasted if nothing else comes around.
On a scale of 1 to over, how over do you think this game of Hearthstone is, Derek?
Well, I don't know how to answer anything other than 1 or over in that question. So I'm going to say 3.
Good.
Do with that
like
what you will. Okay, it's gone up to a 5,642.
Ah, nice. The question is is like, does Anubisath even necessarily get played here? I'm not sure it does, right?
Yeah.
When you have Fate Survival next turn, potentially?
It's worth stopping some damage here for sure, because you are expecting, as the follow-up here, Soul Shard Lapidary, and it does potentially soak 9 damage on this turn, or at the very least, stop them from playing it. So I think because of the expected line, I actually do like tempoing it out here.
It's a very, very good point. You do have the opportunity next turn now with the Bloom as well to get Survival of Fittest down and the Huge Taunt and then Bloom out a Broom on top of all of that as well to rush it all and challenge board. But yeah, is board the concern? Do you just end up taking way too much face damage here if you don't put the Taunt in the way? Very good question.
It's a really tough spot. Very deceptively complicated.
So this is the other option, right? Is that you just do the same thing now with the smaller minions. This way, if the 1/1 sticks even, you actually have a lot of power represented with the Vate Survival on the following turn.
Well, in a way, he is very much rewarded here. Soul Shard Lapidary basically is just locked out for this turn for Frenetic. It's way too much damage to be sinking in, and that means no 5/5 on the board there, which is the important part of that equation.
No Blade Dance currently in hand, but Skull is now unlocked on the left-hand side. So yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? Because you do now have the potential to Skull of Gul'dan into potential monster Blade Dance on the following turn, which could shut down a power play this turn from Lambie series with the addition of that natural 4 attack from the weapon.
Really was such a complicated turn, because even then we could start talking about Consume Magic, Coin, Soul Shard, Lapidary. Like, maybe that was worth more, and you just get a 5/5, hit them for 9, start killing them. Yes, your Skull is locked for another turn, but he did nothing on that turn. Lambie series bought himself a completely free turn.
Hello? Okay,
What?
nice.
Hello?
Second Shard Shatter.
Your turn again, Lambie.
Yep. Same situation as before. I imagine the weapon is getting held yet again, but now here's that window that Lambie needs to rip the survival because he found the Anubisath defender, and now we are approaching threat level midnight for Frenetic.
And we're also realizing why he's called Frenetic. Porque es muy rápido, apparently.
Accent not quite there, I see.
Accent not there, but the Office reference is one after the other, right? That's what I was going for.
Yeah.
Big couple of pickups, though, of course, with Blade Dance for 1 minion. If you can make that work, absolutely. That's a lot of damage that you can sink to face.
Now with Consume Magic, with Kayn as well, with Twin Slice, with Blade Dance, should be enough to deal with a 1 Survival of the Fittest buffed board state on this turn, you would expect.
I think so.
What to do?
really just whether or not you want to get down the crystal power on that turn to clear up a little bit of the board, which, you cannot rely on these minions sticking here. I think after a skull has been played as well, there's a very reasonable chance that this just gets wiped up.
I agree. And his Blade Dance is now monstrous coming through, pushing damage 5-5 on board. Does the Kayn just come down here for tempo as well is the question, because you do still have the Consume Magic to be able to bust through one taunt. How important? How important is the potential for multiple sources of damage from this Kayn in order to clutch out this game?
So there's no Iron Bark in the deck. So the taunts left are quite limited, to be fair. You've seen both of the defenders. It's just the teacher's pets now that you're afraid of. He holds it back, though.
He does. Double crystal power in hand is likely to be the most important factor here moving forward, but that Ghidra is a huge draw to be able to answer the board state, because that was the big plus side of making the board, right? There's already a 5-5 in play. Druid struggles to deal with that. Add another 3-4 to the equation. Starts to become nigh on impossible for them to answer. But this Ghidra would have been the solution either way.
Here, I think you're just going all in. Like, heal yourself for 12. You probably even get down the Twilight Runner, I'm thinking, on this turn, instead of going for the Crystal Power. Like, I just want to go as counter-lethal as quickly as you possibly can.
Yeah, kind of like your thinking.
This is a 9-8 that is not on the board on the turn after you saw a big Blade Dance.
Right. Skull again. And look at this hand. If a discounted Altruis appears, look at the hand he has for it already. Soul Fragment can bust one of these discounts. Soul Fragment, still, that's on the same chain. Oh! Yep. Oh, I hit the Altruis!
That's not what you like to see.
But he's still outside of that, has Altruis, Kayn, Twin Slice, Chaos Strike, Wandmaker. The damage is just still all there for Frenetic.
The damage is there, but is he going to be able to get it through in time? Because on this turn alone, Teacher's Pet, Twilight Runner, basically whatever combination of beasts you want to go for, this is a lot of damage pushed forward. Especially with the follow-up of a potential 12 damage buff on the following turn with Survival of the Fittest. He's not getting the taunt down.
Nope. No, he is not. Which means now is the time for chunks of this melee damage to be able to go face. But now, Lambi Series has the opportunity again to get Teacher's Pet in play. I think he has little idea, or less idea than we do, how important it is just to not take a few more points of chip damage here based on this hand.
Indeed.
Wait, why is regular bait being used? Okay, I was going to say, what's the regular bait?
I mean, it's hero power at that point, right? Which is another line you can go through.
Okay,
but that does not put an 8-9 minion on the board, so I'm in favor of this line.
Wait, Twin Slice came from the right as well! I think that's enough! I think Twin Slice from the right as well, with the Kayn and Twin Slice from the left as well?
No way.
8, 11, Chaos Strike, 10 plus 1, 13, Hero Power, 11 plus 3. I counted this last turn, Derek, don't you doubt me. Oh my goodness.
Frenetic has done it. A 3-0 sweep over Lambi Series. He said it earlier today himself, one of the most important days of his life, and he's through to the finals to potentially be our next Masters Tour champion. What a performance from him thus far. That was some clean gameplay. That was a palate cleanser that I sorely needed, Sottle.
You know what the really important thing was there, Derek? He counted it last turn. He knew as soon as the Twin Slice appeared. As soon as the Twin Slice appeared, he knew. Not a moment of hesitation. He was executing lethal before I even saw what the card was. He absolutely knew in that position. So nicely done. Spanish community will be going absolutely nuts, I'm sure, and rightly so. They have the chance for another hometown hero on their side here, and some Spanish representation potentially moving forward in Grandmasters as well.
Oh yes, vamos indeed for Fnatic. Going to be going up against either Dreadeye or Canyetta. Obviously, if Canyetta does end up taking the win, we'll be guaranteed another European champion for what, our 5th in a row this year, after some incredible performances from everyone in the European region. Obviously, it would be nice to have some that aren't French, like we got from Letta, and potentially we have.
Wow, jeez.
I mean,
Tell
I
me
just
how
want
you
to
really feel, Darren.
Spread the love a little bit here.
Yeah.
They've had enough trophies for this year, because it could be at the end of this 3 for France, 2 for Italy. It's very much hoarding the trophies here. But again, like I said, I think Fnatic at the moment is definitely the player to beat for me. I think that was just a very nice example of how you play all 3 of the decks that he ended up piloting that series.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. He did have the gift of some really nice curves on his hand, on his side, I should say. But that's what's really going to need to come together to win Hearthstone tournaments like this. Like, you're going to have to prep well. You're going to have a good lineup. You're going to have to play well. You're going to have to make good decisions. You're going to have to get a little bit lucky as well. We're playing a card game at the end of the day. Those things are going to have to happen to you. But the important thing is that when the third one of those happens, you've done the first 2 right that were in your control to actually be able to get yourself over the line and get the full Triforce of victory on your side. And I think that's what Fnatic has done very nicely so far.
Done a great job there indeed. That is, of course, us all done with our first semi-final of the day. One more yet to come before we go to the finals, and that is me all done for the day. So I'm going to pass you over to the second semi-final match yet to come with Dan and Raven. It's going to be Dreadeye up against Canyetta to find out who is going to be going up against Fnatic in the final. It's all coming down to this, so do not go anywhere. The second semi-final and then the final comes up right after this.
Masters Tour Montreal Online is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Tour Montreal Online. We are ready to bring you the second semi-final of the day. I'm Raven, and joining me is Frodan for this one. And how are you doing today, Dan? Because honestly, we've had a weird day of Hearthstone, I would say, with a lot of ups and down moments right now.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride, Raven, to say the least. Montreal has certainly brought us some unusual things that I wasn't really preparing for when doing my research and playing my games going this weekend. But alas, here we are into the second semifinal. We got Turtle Mage and combo lineup from Dreadeye. We got a pretty run-of-the-mill The Good decks from Kenyatta, who is probably still riding off the roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah,
the previous series. Going up against Dravo, but at the end of it, the most important thing is getting this win, because I think a win for Dreadeye pretty much puts them in the very high likelihood. I'm talking about like 90-95% chance to become a Grandmaster. And then for Kenyatta, his chance to become a Grandmaster won't exist unless he gets to the finals, because of just how competitive that region is.
Right. That's it. And with only one more Masters Tour left, things would have to either go very right or very wrong for certain people, for it to really mix up the outcome once this one is over. And this is something I really have enjoyed about this tournament, honestly, Dan, is the clashes of very different lineups like we're getting now between these two players. You just mentioned it. We have like Dreadeye with Highlander Hunter, Turtle Mage, Mali Druid, and this sort of weapon stealth rogue. And then we have Cognetta with, again, just like you sort of mentioned, the standard lineup with maybe the sprinkling of the Malygos Druid in there. So I do think the actual variety of lineups we've seen in this Masters Tour and the variety of lineups we've seen do well has actually been pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, very much so. I think that as much as there's been, a lot of different stories that we can gravitate towards for this weekend, the number one thing that stands out to me is just the amount of variety in Conquest lineups that are currently existing in the metagame, which has been really fun to see. Whether or not certain power levels are appropriate, whether or not we want, you can talk about the mechanics of certain classes or certain cards. They can come under fire, and that's up for debate. But, overall, I think it's hard to argue that we have had a really good tournament meta. I would like to see it a little bit more from some of the bottom classes be represented, right? Like Paladin, Shaman. Right. But even then, they still had their time on broadcast and was effective in certain lineups. So I hope to see some of this going forward. In terms of how they match head-to-head, I believe Dreadeye is trying to prey on lineups like what Kenyatta had, which is great because on the other side of things, Dreadeye was the lineup that was being targeted by Xiao Dai because there's an aggressive lineup that Dreadeye was weak to. And now this slower, more mid-range approach, I think he can definitely feel more comfortable in.
Yeah, and even the variety of bans we've seen, right? Because there's Malygos Druid banned out, so Cognetta's lost that, and then Dreadeye has lost this Turtle Mage, so we won't get to see Turtle Mage in this series, but for now, we are ready to kick off our second semi-final. Dreadeye on the top with that Malygos Druid and Cognetta on the bottom with the Warrior here. And just taking a quick glance down at this Warrior, it does run that Risky Skipper package, so there is a greater chance in this one that there is armor gain as an option, but do you see that being a realistic factor in this matchup?
I would say not really something that you commonly see as a realistic factor to just like out armor the Druid's Burst, because if you take a game plan that's very obvious, like okay, I'm just going to prioritize armor, remove everything, and protect that, then Druid will amass their biggest reach of combo damage, which if you're able to get the ideal setup, could be like I don't know, like something in the 70s. It's just a lot of armor to try to get. Without access to things like Tank Up, it's just really hard to get access to that convenient big burst of armor outside of Risky Skip and Armor Smith. So I would probably say that it happens very few amount of times.
Right. So what's very interesting to me as well is Dreadeye is actually running the... let me just double check actually. Yeah, sorry. Dreadeye has actually cut along with many other players recently, the Geppetto from the list, and cut some of the more like maximum greed to put cards back in, such as Crystal Power. Because initially, when people were playing the Malygos Druid at the start of the meta, it was just ultimate greed and super susceptible to some aggro. But these Crystal Powers could be pretty clutch in themselves to stop the endless wave of Wrench Caliber hitting him in the face, along with those potential bomb hits going off there as well. So it's a bit of a tough game to even see, at least for now, who has the advantage. But getting this Wrench Caliber equipped is going to help Cagnetta quite significantly for now.
Yeah, the big overarching like matchup macro plans from both players here is the Warrior wants to get those bombs shuffled in before Dreadeye can get his card draw and ramp going. And Dreadeye is just pretty much going to take advantage of the fact that Kenya is more weapon focused and less minion focused, which has always been the bigger issue for Druid. When they start dealing with like mid-range minion sizes around like 5/5, 6/6, it starts to get really troublesome, which is why up against other matchups like Rogue, it starts to get tricky when they start introducing Questing Adventure and Van Cleave, but also have weapon aggression tactics as well. So we'll see Kenyatta whether or not these bombs. I mean, right now he doesn't even have enough time to shuffle in all the bombs before the ramp starts hitting out, but we'll see whether or not he even has the ability to handle Dreadeye when he starts to turn the corner with things like Guardian Animals.
Yeah, he has got some good tools already, though, and also just nice sequence in there, making sure he gets the Corsair cash used up before he goes for that cutting class. So pretty solid and pretty aggressive weapon there, but like you said, now is the moment for Dreadeye. Gets the Guardian Animals out, and the all eyes are now on Cagnetta, right? Like, can he deal with this board or not? And it's a tough one because priority number one is normally taking down that Twilight Runner, right? To stop the card draw and stop the support nature of that card for Druid. But I don't really see a good way for Cagnetta to do this.
Yeah, I think that Kenyatta, with a lack of Blade Storm, a lack of Lord Barov. A little bit off. I don't think he can prevent this. Yeah, and it's really unfortunate. Like, what's actually kind of unfortunate is that he lost on both ends. He doesn't have, like, a justification to swing with his weapon this turn, nor does he have removal. And that's actually, like, the double whammy. It's okay, like, Twilight Runner drawing cards, sometimes it happens. But what really sucks is the delay of his game plan and progressing forward. Remember, we talked about how many weapon charges he has? It's going to be tricky to get all that out now.
Yeah, and this is what I want to ask as well, right? So, although it didn't look like a nice weapon swing by any means, there was an option to actually swing weapon this turn, put the Teacher's Pet to 1, and then there could have been other options instead of Blade Storm and go for like Risky Skip at Armorsmith turn next turn to then swing into the Twilight Runner. Do you think that was a potential route for Cagnetta, or was it really just the fear of a potential minion getting healed back up like we can see this Crystal Power being used now?
I think that, well, hold on. This Blade Storm ends up being
hang on a minute.
really, really nice and helps clean it up. It's a really good question. I think a lot of players think, like, should I be preemptively investing my swings into minions, right, if I need to get my weapon charges out?
Yeah.
But I think that life total is actually something that is important, right? We mentioned how it's not super viable to try to armor out of range. But at the same time, you don't want to just throw it away for no reason, and taking an additional 4 may actually open up avenues of Malygos Druid to somehow sneak a win right under your nose because of things like, Force Ward and Omu, which gives you additional range that you don't normally have access to if you, like, say, play Omu, swipe, then play Malygos, Moonfire. That's the kind of like range that most people aren't used to if they haven't been introduced to this deck meta yet.
Yeah, and it's definitely a bit of a tightrope to walk, isn't it, through maximizing damage on your end whilst trying to stop those sort of oddly shaped combos hitting you to finish the game. Only 29 for Cagnetta now, so it's not as if he's exactly sitting on a nice cushion of armor there. Luckily enough, this armor is real, so we do know it exists, and so does Cagnetta in this game at least. Dreadeye, though, isn't exactly going quickly either, though, right? He does have Swipe Moonfire, does have Extraza, but I think he needs to really look at getting this getting this second overflow available for him just to get some card draw. But the problem, or the weird issue right now, is he doesn't really have dumpable cards, right?
Not really. Not actually. I mean, he could have set up other forms of card draw, but right now he just needs to get that overflow going, like you're talking about. The issue is kind of like this interesting dynamic where if you end up having very few cards in your deck, you're increasing the chances that bombs are able to get drawn. But I don't think that's like a primary concern. I think that's just something you have to just accept the risks on. So this does make sense playing this Teacher's Pet. Canada has so many weapon charges through the form of Horde Pillager and Wrench Caliber that now I think he can't really justify holding on anymore. That one turn was like because he had Blade Storm. I think he could have maybe argued that it should have been a hold. But I think I agree with this second opportunity to swing at the Teacher's Pet. He did. And a little bit rewarded. Bomb getting drawn almost immediately.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I do agree as well. I do think the weapons do have to be swinging, because if you're going to not swing and pass because there's a Teacher's Pet on the board, then do you just lose the game at that point if you're not going to bother? Is this actually going to be Moonfire for one, just to make room for that overflow? Like I said, Jedi suffering just a little bit where he has some of the decent combo pieces a bit too early available to him, and he doesn't have the big payoffs yet. Cards such as Anubis Defender are going to help out. Keep his hand a little bit empty again for the future, but still this has drawn just a couple of bombs. That is a little bit unfortunate there for Dreadeye.
Those are all 3 of the bombs, I believe, from the first Wrench Caliber. Oh, Deathwing. That ends up being a really good pickup if an Emperor Cobra does not come out.
Yeah, that's the only fair,
the Teacher's Pet.
I do like this
as long as that's not
you take the risk. Yeah, you just take the risk.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, yeah, it's good. Really nice Deathwing, though. Not going to take too much damage from these trades, and really going to force Dreadeye to consider having to remove it with some of the spells he may have in hand, at least from Kanetta's point of view. And that's the fear, and that's something we've seen a little bit in Grandmasters, at least in Europe, where the more these players, these Malygos players, are forced into using their burn damage as removal, the more they have to really just rely on the Ysera plan as an out, and then that's much more manageable for Kanetta because he does have Double Brawl already in his hand, which can help greatly versus the late game Ysera. Because the less cards that Dreadeye has in his deck now means that these portals are going to be kicking out in large numbers, which are very susceptible to those brawls.
Well, the difficulty of the situation is that Dreadeye is feeling like he's going to die if he doesn't deal with this Deathwing. At the same time, is there a way to deal with this Deathwing?
I think he has to just draw and hope.
The time run low.
Can use Overgrowth because he does have Bloom double Innovate, right? So even the fact that you could even argue the Overgrowth is kind of free right now as a free card draw because he has the mana regeneration to still spend 10 mana on top of that this turn, but he is just going to go down to, what is that now, just 15 straight up from this attack?
Yeah, if Sky Raider gives any kind of pirate damage, say he finds South Sea Deckhand, the game is over. If he shuffles a bomb in and Deadeye draws it, the game is over. So it's a very close scenario, and this is kind of what we were talking about at the very top of this matchup, which is this feels like the best primary game plan for Warrior, which is pressure the Druid, don't give them time to combo. They always want to draw cards from their deck. It's one of the things they do the best. And if you're able to shuffle enough bombs in, there's a lot of inherent risk that is sitting latent in their deck that will unleash terror the moment they draw bombs. Deadeye drew 3 bombs. There's no way you can recover from that much damage.
Is Kanetta really thinking about Brawl? Surely not. Surely it's just Ranch Caliber really quick. Because the thing is, if the Twilight Runner attacks now... Yeah, okay, good. I think it was just taking a minute to think about it, which is absolutely fine. But because it's Twilight Runner, if that attacks with this bomb in the deck as well, it's just more of a chance that the bomb gets drawn anyway. So I don't think, actually, that the Twilight Runner living, especially with that taunt on board, is even remotely a problem for Kanetta now. This has to be Alex.
Yeah, that's one option. I guess what you could end up doing also is swiping and just playing a Nubisat Defender.
That also seems pretty suboptimal. I think at this point you also have to just use some of that front-loaded ramp. So you can play Alex, Lightning Bloom, Innervate, Swipe.
Mm-hmm.
I think that makes sense, and you can recover some of your cards by attacking with this Twilight Runner. The reason why I like this play too is if you end up having this Alex Straza, we see that Kenyatta has 2 Brawls in the hand. What I don't like about it is that if Alex is isolated on the board, you're weak to a Blade Storm. But I think in this position, because of the way the game has developed, you have to take some pretty suboptimal lines in order to find a way to win the game. I mean, we see, for example, Dreadeye doesn't even have access to both Moonfires. Oh my gosh, he just draws another bomb.
Yeah, well, Dreadeye used a Moonfire earlier on, so Kaneta knows that he doesn't have to worry about at least one of them. And I do agree, even though this play looks like it almost pains you as a Druid to make this play, this is what he needs to do to try and defend and give him any chance at winning the game. Is that Sapper actually kind of bad? You can't play it right, because then Dreadeye could just like Alex trade, and it bounces the Alex back, and they can just replay it. So,
right.
Yeah, I think he just can't.
Sapper,
that's like the one card he can't play.
Well, it's actually good insurance. Let's say Dreadeye ends up playing like Ysera and drawing a bunch of cards, and then a bunch of dragons come out. You can play Senket Sapper plus Brawl, and that pretty much guarantees the board clear. Either you win the Brawl and the Sapper stays alive, or whatever minion ends up surviving, Sapper ends up getting rid of.
Oh, I suppose the idea here actually is that if the trade into the Alex and then the Alex just bounces and replays, if that happens, it's a nothing turn from Dreadeye actually, because it doesn't do anything. The board state looks exactly the same minus the 4/4. Yes, Dreadeye heals to 15, but then it's just another swing of the weapon, another bomb in the deck, and we're getting to the point now where, well, there's only 7 cards left, and at least a couple of them are bombs.
How curious.
Yeah, I think that Kenyatta was also considering the fact that Dreadeye is on 8 mana because of the overload, so it should be a effective stall unless he has front-loaded ramp again to the second Innervate. That being said, I mean, Dreadeye is 23 cards deep in his deck at least. I think there's another bomb in there, so it is likely. Oh, okay. Omu finds his way in the hand. So Dreadeye actually has very close to the ideal combo. Just needs to find Malygos, and then he can do Omu, copy it with Germination, play Malygos, and then do a bunch of stuff. But now we're actually kind of going back to full circle to what you said, Raven, which is has too much life. Like bursting with combo damage is not really an option here.
And it's the combination of the armor and also where did the bounce go? Oh, okay, bounce the Omu, not the Alex. Oh yeah, it's just a fail turn. That's just going to be the game. I'm pretty sure, because that was not the turn Dreadeye wanted at all.
He really wanted to play the Anubisat Defender here. There's not lethal technically.
It's just very funny that he played Omu and used an Innovate for literally 0 payoff whatsoever.
He ended with...
It accomplished nothing. Literally nothing. It was just hero power. I think what he should have done was like done the trade first if he wanted to bounce the Alex Straza, right? So he bounces it, then plays the Omu and Innovate, and then can replay the Alex. I think that was the ordering he was looking for, but that doesn't matter. That's just going to be game. And what an odd ending to yet another strange game of Hearthstone we're having today, Dan.
Yeah, it just... I don't think that the pan out would have favored Dreadeye here. I just feel like he could have optimized turns much better in certain corners, but like, if he does that, does he win or not, right? That's kind of like the big question. And I think that he was in a bad enough spot that he couldn't, but like almost kind of foundationally, it felt like the Bomb Warrior got off running a little bit too quickly, and any kind of like offensive that Kenya did to set up just felt like it was setting up directly into Warrior strengths, which is like he extended onto the board, Warrior remove and swing, and then the Druid would draw cards which would deal damage from the bombs and then pass, and then Warrior would swing, and then it would try to extend a little bit to the board. Or like play something defensively, then Warrior would just get past those minions and swing again. So it just felt like overall he wasn't really doing a lot to challenge the Warrior meaningfully, because the Warrior ended with like 40 life. It was super comfortable.
Yeah, like honestly, what really needed to happen there was Dreadeye needed to actually make a Hearthstone turn that was relevant in that last turn. I think what he wanted to do, honestly, was get Alex bounced and replayed to heal back up, and then it was a long shot, but then basically draw Ysera, play Ysera, and hope your opponent doesn't have brawls. You know, and that's the long shot he needed to take the win there, but because he kind of that last turn didn't quite go as well as he wanted it to, did mean that's going to be 1-0 to Kaneta. And Dreadeye going to go back to the drawing board, but switch over to this Highlander Hunter, Dan. And honestly, a deck I am a little bit surprised has actually made it this far. I'm surprised anyone even brought it. Never mind, has done well with it.
Yeah, you know, I think that the Highlander Hunter, like, Dreadeye is showing that this deck could be situationally very good. I mean, it's still, in my opinion, one of the harder curves to stop in Hearthstone if everything lands very nicely. It does kind of depend on Zephyrs a lot, and rightfully so. It is a Highlander deck. And at the same time, people are bringing classes that theoretically should be more vulnerable to it, right? Hunter is good, especially with mid-range games, to pressure Priest, and able to leverage that damage. Maybe a good way to really get damage against those turtle mages or any kind of slow defensive mages if they're out there. Wow, Dreadeye with a pretty aggressive coin into Battle Mage. There's not many one-drops in this deck, but he happened to draw 2 of them.
Yeah, and I think that's just a solid nod towards what his hand looks like, right? At the moment, there's nothing really to coin into. If he had something more along the lines of, say, an Evasive Feywing, a Polkel even maybe, Dragonbane, like any of those, like, I want to say that higher curve, even though they're only 4s, but the deck does top out at Bran, actually, in this version of Highlander Hunter. So I think if you've got multiple 1-drops into 2-drop into 3-drop, just using the coin feels great here, because you just might be saving it for something that's never going to happen. It's going to pay off a lot, actually, here. Just the hero power,
Yeah.
push 3, back again next turn, seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, this may look kind of puzzling for a lot of people who say, like, why would you just play a minion that can immediately get hero powered by this sharpshooter? And I think that what's important is to recognize what Hunter could be doing if he didn't play that Wild Pyromancer. And I think a lot of times the #1 card you're afraid of is that Present Belmont, because it just puts out so much damage. It's problematic. It's a 2-drop. You don't normally want to use Shadow Word Death because it's even tempo and you've already taken that 5. So, you know, it's about, as much as it's not a great feeling because Hunter collected value for free, it's pretty much about staying even on tempo if you can, which he's not.
Exactly.
He's behind.
And that's the thing, it's not as if, looking at Kagneta's hand, that he had anything that was going to combo great with Pyro in a couple of turns to clear a board, right? Like, it's just not there. It was literally a 2-mana 3/2, and if that's the trade-off for your opponent not playing a minion on turn 2, I completely agree with you. It was, or it did look correct on the way I looked at it. If there was some cheaper spells, maybe a Renew or something like that in Kagneta's hand, maybe you can have more of a discussion about whether the Pyro is worth more in the near future. But there isn't, so you're going to see Dreadeye have a few options for himself now. A lot of 3 cost, but I nearly was going to say I'm quite surprised at how well this curve's looking. But as I mentioned, this is like aggro Highlander Hunter here. Like, it curves out. There's like, what, 1, 2, 3 4-drops, 3 5-drops, 1 6-drop, and 1 7-drop, and the rest is 3 or below. So it's as close to a Face Hunter as you're going to get if it's Highlander. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and then you can see that Highlander Hunter is just really problematic right now for Kaneta to try and stabilize early, but it looks like he has kind of gotten past that first phase of threats.
That's
kind of the hard thing about, you know, the situation here for Dreadeye is because he's pretty much at the mercy of whatever he draws, and I think that's probably the #1 reason why people don't like playing Highlander Hunter, because it doesn't feel like you have very much agency over your deck if you draw the wrong half. There's a few cards that help it, but it's not like Priest, which on the opposite end feels like there's so much interesting manipulation and card generation. Same thing with like Mage, that it always feels like you have a chance no matter what.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this turn as well, and what did you think of that turn, Dan? Because there was Cabal Acolyte into Raise Dead to steal the 1/1 and still generate 2 minions. You put a 2/4 taunt on the board instead of this 3/3, and it just removes the Dwarven Sharpshooter, because right now there was potentially just like hero power and trade the Locust in. and this minion's gone. I don't know, it seemed a bit weird.
Yeah, it seems totally fine, but you know, with Hunter Ace on the board, does end up getting some nice trades here and get that immunity bonus. For Kenyatta, maybe an opportunity for Cleric of Scales to find a cheap spell. I believe he already played one Raised Dead just now. Deck list is not loading on my side, so apologies as I lack that clarity.
He played a Raised Dead last turn, and he does have access to a lot of spells in the early game. 1 Holy Smite, 2 Renew, 2 Wave of Apathy. Pretty standard stuff, honestly, and there's a Wave of Apathy and a Renew there for the outside of it. The Soul Mirror, I can't imagine that Kenyatta's really going to look for in this game. It's not something I would expect to get value against a Highlander Hunter like this.
It can help in certain pinch scenarios, especially if they're playing like Faceless Corruptors, helps answer King Crush. But we're a little bit far away from that, even though it's getting kind of to that turn. And also, you know, more importantly, he seems to be lacking meaningful ways to interact with his board. He ended up passing up the opportunity to play a Wild Pyromancer. I think it's because he doesn't feel super threatened by the fact that there's 1/1s, and there's going to be even more of them generated through the last attack of Desert Spear.
Yeah, I think this is okay, because one of the 1/1s dies to this Dwarven Sharpshooter anyway, so he's just got to take the heal there, and there is a chance that he's holding off for actually getting hold of an Apotheosis with the Pyromancer, which is a good use of that card that can actually pay off dramatically, with not only helping clear up a little bit of a board, but also almost resetting health in some circumstances, depending on how wide the board is at the time.
Yeah, certainly. A Wild Pyromancer grows in value usually the longer the game goes because you have more cards to combo with it. It's not a card that you want to play individually because it's the definition of mediocre. 2 mana, 3/2. If you don't really combo with anything else.
Look at the value this Ace Hunter Kreen has had, though, right? That is like, what, 3 turns of immunity trades that have happened now, I think?
Yeah, you know, if you were thinking about, you know, how much health it's gained, it's basically given, like, you know, 4 health so far to other minions, so very much a high-value card just in this early phase of the game. Kenyatta can steal a card with Cabal Shadow Priest straight up, can also use the Cabal Acolyte, so ends up just taking Legendary for himself, and now Dreadeye wants to amp this board, sees Zephyrus, which actually gives him a way to formulate a meaningful game plan now, because he can use Zephyrus to potentially close out with a lot of damage sources through Bloodlust or Savage Roar.
I was even looking at potential Soul of the Forest as well. That makes the board, because at the moment, now that the Ace Hunter Kreen's gone, the board does look a lot weaker, right? A 1/1, a 4/1, and this 2/3 that isn't going to really get good trades anywhere right now.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried about Soul Mirror in the Soul of the Forest play, just because your opponent clears off a lot of your front end, and then your opponent's 4, 5, and 2/4 can clear up the back end. But it is interesting, right? Because it helps cement that board position, help him justify pushing a little bit more damage.
Especially with the attack from the Desert Spear, it's like 1 whole additional minion for free, I'll say, that would get the Soul of the Forest, but choosing to hold off regardless. Just going to use the Zixel to be able to get some trades in here. So it does look like Dreadeye is leaning more to... Oops. Yep.
Well...
happens. It does look like Dreadeye's leaning more towards this Zephyrus for this Bloodlust potential, or Savage Roar, as you were mentioning, Dan, as more of a setup for a lethal as opposed to any kind of ongoing value plan.
Yeah, Kenyatta finds a Sethic Veil Weaver. Not enough spells. This is kind of the downside of like the Wild Pyromancer setup, which is he doesn't actually have enough 1-mana spells or cheap spells, and the way to get them is Cabal Spellkin. But that's also going to take up most of his mana here. So I think Cabal Acolyte, Draconic Studies, see if he can get fortunate enough to pull the mini Layok off the board. Fairy Dragon can fill out the rest of his mana curve.
Picks
Oh,
Deathwing. Okay, that's a very
I
pessimistic point of view.
I do like it though, right? Because outside of exactly Zephyrus, there's nothing that like consistently would deal with a Deathwing, and also, honestly, looking at Kanetta's hand, outside of the Spellkin, I guess Spellkin and Sethic are important. But outside of those, his hand just isn't that good right now. So I do wonder how much he values or predicts that just a Deathwing on curve, depending on what Dreadeye's turn looks like now, would just win him the game. Like, if Hunter just can't answer a 12-12, Kanetta is on 22. It's not as if Dreadeye is like one turn away from lethal here. So I actually quite like the Deathwing pick. But I'll be honest, Dan, even if it was terrible, I think I'd just like the Deathwing pick anyway.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's one of those situations where it gives him a bailout if he is really struggling. And like you said, Highland Hunter not exactly known for its removal options here. So he ends up playing the Zephyrus and is offered Swipe, Sea Giant, and Soul of the Forest.
I'm not sure what he was hoping for, because Zephyrus doesn't really offer Savage Roar or Bloodlust if it's not lethal a lot of the time, right? I think it needs to know it's lethal to offer it, and although we can see that a Bloodlust would probably make some good trades happen and let him push damage, well, Zephyrus isn't that clever, right? Like, it doesn't know, so not exactly sure. And he ended with a Swipe, and that is not that good, honestly. Not that good at all.
It's okay. A lot of this does not seem optimal. Kanyeta needs to find some good spells here. In fact, actually, no matter what, I believe he's guaranteed to clear off at least everything except the Bone Chewer Brawler.
Yeah.
Wave of Apathy.
Renew. That's a great pickup.
Okay, well, I mean, the thing is, if you play... actually, Renew is interesting, too, because it might give him the third activation on the Wild Pyromancer, which is huge. I was thinking of how Wave of Apathy works with the Bone Chewer Brawler, because every single proc on Bone Chewer Brawler makes it stronger.
So close to breath.
So, yeah, can't play Breath of the Infinite. Mass Resurrection, I'm just thinking about what minions have died, and there's a couple of reasonable ones, like Cobalt Acolyte,
Sethic.
The Sethic Veil Weaver, etc.
Ace Hunter Crane.
Sure, that's right. It technically has that on his side.
Yeah, so it does just get buffed the once. Which makes sense, because it does... Well, okay, it is buffed more, but it went down to one attack, received the 1 damage, and just got +2. Pretty sensible there.
Well, that ended up not being the ideal draw. Kind of like what you were saying, Betty wishes that he had an opportunity to utilize his Zephyrus. But you know what? Swipe here is okay. Helps him push damage. He also could totally just develop the Cobalt Sticky Finger and just push to try to see if he can get it done through minions alone.
Yeah, I like the Swipe because it clears off the 3/3 and also protects this 3/1 that is actually more than a 3/1 now, right? It is currently under the effect of Wave of Apathy. So if you just saw your opponent stretch with Pyro and not be able to clear the Bone Chewer off, why can they clear it off next turn, right? Like they probably can't. We can see that technically, obviously, he can, but I think it's a fair assumption here and the correct way to utilize this Swipe that Dreadeye kind of got lumbered with.
Yep, totally fair. And now Kanyeta is at that stretch where it feels like he is very close to death. Has to take this very seriously. His double Shadow Word Death, leaving up the Wolfen Takers, does not feel good. And Dreadeye is looming closer. One draw was with his Dino Tamer brand. This game is over.
Yeah. Looks pretty simple to me, Dreadeye. You've got 10... oh, no, sorry. I thought it was on 10 mana. No, he's on 9 mana. That's even worse. Okay, I do like this play. Less susceptible to a lot of the removal. Mainly, of course, Shadow Word Death, but also potential Ruin as well. And also just keeps the Rot Nest in case he does pick up a dragon that he needs to utilize it with and get that sort of 1 minion snipe down.
Yeah, Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for Dreadeye because it doesn't guarantee lethal. If Kenyatta heals, he goes to 8 versus Rosner's Drake would have dealt that 8 damage. But exactly what you said, 4/4 is a lot harder to deal with for Priest. A tail as old as Hearthstone itself.
Yep.
And that Wave of Apathy also isn't doing any favors for Dreadeye. Kenyatta stabilized just barely again.
It's Unleash. Oh.
So, I guess if you're Dreadeye, this is the time to play the Rotnest Drake. It doesn't really feel like a time to play Unleash just yet because it gets even better.
Yeah, it's really tough here. I can't help but go back to Canetta and wonder, should this Deathwing be on the board by now? Because the problem is, with Hero Power Face being nullified every single turn because both Hero Powers kind of cancel each other out, like, is Canetta ever going to be safe this game?
Oh.
Has to be Mage Scribe,
that
right?
changes a lot. The Mage Scribe gives him 2 additional
Yep.
spells that can potentially swing the state of this game here. Oh, he's going to greed for the Veil Weaver instead? Okay.
Well, I think
guess
he
it's
needs to
not
press
really-
Hero Power, right? I think that's what he's bothered about here.
Well, the thing I like about the Onyx Mage Scribe and the Shadow Word Death is that it gave him 2 spells and still gave him the ability to heal himself as well. Because the discount on a Mage Scribe.
That's true. That's true.
So he ended up floating 3 mana and getting 1 less spell. The Dragonbane could be lethal here.
So here it's Unleash Dragonbane, Unleash into the Sethic, I guess.
I wonder.
And then press the Hero Power. I guess he could save a dog. I'm just thinking if it doesn't work and everything goes wrong, is Sethic actually the biggest threat to him losing this game versus the bigger Twilight Drake?
Yeah, no, it's definitely a good question. He chooses the Hero Power first.
Wait, what?
Ends up killing the Twilight Drake.
Is it not always better to just trade in?
I feel like it is. I feel like he decreased his chances just now instead of like
Especially
trading in first.
if he was going to trade in anyway, like, yeah, I don't know. That seemed a little bit odd for me. I thought that was always a trade into the Sethic.
It's close, but now he's out of cards.
This is
so
tense.
comes
Making
really down to
9/9?
Dreadeye drawing extra damage off the top of his deck, and he doesn't have a lot of cards that meet this 7 damage breakpoint.
He's just one brand away from a good time, though, right now, isn't he? That's the scary, scary part for Cagnetta. Oof, okay. This is huge here. There's also, I guess, like Lawkeeper Polkelt would also be like the second worst draw for Canetta here, because that would push Dino Tamer Brand to the top of the list. When he sees it's just a Swamp Ooze, that's might make him feel a little bit better.
I mean, this is getting to the point where Dreadeye might not be able to find a way to end the game.
Oh, no heals again. Oh, no Radiance. No Renew.
So, in Kenyetta's perspective, is it better to actually forget about killing this ooze and pushing damage instead? 9 is a lot to miss. You put your opponent down to 14, and then you have 14 through the Cobalt Spellkin that has the Inner Fire, because it goes to a 5/5.
Yeah, that would have been like lethal, right? If you did 18 across 2 turns, and then that next turn you'd Cobalt. If he kept being a fire, I think he could have Wave of Apathy there. I think Canetta might be going a little bit too defensive right now. Another way.
Yeah, understandably so. He's very concerned about his life total, but like sometimes giving Hunter that extra draw means the difference. He would have won this turn. I mean, it's result-oriented thinking on our side, but like if Dreadeye draws the Dino Tamer Brain from this spot, Kenyatta's going to be filled with regrets.
Oh, so close.
Yeah.
Still only
all
5
right.
with a Corrosive Breath. Canetta, he got away with it, but I will just wind all the way back to that Deathwing pick. I think there were moments in that game where just a Deathwing down, maybe especially after seeing the Zephyrus, because then you know it's not going to be an answer to Deathwing, right? Because it just wouldn't have offered some kind of weird answer to a Deathwing on a board with no Deathwing on it. So I think after that Zephyrus, there was an opportunity to just say, you know what, I'll completely clear the Hunter board. They're drawing 1 card a turn off the top, and I have a 12/12 to like 2 to 3 turn end the game. I think that was a reasonable plan. But Kaneta, even though he picked the Deathwing, didn't end up going for it. But that must have been a tense game for both players because there were multiple draws that would have actually just won the game straight off the top there for Dreadeye.
Yeah, very much so. And, again, these are really tight and understandably tense moments. And, I think Kenyatta was probably just saying it's unlikely they draw it. And he probably did, a little bit of a scan on the deck list mentally. Are there any, cards that I have to be careful? Because if he left up one attack, does that end up changing the map on certain things? At the end of it, he's up 2-0, which is what's important. And he ends up getting the very crucial match point on the board right now. Just has to win with Mage. Dreadeye needs to defeat Mage 3 times, which is hard to do because Mage is just very consistent. There's not too many bad matchups that Mage has, which is part of why it makes it such a reliable tournament deck. Even in the worst matchups, Mage totally has opportunities to steal one. And he's on the coin for game number 3, so that's a really good start already for Kenyatta.
Right, and I do think for this matchup, the problem that Highlander Hunter is going to have is if the mage or Kaneta gets one of those good early mage turns, where they go a bit wide, they've done some spells and so on. Hunter is not equipped to deal with that kind of turn right now, which is why you don't see tons of Highlander Hunter on ladder. Because it just isn't equipped to deal with some of the mega powerful turns some of the other meta decks have, such as Mage. And I think that's going to be a huge problem, especially looking at this opening hand from Kaneta. It looks very, very powerful indeed. And this might be a bit of a problem if he can actually land a relatively safe Mana Cyclone in this game.
All right, well...
Let's have Stormhammer and Dragon, though, which is always a nice combo.
Very much so. That Stormhammer might end up being really clutch because there's one thing that Mage ironically doesn't freeze very much, which is your opponent's hero portrait. Kenyatta picked up Cram Session on 2, which is usually what you pull the trigger on. I wonder if Kenyatta's thinking about simply dealing with this Bone Chewer Brawler and trying not to allow Dreadeye to get ahead, because if he plays Cram Session, he's essentially giving up the board because he knows that Dreadeye should be able to help deal with it. Turn 3 is usually where Highlander Hunter starts to have their highest amount of cards that they have in the deck.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because I'd also argue that if he actually just went Spellwing into 1 Thief, then so what if his 1/3 gets dealt with? He then still has 2 minions, and then next turn has options to go, for example, Ray of Frost, coin Mana Cyclone, which would have been okay. But yeah, choose to respect the Bone Chewer Brawler instead.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the same ideas that we were talking about, which was stalling Hunter early. I mean, okay.
Sorry, it's just, he can just go Ray of Frost, coin Mana Cyclone anyway. Doesn't matter.
That's not a bad play at all, I think.
Yeah.
Because he still, at its core, needs to find a way to generate threats. And part of that is actually playing spells. So that way, Mana Giant, when it's drawn, is going to be relevant. So I actually do like the Mana Cyclone play this time.
Yep, me too. This was the play I wanted Kaneta to set up for. It was just fortunate for him that he drew the second Ray of Frost right off the top. Oh, now we've got a spicy game of Hearthstone down. If Kaneta can take it to turn 10, he's got a way to win.
You've got me fired up.
Yeah, I think he will have a pretty good chance to do so. It doesn't seem like he has a relatively aggressive game plan. He has cards like Ice Barrier. So maybe the game does go long enough for that to be the case. Kenyatta's waited very long for this Cram Session. So he can go for Portal Studies first.
Yeah, I like it. Now he can go Solarian into Cram Session. That just looks fantastic to me.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Astromancer Solarian is just so good because when you get Solarian Prime, it's going to be in a situation very likely where Hunter is threatening you and you need a way to potentially get bailed out or even counter lethal. So I do enjoy it a lot. I kind of want to play this Cram Session. I can totally understand Kenyatta feeling like he wants to deal with this Crimson Hothead. Okay. Looks like he's really defensive about his life total right now, which is totally fine.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm probably too locked in the mindset of how Mage plays versus other decks right now. But Highlander Hunter doesn't actually really have a way to deal with this board. Like, they just don't have good tools when they're behind, honestly. This is about as good as it's going to get. Desert Spear into the Solarian. This does involve Dreadeye taking a good chunk of damage and having to use the Locust. But for that kind of trade-off for a potential cram session instead was probably worthwhile, actually, looking back. I'm convinced.
Ooh. Yeah, the only thing that I'm just worried about is Kenyetta's ability to play cards. You know, because in the mid game, it does seem like it's a little bit awkward. And cram session, if you only, let's say in the worst case scenario, drew only one card, it would be very sad for Kenyetta. But now he finds an opportunity to draw 3, and that's really nice. And his patience has paid off. So, you know, everything seemed to have worked out here.
Yeah, it's very amusing that, like, the turn that he used the Ray of Frost, I think, quite, you know, liberally, when he could have kept hold of them for the Mana Cyclone. He then just drew Ray of Frost, and then the turn he had 2 spell damage minions on board and then skipped the ground session, he drew the second Primordial Studies to get another spell damage minion to then go for the cram session the turn after. This has panned out very well indeed for Kenetta, and already you can start to see the struggles that Dreadeye is going to have in this game, because he just simply hasn't dominated the early game, which is what I think you need to do.
Yeah, this is pretty good recognition from Kenyetta to understand that Hunter is at its best when it's threatening within a range of damage that could potentially change, or just basically kill you. Dreadeye finds Dinotamer Brand in the tracking, which I am hard-pressed to find another reason to not pick it.
I have never seen someone take this long over a 100% solved tracking before, Dan. Next turn, you're on 7 mana. You pick Dinotamer Brand. This turn, you have a sick turn anyway with the attack into the Faceless Corruptor on the Locust. It's perfect.
It's worth thinking about just to make sure you're not being careless. Definitely not Whoopentinger, but like, what does the Diving Griffin give you that might be valuable? And it's purely, I think, Zixor, and that's it.
Yep.
But here we go. So we kind of talked about how playing those early game spells are important for the moments you find Mana Giant, which is also partially why Cram Session is important. You can draw the Mana Giant. Everything falling into place for Kenyetta. That early game plan for him is really paying off right now. Rolling Fireball's too expensive, unfortunately, which would have been the nice silver bullet on turn 5 versus Corruptors.
He's going to go for it anyway. Interesting. I mean, to be fair, he can just land this Mountain Giant, which... throwback. Mana Giant, sorry. Which would feel pretty good even into these Corruptors, because right now, I think that he has more than enough tools to progress into this late game with Ice Barrier and the and the Yogg box. So I think even if this is a bit of a whiff, it's probably just worth dropping the Mana Giant for. Yeah, I like this. Now here's the real question, Dan. Does Dreadeye just push 16 to face? 17, I guess, with the weapon swing.
I think you can just clear the board here, especially with Hunter Ace hitting the board and getting this free kill on the Mountain Giant. This is actually starting to go the opposite direction, which is Kenyetta took a little bit of time to get set up, and now that he like made his power turn, it's actually not super powerful, and it got dealt with very quickly. So
yeah, pretty sick turn, honestly, for the trades there. I did enjoy just suggesting doing 17 to face, though, but this looks pretty powerful. But the Rolling Fireball pick is going to pay off for Kenetta now, as he can deal with most of this board if he wants to.
Yep, it is a guaranteed board clear if he plays Rolling Fireball on Hunter Ace, and then it just goes all the way across, stopping at the Locust, we can just trade.
Yep. Could go for Ping as well, but I think he probably wants to just play this magic trick, develop the Spellwing.
I wonder.
And this, now that the Desert Spear is gone for Dreadeye, these small mage minions are actually way more annoying, right? Because if the board is clear, it's not something you want to be swinging Stormhammer into, like a 1-2, a 1-1. These are all like horrible targets, so these minions once again kind of become even more powerful at this point in the game versus Dreadeye.
All right, Dreadeye's waited for a while with Dino Tamer. I think it's time. Make your opponent deal with this as we have entered a new phase, which is Hunter pressuring and taking out 11 of 30. And Kenyatta, this is partially why he's been so protective of his life, because he understands if he gave up 5 or 6 additional hit points, he starts to enter the territory of almost no return, finds Solarian Prime off of his Arcane Intellect.
Oh, Frostbolt. Frostbolt's super powerful right now.
It is nice. Yeah, it's nice.
Anything, I think, to freeze the King Crush, and then the assumption that it's likely that Solarian Prime will just deal with the rest of it next turn, or at least put Kaneta in a very powerful spot here.
Yeah,
mirror image.
It looks like. Mirror image is useful. Obviously, did not have the mana to play that, but good for the following turn. Animal Companion finds Leok. Okay.
Yeah, probably not
no
what
dragons
he wanted.
Yeah, no dragons to really unlock the power of his current hand with Corrosive Breath and the Storm Hammer. With Dino Tamer Brand already played, I think his ability to just kind of rush mindlessly to face is definitely weakened, but I still think it's kind of important that you keep this pressure game plan, because if you keep fighting and trade for minions on the board, Mage is just going to out-resource you. But here we go. Solarian Prime time.
Interesting, okay. Oh, wow. Okay. I don't think that was necessarily just a snap prime there, but we can see it's paying off in absolute spades right now. Although that's actually bad. Oh!
Oh, look at Kanye's face. He's not prepared for a walking fountain, the order of which Solarian Prime sequence things end up being problematic. But the good news is that he has ways to influence this with a mirror image right now. He can also just play Wand Thief, maybe find an opportunity to freeze that walking fountain temporarily.
Yeah, I like one Thief first. He can always just trade the 2 1/1s into the Murloc anyway to, again, make the mirror images stronger going forward. I do like the One Thief because you might just get Brain Freeze, which is insane right now, right? And instead he's just going to go Missiles.
Yeah, I think he was concerned about board space, but pushing damage feels a little weird just given that it's a walking fountain. It's on the board, so your opponent's going to gain 8.
Yeah, and also this plays into a potential Unleash heavier than I think he needs to as well. I think the 2 1/1s could have easily been traded in there and used the One Thief to try and fish for an answer, because like Ray of Frost, Brain Freeze, like these cards would have just broke this game, because it would have just meant Dreadeye couldn't heal up with this walking fountain. And then look at the board. Like, outside of Zephyrus, there are no cards that exist that would have dealt with this board if the 4/7 was frozen. It would have just been lethal. I mean, it's still going to be a tough one to deal with, don't get me wrong. It's just that I think there was a chance there that Arcane Missiles didn't feel like it accomplished or was ever going to accomplish too much.
Yeah, I agree. But like in the big picture of things, Dreadeye attacking face here would activate Flame Horde, which actually deals 4 because of that spell damage. Dreadeye, I mean, Kenyatta's also thinking about lethal here, which looks like he has with 7, 15, 19, and then the Fireball. So Kenyatta took a little bit of like understood risk that maybe Dreadeye can find some way to pressure with that Unleash the Hounds, but with this Fireball, And all this damage going upstairs, Kenyatta has gotten the clean sweep 3-0 over Dreadeye.
Yeah. Fantastic feeling, I imagine, for Kaneta there. Pretty solid play overall. Again, there was just a few moments where I think at least I would have gone around it a little bit differently, but regardless, a 3-0 victory in the semi-finals must feel glorious, quite frankly. Going straight into the finals off the back of a pretty one-sided win, at least the way I saw it, Dan. And must be good for Kaneta getting ready to go into those final match of the day.
Yeah, that's right. So the stage has been set for our two finalists to see, who is going to take it for Masters Tour Montreal Online. Remember, the win is really important now that we have an EU-dominated top four again.
I am shocked.
And whoever wins this is likely to become a Grandmaster. So good luck to both of them.
Yeah, and that's a big deal as well, because it is not easy getting into a Grandmaster spot in Europe. You pretty much have to win a Masters Tour if you want to book in, just because of how competitive the region is and how high that prize pool is as well. So a lot on the line for both these players. I am sure each one of them would have preferred the other person to win versus their opponent there, just to make it not a European finals. But as is normally the case, the Europeans do the best job in these tournaments and end up being in the finals regardless. But while we are going to go and get ready for that final match, so remember, there's just one more match left. We're going to crown our winner of Masters Tour Montreal. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Masters Tour Montreal Online is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network, T-Mobile.
to the Oscolomance, the magic school
of
your legacy of glory shines. May they stand forevermore. Take your place where magic bends to your will, but you'll have to study hard. So many clubs
And Colts. Excuse me, I misspoke.
take your pick out in the yard. Test your brains or broken their spells for a top double major honor roll.
Just be sure to stay upstairs in the hall.
Else countless on to steal your soul.
They're kidding, of course.
Dear Magic School, we vow to stay right and true. A solo sense, we love you. Hey, hey, USA!
It is finals time as Kaneta and Frenetic are going to face off in this grand finals here for Masters Tour Montreal to decide who takes not only the victory, that first place spot, but that massive chunk of prize money that's going to help them have a chance at becoming the next European Grandmaster. Dan, who you liking in this? Just at the top here, just for these two players, the lineups, everything included. Who are you favoring in this one?
I gotta say that I feel like I've been watching Kenyatta's side of the bracket, so perhaps I'm a little bit more biased towards that, or rather, I've been casting Kenyatta's side of the bracket. Had that really unfortunate stint in the quarterfinals, which kind of cost him a game, but at the same time, it kind of made me want to cheer for him, almost peg like some kind of underdog trying to fight for, what should happen on this timeline. So, I feel like I've come alongside with Kenya on the bottom half. I'm going to go for him this time.
Yeah, and then looking at Frenetic and how he got here as well, taking down Lightning, who was the top performer in the Swiss, going 9-0. So he took down a pretty, arguably the toughest opponent going into this top 8, and then took down Lambi Series as well, who actually managed to beat Lion in his quarterfinal match. So a pretty tough road for Frenetic and Kaneta to get here. I will say I think Frenetic's had the tougher side of the bracket overall. So I do think this is probably just going to be a close one. I will say overall, I am with you a little bit, and I think Kaneta's played overall just that little bit better, that little bit smoother, because we have seen honestly just a lot of sloppy play across the course of today.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll see who gets that first place prize, $32,000 for first place. And remember, the prizing is going to be the rankings of which we select from Grandmasters. Second place, $22,500, and then third and all the way to eighth place, kind of guaranteeing $11,000 to $15,000, depending on how they finished. And we only have one more Masters Tour to wrap up the year with Madrid, so we're going to see where all these players sit, because as you can see, a win puts them right behind Leda. And with already 22,000 guaranteed, it looks like Dead Draw is going to go down to fifth.
Right.
While two other players are going to be joining in the top four here.
And it's such a huge deal. The fact that this is a European final must be heartbreaking for Dead Draw, because we followed Dead Draw, one of the most winning, if not the most winning player, actually, when it comes to win rate overall in Masters Tour this year. He's on the cusp now and will be pushed down to a fourth place even just now, because like you said, second place will get more money than him, but there is the one more Masters Tour left after this one. And honestly, the way Dead Draw has been performing this year, I have no doubts that he can wrestle a third or second place, and maybe even a first if he wins the whole thing, off one of these other players, because although both of these players have done well to get here today, Dead Draw has been putting out the performances consistently all year. So even though it's not the outcome Dead Draw would want, I think he's still got it in him to do well in this final Masters Tour.
Yeah, very much so. So now the stage has been set and the lineups already have gone through the bans. We see Warrior banned on both sides. Neither player really want to have to deal with Bomb Warrior, which seems to be giving, Druid, Priest, even the Mage is a little bit of trouble there, because the Warrior can remove a bunch of what Mage does, and then Mage wants to draw a ton of cards. And so with Warrior removed, and we have two Mages, two Priests, a Druid, and a Demon Hunter, The Druid, of course, being Malygos Druid, as we saw from the Kenyatta side, and then from Frenetic playing the Soul Demon Hunter. Do you feel like any players specifically favoring this head-to-head?
Yeah, I think it's a tough one because at one point we were seeing priest players lean towards banning Malygos Druid, as it's historically not been the best matchup in the world. But I do think that Mali Druid is a little bit weaker right now, and I think that's just because the amount of more aggressive decks available. And I do think, again, because it is Mali Druid, that Demon Hunter might even have just a bit of a better matchup overall because there just aren't as many tools to actually cause Demon Hunter as big an issue, because there's so many of these combo cards that don't really have a good use in the mid game, and Demon Hunter normally loses out in the mid game versus Druid specifically. So at least in that one matchup between these two players, I do think Frenetic does have a bit of a favourite here with this Demon Hunter, and also just the interesting choice here of the Altruist, and something I've not really seen be played in Soul Demon Hunter that much, but we did see it a little bit earlier on pay off in spades, as it did open up a lethal opportunity for Frenetic that got him here. So a pretty interesting card. I'm excited to see if it performs well again today in this series.
Yeah, that's right. So Soul Demon Hunter tends to be a deck that pressures very well against classes like Priest, if that's what ends up being the first choice here. I personally like this Demon Hunter deck a lot. I just think it's a very fun deck to play. The power level of it seems to be right there in the middle of a bunch of classes. I don't think it's like absurdly powerful. It does seem to kind of fall in that like middle of tier 2. But it's rolled to specifically give mages a hard time, and also even pressure priests at a very good clip. Feels like it's well equipped for this specific tournament feel, where everyone seems to be bringing some kind of warrior, or at least a priest or some kind of mage, and any kind of things in between. They seem to be very popular classes, and I think Demon Hunter's a good class against them.
Yeah, I think it's a good just heads up of power level when it's a deck that's being brought to a lot of tournaments. It's been brought, I think it's been doing the best as well in all the online cups, which is what helps players qualify for Masters Tours, as well as this Masters Tour, of course. It's been being brought to like high level competition, yet no one's calling out for any more Demon Hunter nerfs, right? I think we've had enough of Demon Hunter nerfs for a while, and I think that's a good way to view the deck. Strong, but not in the broken category that I think a lot of players do shove some other decks into, such as maybe Priest, maybe Bomb Warrior, maybe even Mage to an extent. But it does look like we are going to get that matchup. And for me, Dan, one of the more interesting matchups here, which is Demon Hunter versus Priest. It's a matchup I actually love watching and casting, just to see the different approaches that players do take, because there are a few options in this one.
Yeah, so let's go into it. Opening mulligans. Does seem that Frenetic is a little bit off to a slow start, but it's not a big deal. You're not really hurting too bad in a matchup like this for Spirit Jailer on 1. And you're very much okay kind of taking it a little bit slower, so it's not a huge deal here. Kenyatta finds the Wild Pyromancer on 2, so I guess in his mind, he would love to be proactive. This is actually like a source of interesting decision making if he wants to play Pyromancer to try to get tempo ahead of the Demon Hunter. Because I like to approach this matchup the same way I approach a bunch of Hunter ones, which is like if you anticipate your opponent wanting to pressure you in the mid game, try to take the board early.
Yeah, I think I like the Pyromancer here because there's Raise Dead in hand, and there's no minions that are going to be played for Kenyatta for the foreseeable future, at least. So I think at worst it gets cleaned up and trades off a minion, or uses up a Twin Slice or a Chaos Strike, something, and then you could just Raise Dead it and combo it with spells anyway afterwards. He did choose to heal instead, which is fine. I just feel like he maybe missed a chance to cause Frenetic some early game frustrations.
Alright, well, Kenyatta does end up just removing the minions anyways. I guess he's just playing the control style anyways, right? Kenyatta does have the control style variant of Priest, which doesn't run any weapon destruction, doesn't really run enough ways to disrupt this Demon Hunter. Just seems like he's going to wait in anticipation for Frenetic's big combos. Although, these are some interesting choices available to Kenyatta here.
Yeah, and honestly, purely for the fact that it's playable sooner rather than later. I do really like this Cobalt Spellkin choice. There were some other powerful options. The Murazond is always a fear factor for Demon Hunter. You don't want to make one super mega powerful turn into a potential Murazond, because guess what? They get to do it back. But I do like this Spellkin. Something very playable early on. It's not a bad card to go into the res pool for Raise Dead as well. And it does just open up some more options. And now we can talk about it, because there's another 3 powerful options here, because I wouldn't even write off the Evasive Worm in this scenario then.
Yeah, the Evasive Worm is interesting. It does end up lining up pretty good stat-wise into most of the mid-range size minions from the Demon Hunter, from Gladebound Adept all the way to the Lapidary. So that is something that I'm intrigued by. You can also just play it right now, because I forgot about the double buff from the first Draconic Studies. It makes any next dragon you play, including the one that you can get off your second Draconic Studies. So that makes a lot of sense, and even more reason perhaps to go for it.
We're going to utilize the Gladebound. So I guess this is the punish for using it to kill Kayn, is that now it's a target for Gladebound. But again, I guess if it's going on the minion, it's not going face, so it might give Kaneta a little bit more time to recover. And there is now, isn't it guaranteed Raise Dead into another one if he wants it to trade off into the Gladebound?
That's a good point. You know, I don't think Kaneta was necessarily considering that, because I think that would have been optimal of the way to remove, because you get tempo back on your side. Although maybe he did and just said, you know what, Raise Daddy will just get better the more I invest into other minions.
Yeah.
But I feel like getting cards like Evasive Worm back is just better. Hard to say. He does end up healing a bunch of health, and maybe he just wants to protect his health at this point.
Yeah, and there were options, right? Even just Spellkin into 1 cost might have done the job. We saw that there was a potential, there was many ways there actually to get hold of a Wave of Apathy, which is very nice as well. It kind of neuters the minions for a turn. But instead does manage to clear it up with a Shadow of Death. Gladebound Adept number 2 going to come down for Frenetic. And now back yet again on Kaneta to just say, right, well, can you answer this one? And I think this is the value of Frenetic. Not really going nuts in the opening, you're chucking loads of stuff down, using a load of resources, but actually just sort of divvying these out pretty nicely and still having a good hand size here.
On wings of destruction.
Yeah, it does seem like the matchup is going about as expected. Finds a second Apotheosis. So with 2 Pyromancers, 2 Apotheosis. Okay, Soul Mirror as well. It's a decisive way to answer Sociologist Militia, which I think is totally fine.
I agree. I think that's like the sole reason now that he's gone for that, because it's the one card he has that can just straight up answer it, and he hasn't drawn his natural one yet. So because he didn't draw that, it was in the pool for the choice. Pulls it out of the deck and says, "Okay, now I've got hold of my Soul Mirror forcibly," and there is the answer to that card that has just been drawn from Frenetic. So, although it looked a little bit weird to pass over an Apotheosis, it does make sense.
And this is where the Apotheosis can really shine. The Wild Pyromancer, the Radiance.
A lot of healing.
Yeah, it's not a full clear through it, because he's lacking a 3rd spell to really make that Pyromancer sing. But that's okay, because I feel like you're gaining a lot of life by doing that. The alternative is just to play Apotheosis on the Cleric immediately, but I feel like that's a lot worse.
I also wonder if there's ever consideration, although it looks a little bit weird, of like the Cabal Acolyte with Apotheosis instead. You can put Apotheosis on the 1/1, funnily enough, use it to trade, gain health, and then the Taunt is protecting it, along with stealing one of the other minions too. The only slight worry there is, I guess it's fine actually, goes to 4 minions, kind of awkward for a Blade Dance as well. Maybe not the best play, but definitely something to consider here.
I like
the Radiance.
Yeah, I like that play. I think it's fine. Just to help stabilize on the board. I think part of the reason why I feel a little bit interested by the fact that he's been so reliant is that what are we saving the Wild Pyromancer for at this point? I guess it's not really about saving anything. He's just more about like trying to disrupt the plan from Frenetic.
And if he does end up having the Wild Pyromancer or Apotheosis, he actually doesn't have any other follow-up besides that. No other cheap spells, so he would most likely have to play Cobalt Spellkin first before he can get another Pyromancer turn.
Ooh, there's the Blade Dance, though.
Missed the taunt.
It's actually a really big deal for
big
Kaneta, though,
deal.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That was like even though it was rough that the Blade Dance was there, he didn't actually really take any damage that turn, which is pretty sick. Normally, the whole value of Blade Dance is not only a defensive removal tool, but it normally lets you swing your weapon face because you've cleaned the board up with the spell.
Yeah, and he had the opportunity to, say, consume magic had he sequenced a little differently.
Let me change your
So, it's again, Mindrender Lucio is a very weird card to have to cast, as in for us, because we can see the hands, right? But at some point, you have to consider Kaneta has to consider, like, his hand isn't that great in terms of that great for Frenetic to achieve what he wants to achieve, i.e. kill Kaneta quickly. And you've got to think, Mindrender, with this many cards for Frenetic in his hand, you can probably just dump a lot of aggressive cards here if he goes for it. Like, look at the payoff potential. Double Twin Slice is there. Even Soulshare wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah, it cuts both ways, which is then Frenetic will be able to dump his recovery mechanic, which is Apotheosis plus the Wild Pyromancer. So it does end up having some trade-off that he's not 100% okay with, but you can see that he has once again introduced with a similar situation where he can get cheap spell Wild Pyromancer, which honestly looks pretty good again. I think Apotheosis plus the Wild Pyromancer in this spot, even though he was saving up his Soul Mirror, still looks pretty good because you have to consider about how many minions that AoE is going to hit to rebound your life back up to 30. And ultimately, you can run your opponent out of damage that way.
Just go for the Soul Mirror. Keep it simple, which again, can't be too upset with overall. I think we've seen this a lot from Kaneta in this game, of just not doing anything that wild and just saying, I'm actually just going to kill everything you play and just keep pressing hero power to get like the maximum healing out of it, which is what holding on to this Wild Pyro and Apotheosis has done. He has been pressing his hero power a lot, so maybe it's just the actual healing over time is being increased enough to be able to outlast Frenetic here.
Yeah, Frenetic going for this Skull of Gul'dan.
Okay,
showing to Kaneta this is a really good Mindrender turn now.
Exactly. This is the moment, and I think Kaneta he must Mindrender, right? He's going to see Skull played. He's going to see that there's a 2 out of 3 are reduced. If you don't Mindrender now, then you shouldn't have put it in your deck. Like, that's my view on this turn right now.
I 100% agree. I think this would be a huge miss from Kaneta to not Mindrender when your opponent held his Skull of Gul'dan cards. You did see that the third one was not discounted, but he's hovering over the Cobalt Spellkin, implying that he doesn't want to Mindrender first. He can still Mindrender at the end. It's just not nearly as good.
Yeah, I'm trying to just block out the hand from the Demon Hunter, right? Obviously we can see it, but with cards held, such as these 2 Twin Slice Consume Magic, like, he's played Sociologist, he's played 1 Skull, he's played 2 Glaive Bounds. Pretty much everything else that gets hit in his hand must be extremely playable by the way I look at it. Is this just lethal?
Dead.
Third Twin Slice. Honestly, I have got no clue why Mindrender was not played there. Again, easy for us to say, but if you just go off what was actually played in this game from Frenetic, there was almost only great outcomes from a Mindrender that turn.
Yeah, and dying with Wild Pyromancer and Apotheosis and so many chances to play it has got to feel really bad.
Yep.
And there's a lot of context clues. There were several context clues to help give Kaneta information that he should be playing as Mindrender, as we do have game number 1 going to Frenetic. For example, your opponent just played Blade Dance and Skull of Gul'dan on 9 mana or 8 mana? He didn't do anything with the entire left side of his hand. and he had
Yep.
all this mana crystals to do, and you're sitting at like 17 HP. What do you think he wants to do with his hand, right? Just think about like macro perspective. Why would he not play so many cards there? So it's a very interesting decision to just hold and hold and hold. And I was kind of waiting to see where his mind was, because clearly he thought about it for a long time. He roped several of these turns. There was a lot of junctures where he could have extended onto the board in a different way. And so I was ready to be like, okay, well, what's he waiting for? Apparently, he just died. So he got stuck waiting for something that never came.
You know where his mind was? Being rendered, that's where. Because, like, even if you want to just go through the deck list, right? Even if we go, let's try and remove our knowledge of how the game was. The Sociologist was played. The Skull of Gudan obviously played, because that's what happened. That was the trigger point, I guess. 2 Gladebounds were gone. I think 1 Marrow Slicer had been played. Kane had been played. We'd seen a lot of the early tools as well. The Blade Dance, Chaos Strike. You look at what cards are left, and it's like, Aldraki Warblades, a Lapidary, another Skull, but then suddenly like 2 Twin Slice, Soul Shears, which would have been fine. I don't know, there seemed to be a lot of good cards that hand was made from, and it seemed like a big miss for me, but that has been and gone. That has happened. And what's not happened yet is game number 2 as we're going into it, and is now Frenetic on the Priest and Cadneta also on the Priest.
Yeah, so I think that if we were to identify what went wrong in that game from Kenyatta, it was actually like a matchup perspective issue. I think maybe based off his framework, he was probably making like a lot of the correct technical plays, but if he's misunderstanding what he needs to be doing in the matchup, none of that's going to matter. So we'll see what ends up happening. But now we're going to the Priest Mirror. Frenetic immediately coining out the Imprisoned Vile Feed. A quick scan of their deck list. We have Highlander Priest coming from Frenetic and the Control Priest from Kenyatta. So it does feel like it's up to Kenyatta to find a way to generate a tempo game plan without a Galakron in his deck.
Yeah, that's the huge issue, isn't it? Like, the early game, and you can see that now from this Feywing being a really good pickup, the early game needs to be Kenyatta's here, because he will just struggle to try and win either late game tempo or value versus Frenetic. And as you quite rightly mentioned, with no Galakron in Kenyatta's list, it means he can't even go for the super value late game there. And the Feywing being shut down by this Valfiend is pretty rough, but Kenyatta did have a response, so it doesn't mean Frenetic's going to run away with the game.
Well, I like one thing that I can appreciate is Frenetic seems to be playing very quickly. Shows that he was locked in, very much dialed to know exactly how much damage he needed to do. And it seems like he's kind of getting rewarded with a little bit of Miracle Priest action. Finds Whispers of Evil to make his Sethik Veilweaver even harder to target. Set up a third minion to potentially get stolen by the Cabal Acolyte if it actually was in the hand for Kenyatta, who's pairing up a bunch of his cards here. 2 Wave Apathies, 2 Raised Dead. Not exactly what he's looking for.
Yeah, the Raised Deads will get him a Feywing and a Sethik again, right? So that's 2 pretty high-quality minions. The only weird part is the Feywing just does get farmed a little bit on board, but I do think it's something that Kenyatta just has to play. He needs something big to happen now.
Yeah, Frenetic sees that Feywing, hard to target, kind of annoying. But he has actually a really cute way to deal with this Feywing by like trading in things like his Titanic Hydra and making Raised Dead potentially give Titanic Hydra, Titanic Lackey. Yeah, sorry. The ability to trade it in and then immediately buff up his board. But I think right now he favors the tempo line right back, and he's getting some pretty good spells in return.
I really like this because for the same reasons that that the Feywing is hard to deal with, it's also hard to get continued value from Kenyatta because he can't heal it, right? Like, he can't buff it, he can't give it Apotheosis, so it is one of those weird things where it is just going to take 4 damage and die at some point. So I actually do like Frenetic just ignoring this and saying, actually, I've just got a great on-curve turn. It's going to make my next turns even better. And okay, the Sethik dies to the Feywing, but he still has, 5-6 power on board to follow up with his pressure with, plus options next turn. I like this a lot, actually.
Yeah, and in the end, like, don't be mistaken on what's really important. Value in Priest matchups do matter, as you start to see, like, in late game scenarios.
even today, it can kick in. But like, you really need to have board control of some kind. And it seemed that Frenetic deals with yet another Fey Wing. Chooses to... Wow, he's hero powering his own life. He really, really wants to make sure that he's going to stay alive, and also to make sure that no Cabal Shadow Priest can come out of nowhere and steal his 2-3.
Yeah, and that's the important thing. You talk about the matchup overall. The matchup only goes to late game value when the tempo option has failed, right? To some extent, or when it's stalled out and both players didn't gain that the board for a few turns in a row. So that is normally when that Priest late game comes in. But for now, Frenetic is not even slowing down. He removes the board. He's still got a ton of pressure on as well with the help of that Wave of Apathy, and he's got more where that came from with a Siamat ready on curve. Skeletal Dragon, though, is pretty sick as a pickup.
Yes, assuming it can stay alive, but we do know about the Siamat in hand. I'd like for Deck slowing down just a tiny bit. Like, at the very end, he had the option of going Raise Dead and trying to get more onto the board, but now we're starting to enter Soul Mirror territory, which he needed to heal his Cobalt Spellkin to survive, because he wants to have a big board as possible. So the Skeletal Dragon, what it generates might be impactful. Oh my goodness. Azari. Most likely will have some impact in this game if he can get to that point, but for now, Frenetic also has the Siamat to rush in, pick up the trade, and then push damage. It's a bad spot for Kenyatta, and he doesn't have the Soul Mirror right now.
Yeah, and also the Murazond looks tempting to an extent, but with Kenyatta on 12, with 11 showing, you just can't do it, right? Like, you can't just assume there won't be one damage from somewhere. So, a little bit of a rough one.
Yeah, his best chance is this Cabal Acolyte trying to steal a high priority target.
Dance, puppet, dance.
And ends up taking the Cobalt Spellkin. He can just do it right back with Murazond.
Okay. I was just taking a quick glance at Soul Mirror there, as it would have actually generated a huge board for Frenetic the turn after, which would have been pretty solid, but this isn't bad as well with the Raised Dead being able to follow up on this Acolyte.
Dance, puppet, dance.
Oh, he steals the Mind Flayer. Arguably the best target there. Yeah, I think so. I don't think the damage push here would have made the biggest of deals, but making a sturdy board kind of forces Kenyatta to pull the trigger on cards like Plague of Death. I don't think he can hold off on that anymore. This is as good as Plague of Death will probably get.
Yep, it's going to be a little bit rough for Frenetic as well, because Kenyatta does not play a natural Plague, so you don't really expect to run into this too often as an answer, so probably won't be too happy. Yep, you see the grimace a little bit there, a little bit, oh, okay. But this does just give Frenetic a whole turn to redevelop. It's just unfortunately for him, the development doesn't look to be that strong.
Wow. Just straight up pass. His hand is largely reactive. So I think Veilweaver is his only proactive card. And Kenyatta gets a free runway for Nazari to hit the board.
It is not yet your time.
I mean, that undoes a lot of the damage that Frenetic did. But you know what? It's still okay for the long term, because Frenetic has a game plan to just outvalue his opponent if the tempo line does not work. Because he has Galakrond. Yeah. But now we're into the phase where Kenyatta will probably hold off on things like Murazond until he can get Galakrond himself.
I think that's it, and I think what's important is with that Plague into the pass turn from Frenetic, even though this Nazari looks huge, the heal, it is important, but it's also not, because Frenetic can't make a board, so Kenyatta may as well have been on 30, because once that tempo just disappears from both players and the board is lost for both of them, there is just the natural transition into this more value-based late game now. And so I do think that this was actually, in a weird way, more about the 412 being on board than it was about Kenyatta healing back up to full. But this card is going to be a nice response here from Frenetic to say, well, actually, maybe I want a 412 as well. And we do have to look at just how valuable this eventual Galakrond is going to be for Frenetic.
I
But what is
just
going to be
double
huge,
value.
Dan, is Kinetic can just wait for this Murozond, right? So if Frenetic plays Galakron, Kinetic just goes, okay, Murozond, now I'm Galakron as well. I'm done.
Yes. That is the dynamic that I believe we are heading towards. So then what other X factors does this deck have?
This is your time.
Oh, he's going to just summon his own.
Wow. Most importantly here, there is the Wave of Apathy. Oh, the one he didn't want to hit there.
Awkward.
The Wave of Apathy could help him if he wants, but it's not going to actually kill off these Sethics, so he's just going to go for the trades here. Make sure the 2 Sethics go down from Kinetic, so it's not going to continue to generate tons of value. He could actually use Circle now if he wants to protect the additional health on the Kaj.
Yeah. Chooses instead to not hold off on it. There's probably a better chance now that he's so established onto the board. There's probably a likelihood that Soul Circle of Healing will end up becoming better again. Kenyatta can steal back the Sethic Veil Weaver with Cabal Shadow Priest. Let's think about some other plays available to him. How does Soul Mirror look? It's okay. And then Murozond doesn't really do enough right back. Could we have Apathy and then Soul Mirror?
Is that needed though? I think the Soul Mirror looks pretty okay. Then he has Penance for a follow-up if he wants to just kill off one of the minions. He gets to double trade. The Sethic does die from Soul Mirror, but it looks like he's going to go for the steal instead with the Cabal Shadow Priest. Huh. Not sure about this one.
So, I mean, Cabal Shadow Priest here is totally fine. Like, it's stealing an 8/8. That's really big. Kill off your opponent's Sethic Veil Weaver. I think it's important to not get baited too much by like the concept of value and understanding that tempo is still a really important tool. And I think that Kenyatta, this is fine. I think.
Yeah, it's definitely not bad. I just think the Soul Mirror did also gain him tempo because he actually just wins out on minions on that point. The fear factor for the Soul Mirror is like the response Soul Mirror is always the issue you've got to think about. Like, is the person who Soul Mirrors first the person who actually just loses that battle every time? But yeah, I'm going to see the Plague come down from Frenetic here, and that's a Plague he does actually run in his deck, playing the Highlander list, of course.
Right. So Kenyatta now, Thought Steal, finds Animated Broomstick and Breath of the Infinite, some pretty useless cards in this specific situation.
Yeah, honestly, Breath of the Infinite at this point in the game is most often like paired with a Soul Mirror to like push off the extra health. That if there's been like value trades happened in the Soul Mirror, then the Breath of the Infinite can be nice for that. But outside of that, it is pretty lackluster, I do agree.
Okay, Silence to help keep the trains going. Forbidden Words as a finish for this turn. Could also just play Twin Tyrant. Okay, so Frenetic going away from the Temple line. Thinking about pure value at this point. Which I think makes sense. Where I think we're finishing Act 1 of Priest versus Priest. Going into Act 2, which is finding ways to squeeze that value, and then Act 3, which is figuring out ways to finish the game or avoid fatigue scenarios.
Right. Both players pretty even on the fatigue count so far, but honestly, Frenetic will just be focusing on holding onto this board, because yet again, Kenyatta does have to figure out some kind of response, and he doesn't really have great tools for it, not to deal with his 3/4 that's stealthed anyway. Just Penance and pass. Really, I think every turn I look at Murozond in Kenyatta's hand, I think it is pointless. I think unless Frenetic actually plays Galakron, he will never play this Murozond unless he generates an additional one from, say, Draconic Studies. So I think that 8-drop on the far left is just earmarked for one very specific turn.
Yeah, I agree. I think that if I'm Frenetic, not really too anxious to play the Galakron, because now it's very likely that Kenyatta has it. Mind Control seems totally fine here, actually, just because it helps destroy that 410 and summons the 410.
Yeah, pretty awkward minion to deal with, so why not take it for yourself? Oh, okay.
Class dismissed.
Okay, finds the Ganling.
Real lesson.
It's one of those weird cards in the matchup and in general where it is often just thrown out as a 3/6 because for 4 mana it's pretty solid, but there is just the small spark of fear that what if they generate some cheap minions that they don't mind throwing away from, right? Just to generate some more 4/4s. Like, how much of a fear is that? So it does often get respected a little bit in this matchup.
Okay, Mind Vision is not super impactful because there's a lot of spells that Frenetic doesn't really care about right now. Kenyatta, of course, does not know that. Any kind of information that you can get is really important right now. I'm thinking about how we can use the Broomstick in this position to maybe stabilize onto the board a little bit. So Breath of the Infinite doesn't give him the ability to, I think, full trade, but it's like almost a full trade.
Okay, I'm surprised he's going for this. I was trying to look at what like Soul Mirror to get the 3/6 and then like Broom kind of looks like as a potential turn. But he's going to use it up a little bit earlier here, and now Frenetic going to drop that Dragon Queen Alexstrasza and get 2 solid dragons. Not crazy at all. No Nazari that we saw earlier on or any of the big boys, but definitely just good enough here.
Yeah, very much so. Might be a point where Frenetic wants to use Circle of Healing.
I guess it's more likely that this Alexstrasza dies to a death or something, or a Soul Mirror, than it does to actually 5 damage from a certain source. So I guess holding on to that circle seems okay for now. Psyche Split, though, that is a pretty high value card at this point in the game.
I agree.
Just recycle it, drop it onto the Sethic now. 2 problems for Frenetic to deal with.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that Apotheosis kind of does something similar and gives you the mana flexibility to still keep playing cards and like extend onto the board. Just because Psyche Split still makes it that it can just die on board, right? Like it only gives it enough stats, and then the crazy other one will eat it because it goes to a 3/5.
Right.
I think this makes a little bit more sense. Then Inner Fire, which I don't know if you actually even want to use right now. I guess you could use it to cycle for another spell. Like you can play it totally on your opponent's minion or your minion.
It does mean the Netherwing dies, right? I think that's what's important. If he puts the Inner Fire on the Sethic now, then the Netherwing will die if it's traded in. I do agree with using it, though, because if you just trade Inner Fire for a different card, that seems like a worthwhile use for me.
Yeah, it's fair. I guess it's just that, this card ends up getting targeted by, Shadow Word Death and whatnot. Not a huge deal, or Shadow Word Ruin if it was randomly generated.
Huh.
But not a huge deal.
Ooh, these turns are happening awfully fast for me, Dan, because there was Wave of Apathy there that he could have used with the Cabal to actually just steal the Sethic, which looked way better than this. It uses up a wave, but I think that is a fair trade-off. Like, Wave of Apathy to get that buffed Sethic next turn seems huge.
I think so as well. Perhaps Frenetic is just feeling like he has enough resource to push the pace. And remember, he is playing a Zephyrus deck, so if he finds Zephyrus and there's enough board presence on, available, he will be able to use it to close it out.
Yeah.
Okay, he finds Kronks, which is pretty troll, because if Frenetic finds Galakron, then he's going to be able to copy it and then play Kronks.
Right. Connector going to commit to the Soul Mirror, though, so that means that one is gone. I'm gonna again, looks like he's aiming at that face for a heal just to top him up a little bit. Not gonna bother trying to start healing up this Cabal because it does die in many circumstances for the direct trade regardless.
Yeah, really fast plays here from Frenetic. He kind of feels the end coming close to him. And Cañeta, you know, waited for a long time for some of these cards to come into his hand. Is this the Wave of Apathy and hope your opponent doesn't have Zephyrus play? Is it the Wild Pyromancer as well? I guess he could Holy Smite, and then that clears off most of this board already. Could even do something pretty fun like Rave Rune the Wild Pyromancer.
Oh, okay.
Two will appear.
It's really tough whenever we're staring at a Soul Mirror and then the other person plays Grave Rune. But I was even looking at like what just a like maybe not this turn, but the following turn if the board stays at least relatively clear. What like just Kronk's Grave Rune looks like. just try and put on a ton of pressure, but not really going to be the best play here, especially if he is waiting for that Galakron. It's going to be a Zephyrus instead.
Yeah, looking for an opportunity to perhaps close it out. Tyrion or Doomhammer are both really interesting options. He pulled the trigger on this very quickly, and ends up going for this Tyrion. If this card can get stolen somehow, it would be so devastating. Cañeta could also do another layer of really interesting stuff like Psyche Split, and then Wave of Apathy, which is a very interesting combination to think about.
He could just Murazond. He could like Lazul's he could Lazul's Scheme maybe, and then just Murazond. Double trade into the Tyrion.
Remember that any spell he plays kills his own Pyromancers as well, unless he trades one Pyromancer first.
Yeah, a little bit of a downside of having double on board. I think he might just have to play Murazond here and just say, okay, I can't wait for Galakron. There's 7 cards left in the deck. Galakron's not been played yet. Is by the time he responds to a Galakron with a Murazond just too late? Even though he has the Kronks, does feel a little bit rough, but I think this might just be too good a turn to pass down. Or pass up, sorry. I honestly did like the Doomhammer option for Frenetic, though, because suddenly, if your opponent does play Murazond, so what if they have a Doomhammer, right? Because you're on 30 and your opponent's on 12.
Yeah, I think I would like to see something like a Wave of Apathy. Okay, he ends up going for it. So this is like kind of the first play we were talking about. Interestingly enough from Frenetic's perspective, he could just Soul Mirror and then push.
What about if he just steals it, Dan? What about 2 Tyrions? Can I interest you in that?
Of course. Forgetting about Cabal Acolyte and Wave of Apathy.
Insane.
I actually think Soul Mirror is better because you get to push to 5 damage now.
That's true. I'm just thinking 2 Tyrions is pretty cool. I don't know.
It
I don't
totally
know what
is cool.
Canetta's. Yeah, the problem is with that play, he does give Cañeta the weapon to do something with. Whereas with this play, Cañeta, although it's slower, like does Frenetic need to do this in a timely fashion? Because what is the response here? He's already seen a Soul Mirror from Cañeta as well, so I think he's feeling pretty safe with this steal, and this just basically sets up lethal.
The heal on this Tyrion is particularly interesting, but I guess it doesn't, because I was thinking about Soul Mirror right back if Cañeta was able to randomly generate it, but now we're starting to get to the point where Cañeta's going to be pretty desperate for plays. But like he can Murazond right back. And then renew. Looking for perhaps Plague of Death. Okay, finds Wave of Apathy again. I don't know if we can wait any longer for the Murazond like you're talking about, because Frenetic is very okay with closing the game just through these Tyrions.
It has been one of those strange games where I understand fully Cañeta potentially hold on to this Murazond for the Galakron response, but there has been decent Murazon turns throughout this game. I do just think it's odd. It's an odd outcome that Galakron, it's 6 cards left in the deck, and Galakron has not been even seen, never mind played from Fnatic.
All right, well, Soul Mirror helps clear up some of this threat. And now Kenyatta, with just Thought Steal, which he chose, try to get a little more value, is very far behind. Can also use the Broomstick here, which I wouldn't hate to help clean up everything on the board.
Yeah. I think Broomstick's probably... I guess it's not much, but I think there is a point of, like, maybe Kronk's Broomstick gets him through a taunt next turn, and because the Tyrians are reduced down to no attack anyway, does getting, like, 1 damage extra through make a difference for the want of the Broom now? I do think this looks a little bit better. Just hold on, and maybe Kronk's end up just being, like, a 6 damage taunt buster next turn, and that's just what it's going to do this game.
I kind of realized that Kenyatta had a really good chance of getting just Galakron from Fnatic's deck because it's in the bottom 5. Was kind of expecting that. But now it seems like Breath of the Infinite plus Shadow Word Death and then Wand Maker. And really hope that this 1 mana spell can give you everything you've ever hoped for.
In life, not just in this game of Hearthstone, just in life. Right. That's how good I think Kenyatta needs this spell to be right now.
That's right. This 1 mana spell needs to find the vaccine to the current pandemic. That's kind of the expectations we're placing upon this spell at this point.
Here, though, it looks like Fnatic is going to have the freedom, if he wants, to be able to just drop Kronks now. And now that he's seen especially the Murazond, he doesn't have to be, I don't think, too fearful of not playing this Kronks, and then drawing 1 extra card gets him to fatigue that little bit quicker. But I think this game is not going to go to fatigue, so I think Fnatic now can just say, you know what, let's just go. You struggled to deal with these Tyrians. Now I'm going to have another 6/6 on the board with an Ashbringer still equipped, of course. I think this seems fine.
Yeah, I think Fnatic kind of realized that there's an opportunity for Kenyatta to take the Galakron with Thought Steal, which was randomly generated. So at the same time, Kenyatta could theoretically do the same thing anyways if he finds his Mind Render or Lucia. But
even if that's the case, right, kills
death.
1 minion.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. It would just mean death. Anyways, this needs to be Plague of Death. The other 9 mana spell,
I guess.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, though, because the Tyrion was stolen and not killed, it can't res Tyrion. Which would have been at least a rough glance and okay outcome, but it's not going to be enough there. Fnatic is going to take the loss there, and Fnatic going 2-0 up in this series. He is so close just being crowned as the champion of Masters Tour at Montreal. And I think, honestly, a really clean game there for Fnatic. Those Priest Mirrors, although it is, Highlander versus 2 of, those Priest Mirrors are tricky, and I do think you get heavily punished if you mess up. I think Fnatic there had a really good plan and executed it very well.
Yeah, very much so. So with that, one last game is what's standing between Fnatic and Eternal Glory and Hearthstone's lore, as he's 1 game away. He was kind of talking about at the top of the day how much this meant to him in social media to be able to get that win. Was saying it's one of the most important days of his life, even to really push it through and be able to get that win. So we'll see if he's able to close it out. He is so close to the finish line here, Raven.
Yeah, and honestly, I can understand that feeling. It's been a long time since I competed, but you've got to realize, right, these players are putting hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of their lives into this, and this is the moment it feels like it's paid off properly, right? He's in the finals of a big tournament. This victory could then lead on to even more success, potentially becoming a Grandmaster, to even more, being able to play in an even higher field going forward. It's a huge deal for both these players and any player in the Masters Tour, honestly. So, I can see this for Fnatic. I'm pretty hyped for him here, as he is 2-0 up and only has that Mage take a win with. And having that evocation already this early, Dan, is looking pretty good for him. But what does Kenyatta need to do as Priest here against Mage? What is this matchup like for the Priest side?
From the Priest side, I mean, you're pretty much just trying to survive and disarm the mage as much as you can. These matchups end up either usually tail spinning into like a battle of tempo in the beginning or a battle of value, and it really depends on how mages' hands end up shaping up after their early game draws. Does end up having the early Chinvala, which I always like to try to drop because I feel like Chinvala in the mid stage of the game is not really good against Priest because they have access to so many good things like Soul Mirror. If they have, spells that generate Shadow Word Ruin, then all your 5/5s are going to be kind of useless. I do like kind of throwing Chinvala out of here to start things off.
Yeah, I like this a lot. There's no Shadow Word Pain being played at the moment in Priest, and also this is early enough to not run into, say, a Cabal Acolyte into spell, to just steal it away. So I also like this a lot. Just get this down. The spells are there to even support it for Frenetic in hand. But yeah, this just dodges a lot of stuff and is a little bit too early for the average Priest draw to even handle that well. Never mind get any kind of power from this.
So then how do you address... Fairy Dragon or Evasive Worm. Looks like he ends up going for the Evasive Worm to try and kill off the ball next turn. Okay, it's just going to play Chrono Breaker this turn, which is interesting to me because, if Frenetic just has, Ray of Frost, which he does have, what is this Chrono Breaker hoping to achieve?
Yeah, I think it's just one of those moments where you have to just hope they don't have Ray of Frost, right? You have to hope they don't get to pop off Freezy Minion and continue from there. There is still Pyromancer Renew to maybe help, or even honestly just Sethic Renew at this point to see what you're going to get. There is potential to fish for Shadow Word Death as well, and that might be enough for Kaneta to just say, okay, he did one turn, got a 5/5, fine. If I can maybe Shadow Word Death this, so then the next turn isn't hitting me as hard, and then set up once again to try and deal with this board. But you are right, this is... The Shambhala was tough generally, and this Ray of Frost into generating a 5/5, and what we can see generating even more minions next turn is going to be tough to deal with right now.
Yeah, I think if he played Cleric of Scales last turn, he would have been able to play the Evasive Worm this turn. And then would have been able to kill off the Chinvala, and then would have had to just deal with a single 5/5. Now it's it's almost going to be somewhat unwieldy if Chinvala summons another 5/5, and you still don't have access to Soul Mirror because you used a coin. Because that was another thing too.
Pickup,
Dishing the coin when you have things like Wild Pyromancer and Soul Mirror in the hand makes it feel like you're kind of cramping up your style. It does end up kind of getting the Shadow Madness, so that ends up working out totally fine here.
Yeah, and I do respect the play, though. A 4/5 on the board against that is normally pretty good. It really is just Ray of Frost that you are afraid of. But did have a good response there with that Shadow Madness. Another Ray of Frost going to come down and stall out this dragon even more. But Kaneta would have been expecting this in a relatively early evocation here for Frenetic.
Yeah, I like it because he has Mana Giant in the hand. He finds Devolving Missiles.
Nice.
And then he has two choices here from his evocation hand. He can Tome of Intellect, or he can Incanter's Flow.
Yeah, I think I like Intellect because it allows him to just Arcane Breath this at worst case scenario, hold on to this board. He did generate a Brain Freeze as well, so that's going to be a nice cheap spot removal tool. The only thing Frenetic is missing right now is additional resource generation. That evocation, although useful, was not one of the more powerful ones I've seen, so now we'll be looking to get into that card draw and that cycle, whether that's a Cyclone in itself or just general card draw. Which Frenetic is running the 2 cram sessions, but no Arcane Intellect in this. But he does have the Cobalt Spellkins that act as, card generation in some respect.
Right. And the lack of a coin in the Kaneta's hand does indicate that there's no Soul Mirror to worry about, but Kaneta can find Shadow Word Death, which he does off the Cleric of Scales. And, a huge pickup here and potentially a big swing in this matchup.
Yeah, huge. Just being able to answer that Mana Giant makes him look much safer. going forward. Does look like as well he's going to line up this Sethic just to get continued card draws, and we might see Kaneta not go for his almost trademark hero power face turn, where I feel like he has used that priest hero power more than most priests combined I've seen today.
Yeah, everything looks completely under control here from Kenyetta's perspective. The only thing that's slightly concerning is maybe his life total, but should be totally fine. Frenetic playing a Mana Giant super quickly, trying to find an opportunity to press in, but at the same time just got met by a wall of removal. Combustion's reasonable, however, it feels like he's running into long-term issues of what you described, which is just not having a lot of resources.
I think the immediate plan here for Frenetic is to freeze out and remove any minions that get played and make his get his minions to hit face and end the game very quickly. Because without the resources, this game is going to be over if Kaneta can stabilize this board and get rid of these minions. Which he can just right now with Soul Mirror. Or at least most of them. Obviously the 1-2 lives, but I think that's a fair trade-off.
I like the Wild Pyromancer this turn with the Apotheosis, because I think with Frenetic pushing damage so aggressively, it's indicating that he's probably got some like burn in the hand. And so this is a way to stall out the life situation. Mind Vision to help clear it up. Oh, he has so many one-mana spells, he's guaranteed find a board clear, and he also has a Dragon in hand, so Arcane Breath is even better.
Looks good to me, Dan. Another Apotheosis, another Death. I actually wouldn't even mind the Death pickup as just extra insurance, although I do guess he has Shadow Word Ruin in hand, so he does have an answer if, say, for example, there's Giant number 2. But there is no standard there is no standard Conjurers in the Frenetic's list either, so one less thing to be afraid of for Frenetic.
Yeah, Frenetic unfortunately doesn't have too many things to actually target with his spells, so it's just going to kill off the Wild Pyromancer. But now the pace is going to be pushed significantly. Kenyatta, Alex Straza offensively. And Frenetic needs to go.
Remote Studies couldn't get him something pretty impressive here. Azure Explorer is pretty solid. And most importantly, there is a Brain Freeze in hand. So this Alex does not get to hit face next turn if Frenetic doesn't want it to. Pretty poor choices, though, from the spells there.
You could Arcane Missiles twice, then play Brain Freeze, then play Mana Cyclone. I think that's probably what you want to do since you've committed 3 spells this turn.
Sure.
And
probably start.
Chances are you should kill this Alex.
Would it not just be better to start with Brain Freeze? I guess if you always Brain Freeze in the middle, it's fine, yeah. Never mind. With no spell damage on board, I guess that's fine.
Time runs out on me.
Oh, Conjur's generated, which means if there's a second Giant drawn, Frenetic does have options of more blowout turns here.
Yeah, we're kind of back in there now as Frenetic was able to find 6 cards rather. And so Kenyatta now has to play this Cobalt Spellcan and hope to find some way to build up his board meaningfully. Renew is also good to help look. I kind of wonder about Mindrender Lucia and like what she could be doing to Frenetic as this game continues to develop.
Yeah, it's tough, right? At least on that turn with Sethic and targetable spells in hand, it kind of takes the Cyclone spells, but then gives your opponent a kind of way to generate spells. So it would be a little bit weird if they can pay off that turn, of course. 2-9 though from the spell is pretty huge, actually.
Malygos, but with no dragon in hand, so can't really discover an upgraded spell quite yet, and I think that's what he's hoping for. Finds Cram Session again, so a lot more resources coming to the hand of Frenetic. So in terms of like Mage being drained, far from it, as we now enter the next stage, which is who can find ways to get advantage in this board with so many resources available to both players.
Yeah, it's really tough, right? Arcane Missiles coming down when there's a 9 health minion on board does feel a little bit bad. I did wonder if there was even the extent of considering the old Conjurer's Calling the 2-drop there, which would actually probably reduce the power down, or at least the health, quite a lot on board. Another Azure Explorer is going to activate the Malygos, and the good thing about Malygos as well is that once played and activated, it is a reasonable target for the Conjurer's Calling as well. Just go for a double 5-drop.
These hell swings are pretty big here for Kenyatta. Needs to find a way to stabilize. Remember, this is game 3. Can't lose anymore if he wants to become the champion. If he wants to keep the hope alive to be a Grandmaster. Holy Ripple. Not exactly what he needs.
No, I'm a little bit surprised he didn't go for the heal on the minion there as well, just to make that inner fire that bit bigger. Make it an 11-11 instead.
Yeah. Probably keeping the... keeping his mana open so that he can play any spell that he got.
Yeah. And now this is...
well, yeah, it's not a big deal. I mean, it's okay, because if you found, you know, Holy Nova instead of Holy Ripple, different story altogether.
There were definitely upsides of not healing first, and really, you know, 9 heal versus 11. Yes, it's factually a little bit different, but still a very powerful minion there for Cagnetta. But there could be just one polymorph away from dealing with this pretty nicely. Not offered, though, but there is the Nova, or honestly, the Fireball would have looked fantastic if this healing hadn't come down last turn. And instead, the Arcane Explosion with a ton of spell damage looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, I mean, it does crazy amounts of damage for that 5 spell damage on the board right now. Or 4, rather. Because Malygos' Arcane Explosion is upgraded. So.
This Soul Mirror Holy Ripple, though, Dan. Oh, that's a lot of spell damage.
Yeah, no, you're totally right. It's not
sick.
exactly a situation you find yourself in with Holy Ripple not being a common card in Priest decks right now. But it is pretty significant indeed. The healing does not scale, but the damage does.
Yeah.
You look at Frenetic, he feels so close. He's just kind of like racking up his brain. That's a big board that just appeared out of nowhere.
Just a casual 5 to face. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of forgot Holy Ripple went face. I gave it the Holy Nova treatment. But that is insane.
Yeah, that's pretty strong, to say the least. He just basically played Frost Whisper himself.
And there's also a chance, actually, now looking at the way this hand is, the Canetta might go for the Mindrender Lucia to try and get some kind of lethal, as he probably can't have too strong a read at what actually these spells are in Frenetic's hand. Maybe it is Burst that he's not a chance to play right now because of the heal.
Yeah, the issue is that playing Mindrender Lucia is like, what does he give back in return for what can Frenetic do? The answer is actually not that much, so...
Yeah.
Maybe there is some merit to it. Definitely worth thinking about.
Always depends on what the card is off the top, though. Apotheosis is pretty nice and a little bit counterproductive if he goes for just straight up Mind Render, gives an Apotheosis and then doesn't get burned, kind of just makes the issue a little bit worse for him. So I do think with that draw, the turn might just diverge a little bit here.
Yeah, what I like about the Mind Render is also just what it disables from Frenetic. Like, you can just play Mana Cyclone and not draw any cards.
Right.
And like, doing stuff like that really hurts. But it looks like Kenyatta's favoring the Temple line. You know, Mage is at 9 HP, which feels close, but it's actually pretty far unless you have Mind Render do a bunch of work. But, you know, speaking of a bunch of work, Frenetic is going in with the Sorcerer's Apprentice and hoping that this Mana Cyclone can generate big plays. Remember, it is a double-edged sword.
Yeah, double Arcane Missiles and Incanter's Flow is going to lock in the 3 spells there. Looking pretty good, but this could be clutch. And Okay. Do this a few more times, it's lethal. Mirror image is actually pretty solid here. Also, there's just... Never mind.
What? Are you kidding me? That was one of the only cards that Kanyenda could have in his deck to save him from this position, and now Apotheosis plus Wild Pyromancer clears the board and full heals him.
It's hitting a weird kind of fatigue battle now, though, right? If this board is cleaned up, there is, Frenetic's not out yet. There is Onyx Mage Scribe. There is the Vaporize, even though not a card you generally say is that good versus Priest. If Kaneto is sticking like one minion with this Apotheosis, then Vape can get a lot done.
It's true. We're also privy to maybe seeing what Mana of Wesvar can do when it's given attack stats. As Wave of Apathy actually buffed. Yeah.
Hey, though, trade into Conjurer's Calling is something to consider as well, although it does slightly limit the turns that Frenetic can do. This does put a reasonable chunk of power on board here. Oh, do you just trade in and then go again? Is that something? I don't know.
I think it's okay to do that. I think it's also okay to just kind of save it, because you do want this Conjurer's Calling ultimately on something like the Mana Giant. What really sucks is that this Wild Pyromancer is not dead. I'm also pretty tempted by this Mind Control.
Oh, what if that's just Counterspell? Oh, that felt a bit risky, but to be fair, Meta didn't really have much else to do.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that there wasn't really a lot to do. The second is that Frenetic kind of waited for a long time to play cards like that Secret. So I don't know if that's going to be the case.
Is Frenetic just getting into this game, Dan? Because there's just Mage Scribe down now. Arcane Missiles probably clears this board with the help of a ping. You gain spells from the Mage Scribe. That's a good spell. Archmage, why not?
Yeah, he still has Solarian Prime possibilities. I did not find the Astromancer.
Wait, Thanos was the pick? I am shocked. Like, Archmage and Conjurers is a worst case scenario. Also, Archmage is just kind of awkward to deal with as well, and he just doesn't have a big minion follow-up next turn. A little bit surprised he went for that Thanos there.
Your mind is not your own.
He could be accounting for Mindrender or Lucia at this point, which is if his opponent plays his Archmage, he can't actually deal with it very reliably. Oh my gosh, everything going Kanye's way here in game number 3. Okay, Font of Power. What if that gets him? Ooh, Mozaki.
Honestly, probably just the pick to Conjurer's Calling him. You can, like, go one maker first just to see what the spell is he could generate, because he does still have Brain Freeze as well. But I think generally that's going to be a Conjurer's target right now. Ah!
Oh my gosh. Evocation.
Okay. Wait.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, I like this style of stuff. Gain one extra spell. Magic Trick.
Insane. Learn Draconic is actually a big deal. That's just a 6/6 at some point in the near future. Just gonna generate as many additional cards. He needs to go quick. Get this rope
Power
done.
Creation.
Power of Creation. The worms.
Yeah, it's huge.
And actually, not sure what I think about the no attack. He could have just got rid of this 4/9 and it's just never a problem. He chose to get the Divine Shield on there instead. I guess a nod to a potential like Soul Mirror play.
Yeah, exactly. I think Soul Mirror, like, somehow being generated is something on top of his mind right now. Mind Vision doesn't actually pull too many useful cards.
Conjurers could be huge. Oh!
You're right. Conjurer's Calling actually could be used to almost play as impromptu power creation, except for Spellbender being a card.
A simple spell.
Spell can come
More
to the hand.
resources.
Who's ready for a little
And we are seeing the benefit of this Spellkin version of the list. Not everyone's running this version, but I'll tell you now, if Frenetic was running a different version, yes, you could argue, ooh, maybe he wins the game quicker, but he could not go toe-to-toe like this for value against Cagnetta. It's a pretty impressive showing here.
Did we have that Arcane Breath before this turn started? I think we did. And if so, he missed out on an opportunity to generate a card. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so too.
That might have been a misstep here from Frenetic. I think he played it so quickly that he didn't even get a chance to recognize it.
I don't think he has another dragon left. He's played both his Spellkins, right? So unless he generates a Studies to then generate the Azure Explorer, he's just not going to have access to it. So I do actually like, even though there was a misstep there, I do like him just saying, you know what, that sucks, but I'm going to do it anyway.
I mean, it could potentially be the biggest differences, though. That extra spell could be everything that he's missing if it's, you know, like a puzzle box.
I 100% agree. I just think since he did mess it up, if that's the case, then he should not use it and try and hold off till he gets something, like maybe generates another dragon, right? That's a bit of a far-fetched one shot there.
Okay, well, that wasn't great. But he can freeze his opponent's minions. Oh, geez. Yeah, I think you gotta freeze something here.
I think he'll want to.
Well, it's gonna activate the Spellbender.
Right? Yeah. From Canetta's side, I'm surprised he's not aiming this at the sorcerers just to try and actually kill it off. Oh, sorry, it's already used one, hasn't it? Yeah. He doesn't have the twin spell, no. Completely right. Wait, it's not Spellbender?
Oh. For some reason, I thought it was.
I assumed it was Spellbender.
I must have misread the secret then, somehow.
No problem. Oh, Raz hasn't even been played yet. Wait, Raz with...
What?
Double Raz with Mozaki?
Wait, what? How many spell damage does he have on Mozaki? He has
Excuse
two
me,
of them.
is this game just over? What? This is like 1 bajillion damage.
He has
is this
7
just
damage for each Raz. 8 damage, excuse me.
60.
Wait, what?
Look at Frenetic. He knows this. That was an insane turn, and this is the setup for him not only winning this game, but winning this series and becoming the Masters Tour Montreal champion, because I don't see how Cagnetta is going to get out of this one.
It's looking real bad here for Cagnetta. He's going to go ahead and raise that, go down to 1 HP.
Nothing.
Conjurer's Calling for Doomsayer is an ultimate out. Okay, Renew. Still might be able to buy him some time if he gets Soul Mirror. No.
Radiance ain't going to cut it with that much spell damage on board. Look at Frenetic. Just sit and watch as this turn gets played out by Cagnetta. It's just not enough. He has to just conjure the sorceress, right? Yeah,
yes.
He knows. This is it. Doomsayer or bust, and it is bust.
That's
and that
gonna
looks
do
like
it.
It's going to be it. Frenetic is going to be your Masters Tour Montreal champion, and look, he just can't even believe it. He said how important this day was, and he made it all the way, taking the victory over Cagnetta 3-0 with an incredible final turn. And honestly, Dad, just look at the emotion, and you know what? It's great to see, because that is what it means to these players who pretty much have their life revolve around trying to make it, trying to do well on the Masters Tour, trying to get that goal of a Grandmaster slot. And honestly, it's pretty great to just see that from Frenetic.
Yeah, well done. I do think that Frenetic, in general, played tighter that series and seems to be the rightful winner of that head-to-head. And so at the end of the day, Frenetic was able to live up to the expectations he set for himself. He said it at the very top of the show. Right before, he tweeted saying that this is the most important day of his life, and he wants to win not just for himself, but also for Spain. What a happy moment overall for Frenetic.
Yeah.
And also another underrepresented country in Europe, quite frankly. You know, like we've seen a lot of French players, and we all know how great France is, and we saw how dominant Italy could be in the previous Master Tour with Leda. But, you know, Spain also has a lot of good Hearthstone players, and Frenetic now just put his stake in the ground as one of the leading candidates to be a Grandmaster next year. You can see how much it meant to him getting that first place of $32,000 with some extra cash, $500 on top of that.
Yeah, and absolutely huge. And not only, you know, pretty much getting there for European Grandmasters, but also in a region that is so difficult. Even his opponent in the final was from the European region. And I'm not just saying this because it is my region as well, but it is such a tough fight to try and make it. And that just makes it all the sweeter when you do there. So again, just another congratulations there for Frenetic. I think you can see everything and what it meant to him. And that is an updated list of where we are. Kaneta in 5th now. And this was actually before the finals, sorry. So these are the potential earnings before we got into that finish there. So Frenetic is going to be on a little bit more, but he looks like he is secured himself a 2nd place unless some absolute absurd shenanigans happen in the last Masters Tour of the year we have coming up a little bit later.
Yep, very much so. So we kind of anticipated that Dead Draw and Piñas would drop a little further, but we forgot that they also earn money for this event too. So these are the standings right before the finals, and now that Frenetic has won, has gotten that extra money. So that is the small correction that needs to be made in the next couple of minutes. Shout out, of course, to Dravo with another good finish. But, you know, also Lambie series for APAC, able to get into number 1, while Give Please also had a reasonable showing this event too. And Xiao Dai in 3rd place. So that race in APAC is going to be heating up between seeds 2 and 3 heading to the last Master Tour of the year.
Yeah, this is the difference, right? The although, you know, I am harping on about Europe, and you can see how stacked it is with like most of the top 8 having more prize money than you know some of the top players in every other region. But this is huge for Lambie series. There, I think a lot of people, Derek especially, would love to see him make it into the Asia Pacific Grandmasters. And here we see the Americas with Dreadeye now taking top spot with that top 4 finish in this Masters Tour. Impact still had a decent run there, adding to his prize money. But honestly, Dan, for Americas, it does feel like they are being left behind, at least in this Masters Tour performance, by the other regions right now.
You know, I can't really argue too much. It seems like, you know, Europe has clearly been dominating for a while. America still has, you know, some pretty interesting up-and-coming talent, but it's also telling where we might have Grandmasters from who got relegated might earn their spot back. The highest earners are outside of seeds 1 through 5 are PNC and Papa Jason. They might find an opportunity to get back here into GM, which would be interesting. Remember, we're taking 3 seeds from each of these Masters Tour standings, but also ETC had mentioned that he's going to be retiring after this season as a Grandmaster, meaning that there's a 4th spot in America's guaranteed. And that would right now go to, I believe, Tincho or Fled. So we'll see how America's going to shake up. It's going to be a really interesting Masters Tour to close out the year, Raven.
Yeah, that's the big deal now, right? I mean, Masters Tour Montreal was definitely a crazy one and a great finals there, but there is one more Masters Tour to decide who is going to make it. The final numbers are going to be in after that Masters Tour is over to see who's going to make it into Grandmasters. So a huge one. But also, we do have Grandmasters returning again. We had a week off for Grandmasters, but not a week off of us casting, of course. But that is going to be back next week as we dive straight back in to the round robin phase. So make sure you do subscribe and hit the bell for the notifications to see when we are going to go live to continue our Grandmasters journey across our regions. But any final words, Dan, before we go and we are done for the weekend?
It's been great. I've had a lot of fun being able to cast this weekend. The meta feels like in a pretty dynamic spot. And I'm looking forward to see, you know, all the great content that Hearthstone's been able to put out this year. And Madrid's going to come up really quick. It's like 5 weeks. It's going to be like right after the GM season. Right. So I'm looking forward to see the conclusion, ultimately global finals, when we head back into Grandmasters, because I believe things are going to heat up starting from week 5 onwards.
Yep, everything's just going to continue getting more spicy from here, but we are done for the day and for the weekend. We hope you had a great time. It was our pleasure to cast for you guys. And from everyone here, thanks a lot for watching. Hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you next week in Grandmasters.
Masters Tour Montreal Online is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.